pleasant good morning and welcome to the longer format of the game. It is first class cricket time, a 4-day cricket here in a beautiful Antigua. West Indies Academy taking on emerging Ireland. News from the toss. Well, emerging Ireland, they won the toss and they'll be having a bat first. My name is Joel Manning, alongside of me, Terry Laraji, and certainly perfect conditions this morning for fantastic cricket, Terry.
Most definitely. Good morning, Joel, and good morning to all our viewers and listeners. Good day to you if you're not in Antigua or the region. But a good toss to win, I would suggest. Beautiful conditions here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. And Ireland will be looking for some runs, Joel, coming off the one-day series. And they weren't really able to put any decent scores together. There's a big opportunity for them now in the red ball format to really settle down and bat time, bat sessions, and try and build up a big score and put the West Indies Academy under some pressure.
Yeah, certainly, and a very positive decision from them to bat first, especially on the back of not having the best of times with the bat in the shorter format of the game, the one-day matches that we played both here and at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I had a chance to talk with the think tank for emerging Ireland, and they mentioned the fact that, they were slightly not necessarily happy with some of the batting performances, but once again, it's a developmental tour, and they're looking for the boys to pretty much bounce back here today. So in the middle now, you can see the umpires, Christopher Taylor and Ryan Banwari, the two standing umpires for today. And onto the field now come the boys from the Caribbean. West Indies Academy led by skipper Naeem Young. Quick look at the teams for today. Emerging Ireland led once again by skipper Stephen Doheny, Murray Cummins, Cade Carmichael, Scott Macbeth, Gavin Howie, Fionn Hand, Matthew Humphreys, Matthew Foster, Morgan Topping, Michael Frost, and James McCullum make up the 11 for Emerging Ireland. And for West Indies Academy, it is Matthew Nandu, Teddy Bishop, Kevin Wickham, Akeem O'Geist, Naeem Young the captain, Kevlon Anderson, Joshua Bishop, Johan Lane, Ashmead Ned, Carlin Tuckett, and the fast bowler Isaiah Thorne make up the 11 for West Indies Academy.
Yes, and interesting to see how fast bowler Isaiah Thorne will go. Great reports about him. Basically, since he went to England on that tour a couple of years ago, he impressed a lot, and more so than Sir Curtly Ambrose. So it'll be interesting to see as he's drafted into this squad for the Red Ball series. He didn't play the one-day white ball series. And Kevlin Anderson, unfortunately, had some visa issues, so wasn't able to join the West Indies A-team squad in South Africa. Jordan Johnson gets another opportunity, well-deserved opportunity, over in South Africa, and they had a good win yesterday, very tight, dramatic win. Kevin Sinclair once again proving his worth with the bat and batting with the lower order. Got them home by a wicket, so that was great to see for the West Indies A-team. As we look to start, and 3 slips and a gully to start with. It will be Johan Lane.
Well, this one's in the air, and it will get James McCullum off the mark into the squad as a replacement for the injured Adam Rossley. A bit of a nervy start there for him with that one popping into the air, but no harm to him and the Irish lads who get off the mark here in this first class game.
Yeah, short and wide outside the off stump there by Lane, but I think the bounce, the extra bounce, surprised James McCullum on that occasion. He didn't really go through with the shot, but got enough on it to clear the cover fieldsman, so he's off the mark, and Ireland Academy are underway.
He had a chance to walk out and towards the middle this morning before play got started. And the first observation I think that many notice when playing on this particular surface here at Coolidge is the incline at both ends, and it certainly will be a test for the fast bowlers here today and across this entire series, in fact.
Again, short and wide by Lane, left alone by McCollum. Batting with these captains, Stephen Doheny made a good half century in the final one-day match on Tuesday at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Good work by Nandu to just keep that one down to one. A nice cracking sound off of the bat of the skipper.
West Indies Academy will be looking for early breakthrough, hence the 3 slips and the gully. A backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on and fine leg. Striving to get his line right. And the opening over here is Lane. A beautiful day for cricket, Joel. Encourage everybody to come down and see the future of West Indies cricket. If you're around Coolidge, here in Antigua.
At the end of the first over, it's 2 without loss.
Yes, and Lane just trying to find his rhythm there in that first over. It's Island emerging team, both Doheny and McCollum will be happy to be underway. They're both on 1. As we said before the start of the match, they'll be looking to build up a big first innings total. Great to see the red ball traditional game back and umpires' decisions, no referrals or reviews or anything. Good honest cricket, Joel.
Well, Isaiah Thorne, the young man that joined the academy side for this 4-day game, is about to pick up the attack here from the media center end. And 19 years old, from Guyana. And he starts with a bit of movement away from the bat of James McCullum. He had a good time out in Sri Lanka, did Thorne, in that under-19 series that they played. Picked up, I think, about 6 wickets or so across the youth test that the West Indies under-19s played versus Sri Lanka under-19s. A bit of a fish, that one. Also on first class debut here today is Isaiah Thorne.
A nice, smooth, easy run up into the wicket. He too operating with the 3 slips in the gully. Early doors here.
The last time the academy played here at Coolidge in terms of the longer format of the game, they found success in that Headley Week series that they played, coming out victorious. And what was interesting to note about that particular series is that it was certainly an all-round performance from them in terms of both sides of things, in terms of both bat and ball. We saw some fantastic bowling spells from them.
Lifted sharply outside off stump, but well played there by McCollum. Pulled out of the way, led it through to the keeper.
Yeah, just a bit of a conversation between McCollum and Doheny at the moment. McCollum on strike, and certainly might be the better option to leave a few of those outside of the off stump, going away from the bat to start things for him. Looking for that money ball was Thorpe, just getting it down the leg side. But yeah, certainly looking at the fact that on this occasion there's certainly no pressure for the batters of Emerging Ireland in terms of the time factor here today. Would want to spend some time at the crease. They always say obviously get yourself through that first half hour, that first 45 minutes or so. The new ball will do something. We do expect a bit of bounce and some good pace here off the surface to start things here at Coolidge. But what you also know is that once you're set, there are runs to be had out there. 2 overs gone, it's 2 without loss.
Yeah, most definitely, Joel, and this is a partnership that Ireland Emerging will be looking to bring some good runs, both in form. McCollum scoring a century in that one-day series, and Doheny a half century in the last match. So they'll be definitely looking their two most experienced players to get them off to a good start. Lane will continue from the northern end. Short wide outside the off stump again. Cut through point region for easy 2 there for Doheny. Just getting himself in the pace of the pitch. Played that nicely.
He's chopped it on.
Chopped it on. Oh.
Early success for the West Indies Academy. That additional bounce doing the trick for Johan Lane.
Yes, the bounce has been troubling Doheny since the start of the innings, and that one tried to get on top of it, was close, came back into him, on the edge of the bat and back onto the stumps. So a first breakthrough for West Indies Academy. Ireland 4 for 1. Lane will be very happy with that as he is probing on or about the off stump. But you're right though, Joel, it was the bounce that did him.
I was mentioning the fact that especially early on, might be better off just leaving a couple of those deliveries outside of the off stump, coming to grips with the service, because like I mentioned, yes, it does play well in terms of how the ball is coming onto the bat usually, but there's still a bit of moisture in the surface. When you look at that shot, there was also the conversation I heard through the stump mic in terms of he was playing for that pace, telling me that the ball is not necessarily there yet in terms of coming on to the bat quite nicely. And as I mentioned, there's a bit of moisture out there in the surface, so especially those shots square of the wicket, might just want to leave out 1 or 2 of them at the start of things, allow those balls to go through, force the bowlers probably to come a bit fuller towards you. and capitalise when they do such. New batter for emerging Ireland, Cade Carmichael. It's just a case of having to spend a bit of time at the crease and just looking at the type of shot that Doheny played on that particular occasion. You could tell yourself that, especially given that it's the start before the encounter, could have put away that one, allowed that ball, which truly was not really a threat to him.
No, he could have left it alone, but I think it was the ball before that he timed it nicely, and that came onto the bat a lot better. That one sort of stopped in its tracks.
Played quite nicely off with the back foot. Should get two here. Got up quite high onto his toes to play that one, Cade Carmichael. Also allowed the ball to come to him as well. And I think that now is a little different in terms of what we saw also just now with the dismissal of Doheny, whereby he was actually forcing the shot, reaching for it. On that occasion, Cade Carmichael getting up quite tall, allowing that ball to come to him. Played it nicely, high elbows as they would say. A good way to get off the mark for him.
Yes, rode the bounce very well.
Sounded like a lot of pad on that one. We'll wait on the signal from umpire Banwari. That signal comes now.
Come boys!
Brings McCollum back on strike. He's just got the one so far.
Yeah, comfortable leave outside the off stump to close out three. It's 7 for 1.
Yeah, not a bad over there by Elaine. He did pick up the wicket, of course, of Ireland emerging captain and Stephen Doheny. He's just trying to get the radar right, Joel. Just a bit too far outside off stump. Batsmen are allowed to leave the majority of deliveries, which is perhaps what Doheny should have done.
Kid, right arm over to you. A shade to you. That center.
Yeah, Isaiah Thorne to continue from this, the commentary box end. Maintaining the 3 slip scully. Backward point, cover, mid off, mid on. There's more of a mid wicket. And a fine leg. Short and looking to pull that through the mid-wicket region, doesn't make contact. He's definitely getting the ball to move away, though, Joe.
Yeah, he certainly is getting that shape away from the right-handed batter. It was interesting to see that shot from Cade Carmichael set up just based on the length of the delivery, not necessarily the line more so than anything else, given that it started outside the off stump, continued away from him. Any bat onto that probably would have just sliced into the air.
Straying down leg side on that occasion is Thorne. Yes, first time Carmichael is facing Isaiah Thorne. Do want to just have a bit of a look first. All the time in the world, of course. A lot of chat from the West Indies Academy players, did you expect?
Oh, absolute peach of a delivery.
As the bounce that saved him there. Bounced over the stumps with a beautiful ball.
Yeah, the only thing wrong with it from a West Indies Academy perspective is it didn't clip the top of off stump, but that is exactly where he would want to be 9 out of 10 times. Isaiah Thorne challenging both back, challenging pads and stumps as well. He's really hitting a very nice area here into his second over is Thorne. And behind it a little more confidently there on that occasion, Cade Carmichael. Didn't have the best of times with the bat in the one-day side of things. Scores of 5-1 and 0 for him. So an opportunity for him in the sunshine of Coolidge to just settle in and make his mark on this series. Just a bit of a correction to something you had mentioned a little earlier, just in terms of James McCullum in this series. In fact, this is the first time he would have been playing now in this series. Murray Cummins, who would have gotten the 100. But in terms of the experience, he certainly is one of the more, if not the most experienced campaigner here in this emerging Ireland setup. Having played quite a few first-class games, would have also made his test debut as well. Played 6 tests till now. And behind it quite nicely. 4 overs bowled. It's 7 for 1.
Yes, well played that by Carmichael. Being beaten by a beauty of a delivery by Isaiah Thorne, who looks to be bowling a lot of control, getting the ball to move away from the right-handers. Island Academy just looking for a couple of batsmen to really stand up, take it to this West Indies Academy attack, which they haven't really been able to do so far on tour. Full ball there, driven nicely through the mid-off region. Chase there, Fernando. They think about the third, but settle for 2.
Yeah, and behind it quite nicely on that occasion was McCullum. But had quite a bit of work coming in to this series on a whole. Emerging Ireland would have had practice games across both the red ball and white ball formats on top of the domestic provincial series that they would have played back home. Talking to their coach, Pete Johnston, would allow me to know that in terms of the squad preparations, would began since October with strength and conditioning and a few indoor sessions along with education around nutrition and psychology as well, on top of the time in the sunshine that the boys would have had in terms of preparation. And it's really all a case of setting up that pathway. A bit of a slash at that one outside of the off stump, and once again just looking at those shots square of the wicket very early to start, we've not really seen many being able to capitalize on top of them in terms of the 4.3 overs that we've seen so far.
Yeah, lane has been predominantly short and wide outside the off stump, but as you say, Joe, they have been able to capitalize on them.
Yeah, probably the better option there for him, but just getting back to the point I was making in terms of that pathway for this emerging Ireland side. You're looking at it as this being that succession type of stage, that succession pathway whereby they're hoping to see the brand of cricket here at this level that they're playing currently at the senior level for the boys, and hence we would also seen head coach of Ireland, Heinrich Milan, come down to the Caribbean as well for the one-day matches. So that is a measure of consistency coming through, because it's not often that you see a head coach on A-team tours or on tours whereby your emerging academy side is traveling. So that would have been a good experience for a lot of the younger guys as well. Having him there, having the experience of him in his setup. He's being replaced now by Pete Johnston. Who's the academy and performance manager. 5 overs bowled. It's 9 for 1.
But it's good to see that they put in a lot of effort into tours like this, because you mentioned McCollum playing 6 tests or so. That is a relatively high number, really, for Ireland. They don't get the opportunity to play a lot of test matches themselves, in Afghanistan being the newest of the 4 members of the ICC. They haven't been given many opportunities in the test arena. As I say, good morning to Vernon Springer.
Hi, good morning to you, Terry. Yes, good morning also to Joel and to Marley Richards, who form part of our team today. 9 for 1. We're here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies, as Thorne is pulled away into the onside. Still a lack of pace in this track here, even on the outfield here, which is originally fast. And Carmichael comes back for 3.
Yeah, Carmichael have been trying to get that shot off at the last couple of overs of Thorne. No real conviction in the shot. He was able to pick up 3, hit it safe enough. There was no one out in the deep mid-wicket region.
I think the lack of pace here as well. Couldn't help but listen to Joel and yourself, and they'll maybe have to sort of readjust, maybe just leave for maybe the next 20-30 minutes as the sun bakes down here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Good delivery down that line of the 4th stump area from Thorne, who's on debut, wearing a big number 25. Ireland winning the toss and opting to back first here. They've lost their captain. And the West Indies Academy looking for more success very early. Very aggressive field. 3 slips, a gully. Backward point, cover, mid-off very close and a fine leg. Delivery. Angling more or less down the line of middle and leg. And McCollum just turning the hips, not trying to force it too much, but keep it out, because it was really spearing at the feet. I want to thank all the folks who are following us on the YouTube West Indies channel, West Indies Cricket. So much cricket happening. The under-19s, their tours affected by rain in Trinidad and Tobago.
Not too
Lovely outswinger there, Terry from Thorne.
I like his rhythm. I like his pace.
He's developed as a lovely athlete. I thought when we saw him 3-4 years ago, he was a more bigger guy, really. Well, at that time, you know, he had on some baby weight. He's now growing into a full-blood athlete. 12 for 1. Whipped away by McCollum into the square leg area. Coming around is Ewan Lane. He can't stop. 2 runs. Lovely return to Colin Tuckett. Wearing the number 10. He collects and just dispatches it to one of his close fielders in the slip area. The score in the meantime goes up to 14 for 1. Both batsmen, and Carmichael and McCollum, is on 5 apiece.
Yes, just straying into the pads that time, Thorne, but he looks, as I say, in very good rhythm, but a lovely, smooth, easy approach to the crease.
Turns from the media centre in here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. tugged away by McCullum down to the deep backward square leg area, and he gets a single. Over completed. Christopher Taylor calls that one. Some 28 dot balls so far in the innings, and the pressure continues here. 15 for 1.
Yes, as Ireland look to get used to the pace of the surface here at Coolidge. Get themselves going. They'd be looking for a big score after winning the toss and deciding to bat.
It becomes a challenge when you're playing in the Caribbean, because once you see somebody running off, you think that you're going to be really in for a torrid time, and I think that's what happened to the Ireland captain. Inside edge onto his stump. Lane is a big guy. He's from the CIU end. He's bounding away. He's a wicket taker here.
Boy. He ever gets his radar right running, he'll be a problem.
It's about patience. You as the bowler also have to understand the surface that you're bowling on. This is also a learning period here for you on Lane. You would have to gradually get into that rhythm and don't get carried away. Just put the ball into the right areas. I just want to see them attacking the stumps more, especially with the new ball. Make the batsman play. Because you know it could be a long day, Terry. You come after lunch and the shine is gone off the ball.
Yep. It could be a long hot day, so they'll be weary of that. Naeem Young and his boys.
15 for 1.
Early breakthroughs crucial as far as they're concerned.
James McCullum batting at number 3. And he's slashing
straight
caught
to backward point.
Very loose shot there from McCullum. Poor execution. He was nowhere close to the hands just went. He just threw his hands at it. Pitched up outside the line of the off stump. His eyes opened up and straight down the throat. He goes back. He'll be very disappointed, especially when you get an opportunity like that, Terry. It's early days.
He'd be very disappointed, Vernon. Quite correct. In the previous over, he started playing a couple of shots. Seemed like he was getting used to the pace of the pitch, getting into his innings. That one was very full, very wide. He could have easily just left it alone.
Let's see who took the catch. Terry? Pitched up. Wonder if it looks like it was. Gotta see that again. We were a little bit unsighted there. It might have been Ned. So
problems now for Ireland though. Lost their second, 15 for 2. We're just in the 7th over. Anderson
taking the catch. Mali picking that one up for us. So the second wicket going down for Ireland, and Lane 2 for 8 from his 4 overs. We say good morning to everyone in the Eastern Caribbean. It's a wonderful opportunity and so much cricket happening in the West Indies area. The West Indies senior white ball team getting their preparations going right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, coming up against England. Murray Cummins comes out, and he was the only player who showed any note. I realize that Tom Mayers is not in this team, Terry, today. He really looked organized. But the left-hander, Cummins, he comes out as Lane comes around the wicket straight away. Body line more or less, just whipped away. Just turned it, and Colin took it. Quickly getting off the left glove and having a throw. The non-strikers end. Can't stop the single, and Cummins is off the mark. Cummins with an O. 16 for 2.
Yes, and he was the one that made the century in the opening match of the series. white ball. 1 days here, 118 not out. He's played a couple of test matches also.
Yeah. Age
For Ireland.
26, so he'd be one that they would want to build for the future. So too is Kate Carmichael, 21 years old. Carmichael looks very relaxed, very compact. Good pace, good
Tempted.
carry. Yeah, but at least he heard you, Terry. Got to leave the ball here a little more.
Well, yeah. Got all day, Vernon.
Once you're an opening batsman, you just want to leave, and you just wait for the one that you wear them out. It's only 7 overs. It's a new ball, and the chatter is going to be happening. Let's see if we can find them after the first hour. 16 for 2. That's the art of understanding batting. Carmichael, very disciplined, wearing the number 10, picks the lineup. End of the over. End of Terry's stint. 16 for 2 at the end of 7. Thank you very much, Terry. Hope you go and have some coffee.
Cold.
You're cold. You get your jacket on, Terry.
Doing all that.
16 for 2. 7 overs bowled. I'm sure you realize that I've walked with my double jacket. I will say good morning to my colleague and my Mally Richards.
Good morning to all the watchers and listeners in the region and around the world.
And since you're on, I think we need to salute Big Joe, Kadeem Phillip. Today is his birthday.
Wow, big Kadeem Phillip, former Antigua and Leeward Islands all-rounder.
Windward Islands, add that too.
Add that as well, Windwards, wow.
You have to add that one.
Wow, I didn't know that one.
Yes, he played for the Windwards.
But he's also one of the groundsmen here as well. He's produced what is a fine ground, fine pitch for yet another first-class match here at the CCG, the home of West Indies cricket.
Got a little change here, Mali. Torn is on debut has pulled out the captain Naim Young, who's in good bowling form and good batting form as well too. Picked up the man of the match at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the last ODI where the West Indies Academy would have won that series. He comes around the wicket straight away to Cummins. Short delivery and put away nicely. The fielder from deep backward square fine leg coming around. He can't stop. 2 runs and Naim Young just missing his run slightly.
Yeah, and a pitch such as this, just lacking a bit of pace here early in the first hour or so of play. It seems a bit dark, just that extra moisture still in this wicket. And Naim Young brought into the attack. Now, I expect him to just be a little bit fuller in length here on this pitch. It's not necessarily coming onto the bat for the batters to play through the line. A bit tennis bally with the bounce. The fuller length could prove to be quite a difficult challenge for the Irish batters.
I would like to see it after lunch, what it will be looking like.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, just want to be more predominantly fuller as opposed to short. We've seen the short delivery pick up a wicket though, shorter length, bit of bounce, lack of pace, probably doing for Captain Dohoney on that occasion.
But at that point in time, that was Ewan Lane, who is 6'4".
Big guy, big tall guy with extra pace. He as well should be looking to just pitch that ball a bit fuller.
Attack the stumps.
And there we see again, probably a bit of height there.
Yeah, and I think it has undone Murray Cummins.
In the ghoulies, as they would say.
Yeah, and it would be a cardinal sin if he didn't come out here with a seal guard.
Oh, he definitely has one on, I think. I know a thing or two about that.
It doesn't look Somali because the way he's flicked that helmet off, it would have hit him very, 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 very hard. The physio is coming out. And we have a small break here, Mali, but that rushed him in there. That's what you were talking about, attacking the stumps.
Yeah, fuller length, the odd bounce, the odd extra bounce as well from a fuller length. Just proving to be a difficult challenge for Cummins. He looked to advance to get down to the length of Naim Young, but just bounced sharply. And the thing about this is the reaction was instant. You tend to see when you're hit in the nether regions as a batter, it's a delayed reaction, maybe 10 seconds or so. But Murray Cummins went down right away.
That's what I said, Murray. That's what I said to Mali. I hope that he didn't forget his seat guard. because we'd have to call the ambulance for him. Well, we got some more news coming out of Cricket West Indies headquarters, Mali, and we want to say congratulations to Jordan Johnson. Quite an unfortunate situation that Kevlin Anderson didn't get to join the West Indies A team on their tour to South Africa. We want to say congratulations to the West Indies A team on a very crunching and intense victory yesterday. Got down to the wire. Kevin Sinclair holding his nerves and trusting his partners.
There's a fantastic 80 not out. Jaya McAllister as well, facing some 30-odd deliveries.
Hitting the winning
runs as well. With the shot that he played, though, wow. He left all 3 stumps exposed, but managed to get some bat on that, and it trickled through the offside, and he picked up the 2 runs, and we got the win. So happy for that. We'll take any win we can get as a West Indian cricket fan, to be honest.
And, we want to drive that culture, as you were talking about winning. The same approach by the West Indies Academy has to be exhibited by also the West Indies A team, and I think it will send motivation factors to the senior team as well. The women won, the A team won, the under 19 won, so you can feel that sort of energy. You've got to get that winning culture going early.
Definitely. A young A team squad had a pretty good tour of Bangladesh as well, and they followed on in South Africa with good results.
So I think it will be emerging to see.
Especially against what looked like a quite experienced South Africa A team.
Yeah.
Hardest Villoin bowling that new ball at 34, 35 years old. Duan Olivier as well, with extensive test experience in that South Africa A team. So it was very much a test for the West Indian batters as well.
And among the wickets, Akeem Jordan and Jaden Seals. Jordan is
good to see Seals back.
Yeah. I still want to see him really bowling a lot more quicker. And, another cause for concern, Mali, especially in the Caribbean when we're talking about tracks, is that I want to see some more tracks where the fast bowlers can really begin to exhibit themselves.
Well, I think it was Alzari Joseph that I saw an interview with him in the last few days speaking about the regional Super 50 and some of the wickets that were available to him as a fast bowler and the other fast bowlers in the competition as well. And he just seemed to be a bit disappointed. He cited the fact that it was the spinners that dominated in terms of the wicket taking. He just wants to see a bit more, a few more pitches that are just a bit more helpful for the fast bowlers. There we see that length again, full. Just a bit of seam movement on this occasion away from the left-handed Cummins. Previous delivery seamed in quite sharply. This one just held its line. Go on.
It worries me, Mali, because sometimes we see the preparation of tracks at be it the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, or if we go to the Caribbean preparation, we see grass, we get excited and we say, boy, look as if we're gonna have something, and then we come, Mali, 2-3 days before and the grass is gone.
Yeah. It's just something for the groundsmen to think about around the region.
But I think it also has to be a conversation taking place, Mali, with Cricket West Indies and the curators of the respective grounds. It can't be you deciding to do what you want to do. There has to be a communication and an education process as to what we're trying to achieve, what we're looking for. The regional for the competition coming up, which is going to be starting, there needs to be a more emphasis. There needs to be a conversation taking place in terms of what sort of tracks we want to produce.
Because it hasn't necessarily aided in producing a match-winning spinner just yet either, as we come to the end of that young over. 18 for 2.
I was looking at the West Indies under 19 playing against Trinidad and Tobago under 23 and then the USA team. And I'm saying in the first early part, Mali, of the first 10-15 overs, the batsman can't get to play proper shots because the ball is just keeping just below below their knee roll. When you go into South Africa for the under 19 World Cup, where the tracks are going to be bouncing even more. So you've got to be ready for that.
Yeah, I think what's happened is that most of the wickets in the Caribbean have tended to become play more or less the same. It used to be different where you went to a Kensington Oval. It was a bit more pace, a bit more bounce. Even here, when this ground was first erected, this pitch was known as being a fast bowling pitch.
Lane clipped away by Carmichael. He looks very organized. Don't think he'll get a boundary, but he will pick up a couple. In fact, he's coming back for the third run. So Carmichael, he goes up to 8. And the score goes up to 21. 21 for 2.
And Johan Lane shouldn't be too disappointed with that clip away through the onside, to be honest. He's bowling that fuller length, trying to draw the batters onto that front foot. It's a bit too easy playing off the back foot at this stage on this pitch. We did see the wicket fall. There's more of a lack of pace, extra bounce from Lane. The fuller length with that disconcerting bounce can prove to be a challenge.
Because it's still a brand new ball into over number 9. Got to make it work. Attack the stumps. Lane coming around the wicket. Pitched up. I'd like to see him come over the wicket, Mali.
And I mean, he's got previous here at this ground as well. Johan Lane in the Headley Weeks series earlier in the year, in April. Picked up a fifer right here against Team Headley. Picking up 5 for 39 in his 10 overs. Some big wickets in that 5 as well. Kieran Powell, Darren Bravo, Kavem Hodge. Some good batters.
3 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, very close. Lane is driven to cover by Cummins for 4. Hits the rope now. Half volley, and half volleys are put away. He leaned into it, didn't try to overhit it. Just got into the right position, head well over the front pad, and stroked it nicely for 4.
Yeah, let's look at this again. It was, as you said, Vernon, a good head position for Murray Cummins. Not too much footwork on that occasion. Also, that shot just played through the line, just suggesting maybe that this pitch is just starting now to just settle down a little bit, starting to come on a bit better, actually, for the batters.
25 for 2. Cummins 7, Carmichael 8.
Probably the best shot we've seen this morning so far.
Fluent boundary indeed. On drive, clipped away, pass mid-on. Will have the legs to go for 4. Hits the rope now.
Just trickles into that boundary.
Yes.
But very good controlled shot there from Murray Cummins. Allowed that one all the way into the back. Played it really late, actually. Cummins.
I think that was Ned. It ricocheted from Ned's left hand.
Yeah, a bit of a half volley, though, to be honest, from Lane. Just needs to pull that length back just slightly. Not too much of an adjustment needed. Just a slight adjustment of length.
He quickly shots up to 11 with those two
boundaries, yeah.
29 for 2 into over number 9. Lane around the wicket. And that's what I was saying to you, Mali. I don't know if he's comfortable. He doesn't look comfortable coming around the wicket to the left-hander. That's why I would have had him come over the wicket. You could see him, and because of what he just didn't look the same as when he was bowling to the right-hander.
Yeah, from over the wicket, he seemed to be getting a bit more movement as well on those deliveries, especially to the right-handed batters. The ball was shaping away and coming back quite late after passing the batter on the way through to the wicket-keeper.
I'd like to see him bowling over the wicket, catching the left-hander on his blind side, clipped away again.
It's too easy for the left-hander, though. I'd have to agree with you there.
Score at the end of 9, 30 for 2. More comments from you, and then will be the voice of Joel Manning.
A very good over there for the Irish. Some 8 runs coming from it. Actually, no. 9 runs coming from it. 12 in the end. What am I saying? 3 off the first delivery. My maths is failing me, Vernon. But a very fruitful over for the Irish. Naeem Young to continue. Skipper Naeem Young. Naeem Young replacing Isaiah Thorne, the young Guyanese fast bowler, who's been very impressive in his young career so far. Led the bowling averages for the CCC in the just concluded Regional Super 50. Picking up 7 wickets as well. It's Young to continue. It's a full delivery wide outside the off stump. Not quite sure what Murray Cummins is trying to do there, but he gets away with it. 4 runs.
It's very interesting looking at some of the shots played this morning. Gets away with that one extremely wide on that occasion, in no control of it whatsoever. Get to boundary, yes, but telling myself that it still appears as if the Irish batters are playing in that one-day fashion at the moment, whereby they're going at a lot of deliveries that don't necessarily have to go at. Think back to the fall of that first wicket with Stephen Doheny playing, forcing a shot outside the off stump.
I'm not sure what happened there. It looked like Lane didn't quite pick that one up at fine leg. 4 runs to Cummins. So run scoring just proving to be a bit easier now for the Irish.
I wouldn't necessarily say easier. They are coming, but I'm looking at the types of shots that are producing the boundaries. The over before this, by far more controlled in terms of Murray Cummins, working one through cover, clipping one off the legs, yeah, but if I were the West Indies Academy, I would still be very happy with seeing something like this, because the ball is not necessarily coming on to the bat the best just yet. And if these batters are willing to play the types of strokes and really the amount of strokes rather that they are, then a lot of chances still exist for them as long as they get the ball in the right area.
And that's driven again through the line. Not a shot we would have seen too much here. So just suggesting maybe the ball's just coming onto the bat. Nicely again through the line from Cummins. And important to note, this was off the front foot. When I said they were playing easy, it was a lot of balls short, pulled, both sides of the wicket. Not really disciplined stuff. You want to make the batsman work a bit harder for those runs. If you check Cummins now, he's gone to 24 from 15. Run rate now 4.42. Not something you'd really be worried too much about. But it's just that discipline in terms of the length here for the West Indies bowlers.
Yeah, what these shots have done, though, is prompt a change in the field for Naeem Young. There's a mid-off in place now, so instead of 3 slips in a gully, it's 2 slips and a gully. A man dropped back towards, let's say, about 3/4 towards deep square leg on the boundary. And that mid-off comes into play now. It's just interesting, the amount of strokes seeing played. Funny enough, it could actually be the tactics at the moment of Murray Cummins, because we saw in that one-day series that they played, he opted to counter-attack at different phases. So this could actually be his approach. And if it is working for him at the moment, whereby he's kind of taking Naeem Young off of that consistent line and length that he's looking to bowl. So that could be the other side of the equation as well, given that all around it is a thinking game of cricket, and certainly more than one way to skin a cat, as they say.
And also one of the more experienced of this batting lineup here, so more settled game, I suppose, especially at this level, the end of that Young over. Gonna see spin, though, Joe. It looks like Joshua Bishop is coming into the attack.
You've put me out on the field, Mali. I don't really fancy myself,
As a left arm orthodox
spinner. My right hand usually is the one that comes over. Should somebody opt to,
Okay.
against their better judgment, put me in the sun.
Right.
Well, yeah, certainly the first signs of spin. It'll be interesting as well to see what that ball does on this surface.
And if there is any spin, just how quickly it does spin. Do the batters have time to readjust? Also, it's not only the batters that have to think about and their modus operandi and analyze conditions. Also bowlers. Joshua Bishop here will have to get the right pace on this wicket.
He certainly found the right pace across that one-day series. Named man of the series in that one. Was pretty much the destroyer across all of the games that they played in the one-day series. Starts with a man back on the point boundary, and he comes into play instantly. What's good to also see, though, quite early is that pressure under the bat as well, especially given the fact that you haven't necessarily come to grips with the pace of the surface just yet. One might hold in the surface, take that glove. One might bounce just slightly more, especially given the height that Bishop comes from as well. Quite a tall young man he is.
I think he's, from what we've seen from him in the last year or so, he's been the best bowler for the West Indies Academy consistently. Match in, match out. He's definitely put his hand up with some very, very standout performances.
Next time, Wicks.
It's nice to see just a quick adjustment as well. Short leg, coming across a silly mid-off.
And that shot, the Irish do like to play that shot, but it's the shot that's gotten them into a bit of trouble as well. Just not quite picking up the length. Oh, that was close. He almost got his foot in the X position there, crossed himself up. Didn't really allow himself to access the ball, but seemed to be just heading down that leg side. Umpire signals leg by.
Yeah, the interesting thing about that ball as well was that it was the first delivery for the over that Bishop also slowed up as well, and that's something that I guess we're going to keep an eye across.
That pace, varying his pace.
Yeah, he did that quite well, and once again, we talked about the thinking cricketer that he is in that one-day series.
You can tell by the way he go about his business. He's a man that really thinks about what he wants to do, the fields that he sets, the adjustments that he makes.
Over bowled, 11 gone. It's 45 for 2.
And to be fair, Joe, we saw in the limited overs leg of this tour that the Irish tend to go as far as Murray Cummins takes them, to be honest. So he's in now, 26 of 20. The highest score they would have scored on this tour so far was when Murray Cummins scored that 100 in that first one day.
Coming over the wicket to you, Kate.
And he's gotten off to a very good start here, so he should feel very settled with his work so far, but still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, certainly a lot of work to do. And we talk about the fact that, yes, early wickets have gone down, but the thing that we've come to know about this surface at Coolidge is as long as you spend time out there in the middle, there are runs to be had.
It's going to be Carmichael to face up, though. It's almost been starved with a strike for the last couple overs.
No run.
Just a hint of away movement from Skipper Young. Still hasn't quite nailed his length just yet into his third over now. I think he's tested out the middle of the pitch and has realized, there's not much there for me just yet. So he's opted to go just a bit fuller now.
Yeah, will also be that test for Carmichael as well, who is actually playing his first class game here also. And he stands that test, pulling it quite nicely for a deserved boundary.
Yeah, just a bit too short again there from Naim Young. No real height. Actually just got about hip height to Carmichael, and he was smashed well in front of square. So he moves to 12 now.
Probably goes back to those things that you're mentioning, just in terms of the surface just drying out just a touch
Just
more.
a bit, just settling down a little bit. This pitch isn't known for having excess moisture on a day one.
It was interesting. You could almost predict that our delivery that Naim Young was going to go back to, especially given how much limited overs cricket he's played, going for that full straight Yarker. Usually that is your dot ball in the limited overs format. His trusted delivery in the back pocket, you would say, for him.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Joe, in terms of the one-day skills and the amount of one-day cricket that these guys have been playing. First class cricket just asks you to do different things. More of a patience game. Where in the limited overs game, you're trying to make things happen. You're trying to restrict batters by pace off, different lengths. But here, you've got to be consistent and look to wear batters down as well, especially when you're someone like Naim Young, who isn't overly blessed with pace.
Yeah, so it's all about making those slight adjustments, both for batters and bowlers. A very short space of time to make
in
those
which to do
adjustments
so, yeah.
But it's really all about that mental side of the game.
Which highlights the unique nature of cricket. You know, I don't think there's another sport in which there are 3 different formats of the same game. And players are asked to play multiple formats and adjust as they go along. One of the beauties of this game, to be honest.
Yeah, indeed. And the thing about it is that it's not even necessarily that you're asking, and let's go with the batters and things, to be a little more restrictive in terms of their stroke play. It's just a case of being a little more selective, I guess you would say. 12 overs bowled, it's 49 for 2.
Yeah, and it's just the mental side of the game is probably stressed just a little bit more. Also physical. Physical and mental. It's a longer game. Takes a lot more out of you.
Because funny enough, in recent times especially, we're seeing creeping into the longer format of the game batters who, I guess you would say, almost from ball one, look to impose himself on the opposition, and hence why I say it's not a case of restricting stroke play, but simply being selective and understanding that the surface, the ball, the movement, all these things are slightly different.
Yep.
When you come to the longer format, and as such, it's a case of, well, in a one-day game, I might start pulling from ball one, but hey, let me start working it off my hit from ball one in the longer format, driving from ball one almost. Then you get to ball 30. You start pulling, you still capitalize on your runs. So it's just a case of choosing when to play certain shots, because you can still go at a run a ball in a limited, in a longer format as well, if that is your game.
Yep.
Well, he's worked that away quite nicely, short from Bishop and capitalized by Cummins.
And he's starting to time the ball quite sweetly now, is Cummins. The ball starting to race away to the boundary, whereas before it was just trickling there. 30 off 23. His rhythm looks really good here, Joe. He's looking to score on every opportunity. Not being reckless per se. Maybe that edge over the slips in the previous over off that first delivery, but so far, since then, it's been very solid.
Yeah, so far so good for him. Hence why I mentioned, if that is your game in terms of looking to score at what you would consider to be a run a ball in the longer format. because at the same time, I wouldn't want necessarily, and that's the end of 13:53 for 2, and it appears as if it's time for the first sight of drinks here in this 4-day encounter between West Indies Academy and Emerging Ireland.
Just to pick back up on your point of the longer of the differences, the longer and the shorter game. I think the fielding restrictions, especially for batters, dictates a lot of the areas in which batters look to score in the limited overs game. Whereas here, you as a batter, you have to make that decision yourself. It's not necessarily dictated for you by the fielding restrictions. Just more of the mental side of batting, the art of batsmanship needed in the 4-day game.
Yeah, certainly. And just to continue as well, it's just a case of hoping that youngsters out there are not necessarily telling themselves that because they're seeing it creep in terms of scoring at a quicker rate, that they must automatically adapt that as well. There is still room for those who are willing to be extremely patient, in inverted commas.
Still play the situation of the game,
etc. So there's still space for both sides of the game in the longer format as well, because I know a lot of the discussion is moving towards where we're seeing certain territories now playing what you consider this brand of cricket, and people are saying, well, that needs to be a brand of cricket that has to be played. But, you know, I just still want that youngsters out there understand that there's still room as well, especially in the longer format, for those who decide that they'll, you know what, slash and dash, as you would call it,
isn't necessarily their game.
Is necessarily, you know, what I need to adapt or adopt to be able to make it as well at the longer format.
And I also think a good example of this from a West Indian perspective of what you're speaking about will be when we see a Matthew Nandu come to the crease here in this match. A player who's still trying to make his way, in my opinion, in the limited overs game, but his game is perfectly suited for the longer format.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. I'm alongside Terry as we just concluded the first hour of the water break. 2 wickets for the West Indies Academy after Ireland Academy would have opted to bat first here. 53 for 2 in the first over. 13 overs bowled, Terry, in the process. Murray Cummins, 30 from 26, and he's beginning to really show that class. Somebody would have played some test cricket as well for Ireland. Kate Carmichael is on 12 as the process continues here, Terry.
Yes, most definitely, Bonan. Good morning to everyone once again. A good little fight back here by Emerging Ireland. 15 for 2. They're now 53 for 2. We were saying earlier on before Vernon about which balls to leave earlier on in your innings, and that is where Emerging Ireland got themselves into a bit of bother, losing those 2 wickets to the wide deliveries, especially the second one, which was full and wide and cut straight to backward point. But the greats of the game will tell you, Vernon, that great way to frustrate fast bowlers and trying to hit every ball to the boundary. The good leave can be just as effective.
Carmichael has left his first delivery after the water break. And the second one, he's looking to smack it past mid-on. Didn't get it past the short mid-wicket fielder, was in that position. And one of the things I'm sure that the coaching staff of the Ireland team would be working on is the mental aspects after break, before breaks, and after breaks. You tend to lose wickets in consistent periods. So Kate Carmichael will have to go and restart again. West Indies captain 9 Young bounds away from the media centre in here at Coolidge. Pitched up, slashed. There's no third slip. Down to the boundary for 4.
If you're going to slash hard, as they say, Carmichael certainly did that. Way over the slips cordon.
Maybe had that third slip been there, it would have been snapped up by Kevlin Anderson.
Yes, Naeem Young just operating with the 2 slips in the gully.
Yeah, so a boundary to Carmichael takes him up to 16. And the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Ireland Academy were batting first. They're 57 for 2 into over number 14. So the West Indies bowling some 13 overs in the first hour. I want to come back to something that I observe, Terry, as Young.
Oh,
There's a ball pitch between middle and leg, but I think it might have been going down. I might have maybe cut a inside edge onto that one. 57 for 2. Just would like to see the academy going forward, Terry, have a wrist spinner or maybe even a left arm seamer, something which I feel would help in their armory of going to the next level. And I'm sure they have a couple of personals around that they could be able to identify in the next batch, the next group. Here is
lovely shot, that one.
balance. And playing the on drive is always a very difficult proposition. Just look at Carmichael. Pitched up and didn't try to overhit it. Just use the wrist, lovely wrist, whipped it through square leg. And Lane could do, all he could do is just amble to go for the ball. So badly lined delivery, and the captain Naeem Young, he's trying to bowl to a 7-2 field, and sometimes, Terry, you want a balanced field. Maybe for Young's pace, a 6-3 field would be more optional. 61 for 2. Now he pushes the ball wider.
Yeah.
Because of that. End of the over. So straight away after the break, 2 boundaries, and sometimes that's what happens. Carmichael goes to 20, and Murray Cummins is on 30. Young, 4 overs so far, has cost him 27.
Yes, and just as the batsmen need to switch back on after a break, so too the bowlers. Just Young straying with his line there, getting into the pads of Carmichael, who took full advantage. Lovely shot through the square leg region. These two are looking good, looking solid.
So we've got a short leg and a slip. Murray Cummins, as Joshua Bishop starts from the CIU end. Machunando under the helmet. I wonder if it's because he's the shortest fielder why he's under the helmet. Cummins driving to cover for 4. Half volley. Pitched up there by Joshua Bishop. So sort of kind of rolled his wrist over. It was like throwdowns. And Cummins elegantly just stroked that. Didn't try to overhit it. Just found the gap. And with good timing, picked up another boundary. The partnership now 50 with Carmichael and Cummins. 65 for 2. Growing in confidence.
Yep, 50 in good time, 50 on 47 deliveries. That was a lovely stroke there by Cummins, though. tossed up by Joshua Bishop.
Come on, Bishop. You just need one, Bishop. You just
Right
need
to
one
the
to
pitch
start
of the
the
ball
road,
and
boys.
stroked it beautifully through the cover region.
Here comes Bishop in to bowl to Cummins. Cummins comes technically forward.
If we ain't getting wickets, they build a dots here, boys. Let's just build some pressure here, lads. Let's build super pressure here, boys.
Carlin
Build the
Tuckett
pressure,
saying,
lads.
let's
Build the
build some
boys. Let's build the
pressure,
pressure, boys.
get some wickets.
Oi, hey, Bishy, hey, Bishy, hey, Bishy.
And because of the lack of pace and bounce there, I don't think Bishop would really get anything much purchased today off of this track.
True.
Maybe after lunch. He maybe just have to bowl slightly slower. Bang on target again. So over number 14 is completed, or 15 is completed. 15 overs completed. 65 for 2. Extras been 2 so far. And Ireland, who won the toss and opted to bat first, they're 65 for 2 on a lovely sunny day here in Antigua and Barbuda and the wider part of the Caribbean. It's going to be a busy day, Terry, in maybe another hour or so. When we look around to the back of us, we know the Visibird International Airport will get quite busy later on in the day.
Yeah, but a beautiful day and a beautiful day for cricket. So if you're in the Coolidge area, come on down and support West Indies Academy boys. And Murray Cummins, though, 34 off 32 and 7 boundaries in that 34. So he's certainly showing his prowess at this level. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, he has played a couple of test matches for Ireland in his brief career so far. Isaiah Thorne back into the attack.
Sort of wondering if I was Naeem Young, I'd maybe had Thorne come from the CIU end. I would love to see him come up the hill more or less, just to give him something different. Starts with a well pitched up delivery, and Carmichael getting right onto the front foot very early.
Yep, bang on target straight away.
His first spell, Isha Thorne had some 16 dot balls. He's on debut here, the young man. One for the future. He's been talked about.
Yeah, he's been touted a lot.
Means that he has another 10, 15 years once he can stay healthy in the game. Searching for the pads there. When Carmichael was able to keep it out, went out to the square leg area. Fielder at the backward square leg at the Cummins. Can't stop the single. The score goes up to 66 for 2. He's offered a contract also by the Ghana franchise for the regional 4-day competition. And like I said to you, Terry, I'm almost concerned about some of the younger players. Isha Thorne, Joel Andrew, Nathan Edwards, who all will get contracts for the respective franchises. But by the time the season is completed, these guys might not get an opportunity to play consistently.
True.
And maybe we need a second team level of cricket in all of the franchises so that it can help the development growth of some of these young players as Thorne comes around the wicket. Short, wide, and an uppercut by Murray Cummins down to the boundary, the vacant third man area, wide for 4.
Yeah, excellent shot. That was short and wide by Isaiah Thorne, and knew did Cummins that there was no third man, so very safe shot to uppercut that, as Vernon said, over the gully region. Yeah, but very true what you say though, Vernon, and with chairman of selectors Desi Haynes encouraging the territorial boards to select crap him a bit, select younger players in their squads, but to do that, of course, the younger players need the exposure. They need some cricket to be played.
We're talking about selecting younger players, Terry. Then we have to break up the boys' club.
Well,
you can't
very
have
true too.
the territories have to break up the boys' club, and you know sometimes they come around and they tell you they want to win, but they'll have a group of players for about around 5-6 years. They're not winning, and they're not giving the young players an opportunity. So it's also wonder what is happening. Here is Cummins getting a short delivery, punching it down to backward point. You look at, if we look at Barbados' situation, you see someone like a Kevin Wickham, you see someone like a Rivaldo Clark, you've got some young emerging talent coming out of Barbados. Will they get into a Barbados team? Those are questions that need to be asked, need to be answered.
Definitely.
You look around, I'll come back after this delivery from Thorne.
Well, you just look at a skipper here in Naeem Young. If it wasn't for the academy team being assembled, would we have seen him still in the game of cricket?
We even can go as far as Mackenzie.
Mackenzie, another one?
Yeah.
Jamaica dropped him.
Jamaica dropped Mackenzie.
Mhm.
I mean, how do you explain that? And it's not like they had exceptional players, whether it was a
Right.
Marlon Samuels or Delroy Morgan or Chris Gale or Wavell Hines or company. When you look at the talent like Mackenzie, how can you tell me that you put a young man like him on the bench?
Very true. But maybe it needs to get them all on the same page, like the territorial boards, selectors, and CWI selectors. You almost have to,
Oi, Bishy.
make it
well,
policy
let's
that
spell it,
this
let's
is what
spell
we're
it,
looking
boys.
for.
Come on,
So we
lads.
want the average age of
Let's spell
every
it,
squad
let's spell it,
selected to be 25 for argument's sake, or we want at least five players under the age of 25 in each squad selected.
If we gain the wickets, then that score, boys.
Bishop. 2 deliveries have been dot balls so far.
Oi, Bishy.
Carmichael
Ball,
would be
Bishy, ball.
advised to look to hit the ball
Ball,
more
Joshua Bishop.
straight down the V. He's looking to go more square. He's got to be very, very, very careful. Lack of bounce here could have him undone. Again, he's trying to go square again. He'll be more advised to get closer to the ball and punch it past to the left or to the right of Kevin Wickham, who's pretty close there at short extra cover. The short leg is now switched into the silly point area. Murray comes down to him and says, keep going, keep batting, keep concentrating. Conversation taking place with Naeem Young and Joshua Bishop. I like this field setting here because it's forcing Carmichael out of his comfort zone.
Yep.
Yeah, and he likes to cut, but he's trying to stay more leg side of the ball. He's going to have to be very careful on this track. That did turn.
Oh, Bish, that rich, but that had to be left alone. That had to be left alone. That rich there.
High
Bishy,
proportion
boy.
of boundaries so far in this innings. 11 from Ireland. 70 for 2. It's over number 17. Again, going away. Just got to maiden over here. The first of the day from Joshua Bishop. And I just think Terry, he just needs to give himself, just put some, just like a slow. Just slow it down. Just slow the pace down, the variation.
Yeah, just toss it up a bit and take some of the pace out of the deliveries. 4 overs so far, no wicket for 9.
Wonderful experience here for the academy and for also the emerging Ireland academy team, because these guys get some first class status under their belt. As I say, good morning to Sean Devers, my regional colleague, all the folks in Guyana who are listening, in Barbados, in Dominica, Jamaica, all around the Caribbean, all around the world. Folks in Bermuda sent us messages. Bang on target is the delivery there from Thorne. And Murray Cummins comes back and across. Good solid defense. Good sportsmanship being played. He was allowed to pick the ball up and just lob it to Nandu. And all is good. A trend I see happening, Terry. The left-hander comes in and all the bowlers come around the wicket.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know if it's a coaching thing, but I want to see my right-arm fast bowler coming over the wicket,
Yeah, and
catching
take it
the
away.
the left-hander on his blind side. And I don't think most of the bowlers who are coming around the wicket to the left-hander, they don't look comfortable in delivering. Here is a ball peeled off the outside edge. Wide delivery from Thorne and Cummins with a boundary. There's no third man. And then one of the groundsmen here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground just lobbed it back to Joshua Bishop. And the score in the meantime motors on very quickly to 74 for 2, and Cummins goes to 42.
Yeah, and continues to deal in boundaries. That one was a bit streaky, although it was along the ground.
Thorne around the wicket.
Oh,
Almost getting an inside edge there onto his stump. Colin Tuckett diving away, can't stop it. And they pick up a couple of runs. And again, that's why I was talking about the lack of bounce and trying to more go square. You want to look to go up in front of you, which is up the V, as they would say.
yes, he got away with that one there, did Cummins. But for the most part, he's looked in control. 2 men out for the hook shot though. Fine leg and a deep backward square leg.
Just want to see them bowling more fuller, a fuller length.
Short again, and that's hit him.
Undone by the extra bunks there. And there's just variant lengths. Now that one was bowled more or less in the 2 meter, 4 meter zone area. Didn't bounce as much, but enough to worry Murray Cummins, who was forced to go onto his back foot because he's accustomed of leaning and coming forward. And good bowling here by Isha Thorne. Cummins 44. Thorne working up some pace with the old ball. It's now 18 overs. Searching for the stumps. That's what I want to see happening. Again, we say happy birthday to Big Joe, Kadeem Phillip, the man from Liberta. When is your birthday, Terry?
March.
You seem a long way. I'm a Cancer born, July.
Gets closer every day though.
It does. It certainly does. Here goes Thorne around the wicket. Murray Cummins stands on top of it and spanks this past Joshua Bishop down to the boundary for 4. Bishop should have done a lot better with that. You got to cut that off. That was to his strong side. And you have to dirty up the whites there. A boundary to Cummins, and he goes up to 48. Thorne not impressed at all. He'd be very disappointed with that.
Yes, but he did stand up nice and tall, used the pace of the Thorne delivery. Played it well, but as Vernon said, Bishop there at backward point should have done better. 80 for 2. This is a good rearguard action by Ireland emerging, losing the 2 early wickets. Cummins just too shy of a half century.
Come on, boys! Come, Bishy.
80 for 2, 18 overs bowl. Carmichael wearing number 10. Colin Tuckett in the maroon helmet, also wearing number 10. So 2 number 10s going at it. Tuckett. Lovely glove work so far from the young man. Got up nicely. Tuckett. The son of Carl Tuckett, who's now also a first-class umpire. Searching for the pads, but good thing about Carmichael is that he's staying low to the ball. And he got that good stride out very early.
Yeah, nicely in behind these deliveries. Bishop basically bowling stump to stump.
Good leave. Good cricket all around. One was set up and had Carmichael thinking, should I punch, should I leave? In the end, left it well. Joshua Bishop from the CIUN.
Boy, Bishop. This is the Bishop, boy.
More or less, he's gone into his one-day mode now. He's bowling flatter, faster. You see him searching for the pads whenever he bowls a quicker ball. Wide. Looking to punch that can't beat. You feel that cover.
Let's get a wicket here, Bish. Let's walk in the wicket, Bish. Let's walk in the wicket,
And he's
Bishop.
getting through his overs very quickly too.
Yeah, he certainly will. And if he bowls a dot ball here, this will be the second maiden of the day. Second of his spell. Maiden over completed. And well played. Good cricket all around. And Carmichael keeping his eyes right onto the ball, watching the ball right onto the bat. 19 overs bowled. And Ireland Academy, they are 80 for 2 after winning the toss first. Cummins is 48 from 42. And it's been a real decent partnership from these two. It's well over 50. And they're going in confidence.
Yeah, 65 added by these two, so they'll be very happy about that after losing a couple of early wickets. It's been a good rearguard action, especially Cummins really dictated to the bowlers a high percentage of his 48 runs off 42 balls have come in boundaries.
So 9 youngers pulled Thorne out of the attack.
Just the one over.
And he's now gone for the mystery man, as we would call him, Kevin Wickham. Here's what I said to you, Terry. I think we missed a trick. I would have loved to see a wrist spinner. The academy team don't have one. They have more leg spinners. But the mystery spinner, Kevin Wickham, although, Terry, I want to see him concentrate on his batting.
Yes, very much so. Very, very much so.
Don't want him to get comfortable and feel that, he's a big bowler. He needs to come and make some runs. He starts around the wicket, flatter faster, and drag down there. And the fielder at short mid-wicket did a poor
Again, pretty poor fielding.
fielding.
Yes.
50 to the man himself, Murray Cummins. And just like the first game in the ODI series where he got 100, he starts off here, 43 balls. And what a knock by the young man himself. Score, in the meantime, goes up to 84 for 2, and Cummins goes to 52. Shot again. And Cummins is upset with himself that he didn't hit that one away. At the end of this over, you'll hear the voice of Joel Manning, who will take you down to the luncheon period. Again, flat, fast, and punch past cover. Anderson is after it like a dagger. He gets there, can't stop it, and you get 2 runs quite easily.
Front too short so far from Kevin Wickham. Cummins has played an excellent hand here for his team so far.
Now, this is what I don't like, Terry. Now, Wickham has not been able to find his length, and straight away he wants a sweeper. This is only over number 20. Yeah, you got to bowl the ball into the surface. And then the whole space has just been opened back up all of a sudden. More changes, no short leg, no silly point, but still a slip. Wickham comes around the wicket. Murray Cummins stands up straight. So you have more or less a slip, a backward point, 2 covers, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket, sweeper on the offside, and a deep backward square leg fielder. The latest score here, 86 for 2. Cummins 54. He's batted beautifully. Short again from Kevin Wickham. More or less pulling the ball down, really. Hope he's not trying to bowl his top spinners too early. Flighted.
That was a bad
Cummins driving, can't beat Nando. That cover over completed. And latest score here at the end of 20 at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Ireland Academy, they are 86 for 2. More comments from you, Terry, and Bill, the voice of Joel Manning.
Yes, thank you, Vernon. And that was a bit of finish to the over by Wickham. Far too short. And it's not troubling the batsman at all in his first over, but that one tossed up, getting Cummins to drive, which is ideally what he'd like with a slip in. But these two are going well. 86 for 2, run rate good. So 4.3 and over. Cummins 54. And Carmichael 21. So welcome back, Joel Manning. Morning, Joel.
Good morning again, Terry. It's been a lovely period here for emerging Ireland, and it goes back to what we were saying at the start, whereby the track gets very good for batting after a period of time. All those shots that we're talking about that were square of the wicket now look extremely easy. Now that initial moisture is out of the surface, and hence why we just thought that the openers for emerging Ireland, if they had just showed a little bit of patience at the top, could have been here to capitalise on it. But Carmichael and Cummins doing the job right now for Ireland. And doing the job quite well. Not doing the job well though, the West Indies Academy at the moment. There's a few moments of lapses in concentration for them.
Come on in, lads. Come on in, lads.
There's Thorne the guilty party on that particular occasion.
Hey!
Oh, chance. Sent back, he's halfway up the pitch. It scampers back. Yes, the fielding has just dropped off a bit while this partnership takes over.
Come on in, Bishop.
Yeah, not just the fielding for me, but also the bowling to an extent, because if we were able to pull up a pitch map of probably the last 10 overs or so, you would recognize that there was very little consistency in terms of the lines and lengths being bowled. You look back to the spell, the latter half for Naeem Young, when Cummins started to step into him a bit. We look at the over that Thorne came back and bowled as well. And you just saw a lot of inconsistencies creeping to the discipline in terms of the lines and lengths for the bowlers, and hence why we're seeing the score here. So because even though the surface has gotten better for batting, it's just also a case of having to also being disciplined with the ball, which they have not been in the last couple overs or so. 21 bowled, it's 90 for 2.
Quite right, Joel. The bowling has been far too short of late, and hence why emerging Ireland are being able to keep the scoreboard ticking quite nicely, especially Cummins, 11 fours in his 55. He's just faced the 50 deliveries. Carmichael playing a very good supporting role at 24 of 47 deliveries. They just need to find their spark again. West Indies Academy. Try and break this partnership before the luncheon interval, or it could be a very long afternoon for them.
Well, they're definitely trying.
Ned, yeah.
Ashmead Ned, a bit more left arm spin into the attack here for West Indies Academy. certainly on the side of emerging Ireland, they would want this pair can carry them to lunch, because if they can, then they can definitely say, well, hey, we've done what we needed to do in the first phase of the morning.
Yeah, if they go in 100 odd for 2, session is theirs. Oh.
Yeah, looks as if he got outside the off stump there. Did Murray Cummins.
Yeah, it came just far enough across. Certainly didn't really pick Ned on that occasion.
Yeah, quite lower in terms of that trajectory is Ned than Joshua Bishop. But it's also interesting because usually Ned does start a little quicker, a little flatter. Here today he started much slower. And I must say, it's a good look for him because of my expectation of it being a bit flatter, being a bit faster. Even in one or two of the longer formats, that's what he's reverted to. But nice to see that he slowed it down here at the start of things.
Yes, and getting up there, Wickham bowled the previous over. And he was far too short. Ned's certainly giving himself every opportunity to trouble the bat of Cummins.
Still quite young in his first class career. Is Ned now into his third first class game. Just picked up the 2 wickets across those 2 first class matches as well. So another fantastic opportunity for him here to test his skills in the longer format.
Yes, and another left arm spinner. So many of them around, not only in the Caribbean, around the world, Joe,
Indeed.
these days.
Well, a maiden over for the young left arm spinner from Guyana. It remains at 90 for 2.
It always amazes me that you have so much trouble playing spin when they must face spin not only in every match that they play, but also at practice in the nets and so. There's plenty of spin around the region. So it either means that they're not practicing enough, or the spinners aren't as as top shelf as their opponents. Carmichael determined to get that cut through the cover region. A lot of balls straight to the field.
At the moment, I'm loving the banter coming through these stump mics. It tells me that these boys have been spending some time on TikTok. Pretty sure 1 or 2 recognize the chant of "Get them, Reggie." Show them what you can do, is he saying. And you hear it there again. All right, Reggie. All right, Reggie. The young boys are enjoying their time out there in the sun today.
Got that one through. Cracked to the boundary, 4 runs.
Well, they were saying "Get them, Reggie," but it's "Get them, Carmichael" at the moment. Rocks back quite nicely onto that back foot. And a nice flowing shot through the covers.
Yeah, and the difference with that one, Jolly stayed more over the delivery than backing away and falling towards the leg side. But it stayed tall over the ball. It's a good partnership. It's up to 79 now. Almost thought he was in with half a chance at Bishop.
Yeah, Nandu just pointing out that it dropped just short of him, but by far slower. A lot more air given as well by Bishop. A good end to the over for him. 4 runs coming from it. It's 94 for 2.
Yes, and you'd like to see Joshua Bishop bowling a lot more deliveries like he did on that last occasion. Just give it a bit more flight, slow it up a bit. Make the batsman come to you. Bring the edge into play, LBW.
By chance, are you on TikTok, Terry?
No, Joel.
I really didn't think you were. Not for 1 second did I think you were, Terry. Had you been on TikTok, I would have wondered how, you know, if you were capable of that Get Them Reggie dance. For those watching on the stream, I just wonder how many of you are capable of that dance. It's a very interesting one. It's trending at the moment.
Who's Reggie?
It actually came from some Bahamian boys.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and it was by pure luck and chance and accident that it's now a trending audio.
Right. Whoa. It's ball by Ned wide outside the off stump, and I think it beat everybody. Yes, gone through for a couple of byes. Score goes up to 95 for 2. We're in over number 24. And this partnership into the 80s now. An excellent rebuilding
Left arm round.
job being done by Cummins and Carmichael.
Yeah, Cummins especially came to the crease with a plan. I kind of questioned it at the start of things, especially given the very streaky runs that he got flying over the slip cordon. But since then, he's been very selective and he's capitalized on the bowling, which, as mentioned before, has just been a little wayward in terms of lacking that consistency in line and length. But he's really played some fantastic shots today. Cummins deserves that 50 that he's at the moment. Of course, looking for a lot more as well, given that it is a 4-day encounter. A lot of time out there to bat. Cade Carmichael as well, as I mentioned, not having the best of times with the bat in those 1-day games. Didn't get past 10, I don't believe, but here at 28, he's been, as you would say, the perfect foil at the moment for Murray Cummins. And he too, on first class debut, would want to make sure that he carries this through.
Yes, definitely. He's looked very solid. Played an excellent supporting role to Murray Cummins.
Oh, that one rolled back onto the stumps, but the bail didn't come off. It would have been a very unfortunate dismissal there for Cade Carmichael. That glove just pulling the ball back onto the stump. He's going to have a bit of a wry smile on his face there right now.
Yeah, the luck of the Irish, luck's of fortune.
And that's simply what you need, especially when you're looking for runs, for life to go your way.
Oi.
That's it over.
Well, there's a song that says you're living dangerously. It's 95 for 2, 24 overs bowled.
Yes, and it certainly was in that over, that last delivery too close to cut. Almost taking the edge through to Carlinbo and Tuckett. But they survive, and they're surviving well at 95 for 2 after being 15 for 2 as we head towards lunch on this opening day. It's a 4-day first-class match here between West Indies Academy and emerging island at the home of West Indies cricket, Coolidge Cricket Ground. Can the West Indies Academy break this partnership before the interval? Be Joshua Bishop to continue from the northern end.
Oi, bushy.
Spot on target again. Cummins looking very much in control. 55 from 58. Half a shout there as he tries to sweep that around the corner.
Yeah, you're just seeing a period where the two spinners working in tandem are starting to pull things back. You're starting to see a couple more shots, a bit more pressure. Yeah, no glove, no bat on that one, but you're just starting to see a chance of a possible breakthrough for them. A bit more uncertainty as well in a couple of the stroke play from the batters. And that's just all you were asking of them, just to be a little more consistent in terms of lines and lengths, just build up that pressure. It might not bring a wicket, but at the same time, it just piles on that just bit more pressure.
Yes, and to make the opposition work for their runs, they were going along pretty easily there when the heads dropped a bit with the West Indies Academy boys. The bowling got a bit too short.
Yeah, good take there. May tuck it down the leg side. 25 overs gone. It's 9-5 for 2.
Yeah, another maiden there by Joshua Bishop. He bowled well, as in consistently. That stump to stump line, but as we say, we just like to see him slow it down just a bit, just give himself more of an opportunity to drag the batsman into the shots. Produce an edge, but not the case so far. Cummins and Carmichael continue along very nicely. It'll be Ned to continue from this, the commentary box end. Not a run off the bat scored off him so far in his 2 overs. And as I speak, he's now pulled handsomely into the mid-wicket boundary, 4 runs. Good shot, good safe shot there by Carmichael. His Ned just dropped too short. He rocked back and pulled it very nicely through the mid-wicket region.
He's played quite nicely off the back foot, has Cade Carmichael. I think back to a couple overs ago when one went through the offside on this occasion, pulling it through mid-wicket.
It's better by Ned. Fuller tossed up to Carmichael to the task. The front foot.
Once
And
again, that
that's cut.
back foot cricket there.
Yep. Very nicely. That's his favoured shot. And he gets it through for another boundary. The second boundary of the over brings the 100 up for Ireland. Excellent rearguard partnership, this one.
Every time he's been asked to shift that weight, he shifted it quite early. And really pounced on anything just fractionally short of a length has Carmichael. And then he settles back in quite nicely and works that one back down. Quite a lovely little innings developing here for him. Will be growing in confidence as well. And this is what the think tank for Emerging Ireland have wanted from their batters. To just see that application of skill that they've invested in over the period.
Yes, and they're giving Naeem Young and his boys a lot to think about here. 103 now for 2, after being 15 for 2.
That's over.
At the end of 26. 8 runs coming from that net over. It's 103 for 2.
plays cool though.
Watch him out here.
Temperatures cooling down quite nicely here at Coolidge. The sun has just disappeared behind a cloud or two as we're just about 10 minutes or so away from lunch here on day one of this 4-day encounter between Westines Academy and Emerging Ireland.
Would you consider this perfect cricketing weather, Joe?
Indeed, I would say, Mally.
Not too hot.
Oi, Reggie!
What's even more perfect is that I'm not the one out there sweating my life away. But certainly good conditions for those lads out there. Those young plants, Mally.
But this partnership, and what a partnership it's been so far.
Indeed, it certainly blossomed talking about plants,
Oh,
Mally.
yeah. You're on a roll today, Joe, that's for sure.
Oh, I would have said them in a pot. But no, certainly you have to probably say that there will be smiles on the face of the coaching staff for Emerging Ireland, given what they're seeing out there, the application of the skill at the crease. Because yes, once again, conditions right now are good for batting, but one must still apply themselves, and we're seeing that here with Cummins and Carmichael. Shot selection has been good for the most part. Calling has been good between the wicket. Had periods where a bit of pressure built up. They stayed that pressure and then pretty much countered in moments whereby ball was short, over pitched, etc. So good stuff here. Good cricket on show.
And you can tell this partnership has just proven to be a thorn in this West Indies Academy team side.
Well, speaking about thorns, Mally, that also goes back to
The
plants as well,
plants,
huh?
yeah, you're on a roll. I can't stop saying it,
I
Joe.
know we're on a vine.
Just threatening the outside edge there is Bishop. And yeah, just going back to this partnership, we've seen many a bowler tried by Naeem Young. He's really rung the changes, trying to break this partnership. But the end of that Bishop over, 27 overs gone, 104 for 2. We've seen Ned, we've seen Naeem Young and Thorne from the CIU end. Saw a little bit of Wickham. Really ringing the changes. Here is Young, but that wicket just proving a step too far at this stage.
Yeah, talking about ringing those changes, I felt it was a case, and I'm not sure whether or not there was something wrong with Thorne at the start of things. So I take that out of the consideration for the point that I'm about to make. But he's bowled the 5 overs so far, and he was into what was a very good rhythm at the start of things. I felt as if maybe could have gone for 1 or 2 more at the start of things this morning before introducing himself, Naeem Young. And I just wonder if maybe it might have gone to somewhat of a patience factor. And like I say, I'm not sure what might have been the discussion out there. So once again, I'm taking, if there was something else in the discussion out of it for this one.
Just from the outside looking in.
Yeah, you just felt as if maybe you just wonder if it could have been a case of he was looking for that wicket, brought himself, and then things kind of got away from there. But just wonder, had he been a bit more patient, could Thorne have gotten that breakthrough what he's bowling? Because when he came back, he struggled to find what he bowled earlier on. Obviously, the ball wasn't moving as much, had to get himself going again, just bowl that 1 over.
Oh, and it went straight to hand. He looks at the helmet for some reason.
It went straight to body.
Oh,
Mally.
wow.
Straight to body, Mally. It came flush off the middle of the bat of Cummins, and the only way that Nandu would have held on to that one was if he had pockets somewhere around there off the middle and probably on to the hands, ricocheting onto the bottom part.
I'm not sure why he
the
looked at the
helmet.
back of the helmet. Like, hit him in his midriff.
I think it was a case that probably bubbled up onto the helmet there. But he certainly had no clue about that one.
He had to
Matthew
stick.
Nando. Like I
Yeah.
said, he had to have those kangaroo pockets somewhere around there. Hope the ball settled inside of it for that one. So I don't think it could necessarily be too hard on him there on that particular occasion. It would have been magical had he taken it, and it would have been what the West Indies Academy needed, because they do need that magic at the moment, given that things are looking relatively easy for emerging Ireland. And I can't say it enough, I'm thoroughly impressed by the display at the moment, by them, the way that they're batting at the moment, because this is what you want to see. I think back to the conversation that we were having in the one days, and the fact that you're saying that, hey, sure, somebody will come out at the end of it as a winner, somebody will be a loser, but in the grand scheme of things, the true winner is development, and the true winner is seeing players who, once again, have been invested in showing up on the day, on the time that they're needing, and we're seeing that here now.
Yeah, once again, Murray Cummins at the centre of most things good for this Irish Academy batting lineup. 57 from 68. Partnership now of just about 90 or so between Cummins and Carmichael. You can't stress enough, as you said, just how well he's played. Looked to be quite positive early in his innings. Got away to a bit of a flyer. He's just settled into his game quite nicely now. But at the same time, the Irish will know they're not completely out of the woods here. They've lost wickets at regular intervals in terms of when they've had a partnership and that wicket has fallen. We've tended to see a collapse. And Cummins, knowing just his importance in this batting lineup, you want to see the West Indies Academy try and build some pressure on the experienced left-hander. But so far, 57 from 68. It's been a top knot.
Yeah, it certainly has, and definitely you would want to see them build that pressure. Won't necessarily get a chance to do it before lunch.
Lunch, yeah. Probably need to go into the luncheon break and just regroup slightly. West Indies Academy. I was actually speaking to groundsman Kadeem off air, the end of that net over. I was just having a word with Kadeem, Big Joe, off air about the pitch, and said they just made a conscious effort to add that extra water to preserve the wicket for 4 days. They thought that probably it was a bit dry to begin with, and without this extra water, it probably wouldn't have lasted 4 days, because we have seen the pitch here tend to crack up day 3, day 4 in particular. But he did say that extra water will preserve the wicket, and by after lunch on day 1 and well into day 2 should be the best days for batting on this pitch.
Well, can emerging Ireland capitalize on that?
Yeah.
Probably getting maybe 1-2 overs, maybe, depending on how quickly this over goes through from Bishop. Certainly after lunch, they probably have to be telling themselves it will be lunch for them in terms of meat and drink on this surface.
That one just tossed up again there, Joe. Just trying to lure Carmichael into that far stroke. But we haven't seen too much turn here on day 1. Not that we expect an extravagant amount of turn on a day 1 pitch.
Yeah, and that is why, especially here and now, from Bishop, from Ned, the pace factor
It's so key.
will be the key for them, as you say, that push and pull from them.
Trying to trap batters on the crease. Trying to get them to just misread length by doing them through the air.
A bit of a laugh and giggle out there for the boys. You missed the TikTok segment, Mally. The Get Them Reggie.
I did. What happened? Was that from the wicketkeeper?
Yes,
Yes.
indeed. Yes, indeed. Tuck it.
But Frankie got serious follow to the boy.
He's doing a good job in terms of just keeping his guys up and energized.
Yeah.
It does play a role. You want your wicketkeeper highly engaged, very vocal.
Calling for another slip. And Naeem Young obliges. Moves to a very tight second slip, almost.
Nandu goes a bit squarer as well. He bowls a short one. That's absolutely clouted to the offside. So poor delivery to end there from Bishop. 110 for 2 the score. And lunch as well.
Yes, indeed. So a good way to go into lunch
Make sure he stump.
for emerging Ireland. 110 for 2 after 29 overs. And you would have to say, Mally, that the first session of the day certainly belonged to them.
Yeah, definitely. Session 1 goes to the Ireland Academy. Still 2 sessions to go. West Indies will look to regroup in this luncheon break, but led by Murray Cummins with a fine half century. This partnership with Cade Carmichael approaching 100 now, just in the 90s. So I think the luncheon break has actually come at a very good time for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, it certainly has. Well, we're going to take a break right here. 110 for 2 emerging Ireland after having won the toss this morning and opting to bat. And when we come back, it will be session number 2 of day number 1 of this first 4-day encounter.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. We're getting ready to restart after the luncheon break, and we just want to be able to thank our technicians here at 360 who have done an excellent job here so far. The umpires are on their way out as we speak, and at lunch, Ireland resuming on 110 for 2. The first hour, Ireland scored 53 for 2. Cummins was 30, Carmichael 12. Then we had Ewan Lane, who bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 21 runs, 2 wickets. At lunch, Ireland 110 for 2 in a partnership of 95. Cummins 57 of 71 balls with 11 boundaries. Carmichael 47 not out of 74 balls with 7 boundaries. I'll be joined by Marley Richards anytime soon. Bowling figures at lunch.
I'm here.
Isa Thorne, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 21 runs, no wickets. Naim Young, 4 overs, no maidens, 27 runs, no wickets. Joshua Bishop, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 20 runs, no wickets. Kevin Wickham, 1 over, no maidens, 6 runs, no wicket. Ashmin Ned, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 10 runs, no wicket. Marley, we'll have to say that the first session, or the first morning session, the first 2 hours belong to Ireland, even though they lost those 2 quick wickets. Partnership of 95 from Cummins and Carmichael, and Cummins looks a dangerous player.
He does. We saw glimpses in that, well, in the one-day series with that 100 in that first match, and then the struggle to score in the remaining 2. But here he's come to the party again, 57 from 70. But more importantly, he's been joined by another top-order batter, something that hasn't happened so far for the Irish on this tour of the West Indies. This partnership, 95. You think back to match 1 of the limited overs series, 103 was the main partnership for the 9th wicket. So it's good to see some top order batsmen joining Murray Cummins here, being Cade Carmichael, 41 from 75, and he's done it in a slightly different fashion, but no less effective.
Well, as I look around, Mali, I see all of the West Indies academy players with their floppy hats, so it looks as if they expect that it's going to be a long, long afternoon.
And just before lunch, the sun probably just ducked in behind a cloud. There was good cloud cover here. We see really cool, nice, ideal conditions for cricket. And since the luncheon break, the conditions have just changed again slightly. And I think that would also aid in what we've seen from this pitch. Started a bit with a bit of extra moisture, and since the sun has come out, it's just baked it out nicely, and it's just become better and better for batting as we've gone on.
So as we resume, Captain Naim Young has switched Ewan Lane from the CIU Centre in CIU Unit N here in Antigua and Barbuda to this Media Centre N. And I was also talking, Mali, I would have liked to see Thorne come from that end. So let's hope that they're thinking like us.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think it was this end, the Media Centre end, in which Lane picked up the majority of those wickets in that 5 for against in the Headley Week series.
He starts around the wicket, and Murray Cummins continues his style just by steering the ball down to backward point. The ground feeling, Mali, has not been magnificent by the West Indies Academy team, and they have to be able to lift their game up and build the pressure, put the pressure back on the Ireland Academy team.
It's probably been the one area of the game in which they've been superior to the West Indies Academy throughout this tour. They've taken fantastic catches, they've put their bodies on the line more often than not, and they've just done an all-round job of saving runs.
Here is a half volley pitched up again. This is what we were talking about. Misfield again on the ground there. What should have been a dot ball. You get 2 runs quite easily. Nandu not keeping his eyes on the ball, getting into the wrong position. And I think he's got on the pads as well to Mali. So he got himself
just
into...
a little ungainly in terms of how he was trying to get behind that one. Possibly just got a bit of a bad bounce as well. But that's where your body comes in. You've got to be behind the ball, in which you get a bit of a bad bounce. It takes the body and it stays in front of you rather than going away for 2 runs.
Partnership now going up to 97 Mali. And Cummins bungs away, goes to 59. Gets on top of it and just plays it down nicely into the cover region. Can't get a single. Nandu running in to cut that off.
It's going to be interesting to see how the Irish batters go about their partnership after the interval here, after the luncheon break. We tend to see wickets fall after a break. A batter has to start concentrating again. You almost have to think you're back out in the middle for ball one, as opposed to Cummins on this occasion facing his 74th delivery. But he's got to be as tight as possible, especially early.
Yeah. But I like the form so far of Cade Carmichael. He's played with discipline. He's played within his roles, and he got 7 boundaries quite easily.
Yeah, he hasn't been too expansive with his shots. He's been quite circumspect. He's defended quite well, which is a key, especially in the red ball game.
Here is Cummins driving again. This time, diving away, goalkeeper style.
As
Macho Nandu. Almost like a hockey goalkeeper.
Well, he's got the pads on, so he's halfway there.
He's halfway there. But when you look at Carmichael's innings so far, Mali, 41 of 75, and he's got 7 boundaries. And you really, at the moment, you've really not noticed him, but he's gone about his business.
At long periods as well, because he did come in ahead of Murray Cummins, but at long periods it seemed like Cummins was doing the bulk of the scoring.
Cummins is 59, waits for Lane, and he slashes that to cover for 4, half volley. Lane not on the money, and Cummins is not going to miss out on that shot.
Yeah, and that brilliant extra cover drive brings up the 100 partnership for this pair. 101 to be exact.
They're going in confidence.
And that's exactly what you would want after a break. If you're a left-hander, a wide, full ball allows you to free the hands, meat and drink for any competent left-hand batter at this level.
It's bang on target, steering this one down to the backward point area. Over completed the first over after lunch. Scored 6 runs. 30 overs bowled, 116 for 2. Latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Sort of discipline in terms of the West Indies attack. Only 3 extras so far. 30 overs, going to be a long day.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day for the West Indies Academy if they don't manage to pick up a wicket pretty soon. This partnership, as we mentioned in the previous over, 101 now.
And they've decided, Mali, to go for a pace from one end, spin from the next end.
It's going to be Joshua Bishop from CIU Road End. Bowling to Cade Carmichael.
And before this, Mali, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 20 runs, no wickets. So outside of what has been happening so far, the West Indies Academy, they've been able to bowl some seven maidens. So in patches, they have built pressure. But outside of that, there's been a high proportion of boundaries, 18 so far.
Swept away into the boundary.
Not a boundary.
So a poor start here from Joshua Bishop. And we also have to remember this is day 1 of a 4-day match here at the CCG. Not the most helpful of conditions for a spinner on day 1. So they'll be happy with the fact that they've kept things quite tight. What he wouldn't be too happy with is starting with that boundary delivery. You want to make these batters work as hard as possible for their runs, especially in good batting conditions.
Here is Bishop with his delivery darting at the pads. And one good thing about Carmichael, he stayed low to the ball. He just whipped that to the captain Naim Young on the short mid-wicket position. Mid-on, mid-off, slip, silly point. He's on-driving, can't score.
And I think Joshua Bishop has picked up Joshua Bishop that maybe Cade Carmichael isn't quite as strong when the ball is pitched straight. Tends to just cross himself up. But he looks to play the sweep when the ball's outside of the line of the stumps on that occasion.
So quickly offline. One thing he's been able, because he stays low to the ball, he's been able to just sweep anything outside of his legs. He's going to get that broom out.
I think discipline is the key here for Bishop. I think he's got to look to drag the right-handed Carmichael across the crease and then set him up for the arm bar. That will take a bit of patience. Oh, The pace again on that delivery, absolutely key. Just slower there from Josh Bishop, forcing Murray Cummins just to feel a little bit for that delivery. Good bowling from the young man.
Cummins, 63. He goes back and pulls this one away for 4. The length, it was short, he sat up. And once again, 9 runs coming out to the Bishop over. They got to get onto the money very quickly.
So Murray Cummins just picking up where he left off in that first session. Looking to capitalize on anything just slightly short, anything just slightly over pitched. He's going to play his cricket shots. Remember, he's a man that has played Test cricket originally from South Africa. Looking to represent Ireland, well, is representing Ireland. And he'll be looking to get back in and amongst that Test arena.
But he has an interesting Test career, Mali. Because his last Test against Sri Lanka, he scored a double duck.
Yeah. I think when I was looking through his records, he's got the exact same amount of runs that he does in Tests as he does in one days.
Yeah, so he
Two matches, 6 runs. 2 matches, 6 runs.
Yeah, so he's made his Test debut against Bangladesh. And he certainly would want to make a statement there. I think this is a good tour for him so far.
Definitely.
67, he'll be looking to eye up a first-class 100 here today.
Yeah.
I like Carmichael.
It would be a debut first-class 100. His first as well.
Down the onside. Good take
But
by
if you see
Tuckett.
on that delivery there, it was just outside the line of that leg stump. But if you look at that front foot of Cade Carmichael, how it just slightly crosses up. How he slightly crosses himself up. Just struggles to access the ball. That's the area we were talking about. But the West Indies have to set him up in order to capitalize. They've got to drag him across.
He's back and pulling this one. True square leg. The fielder coming around from deep backward square. And they get 2 runs quite easily. Now, one of the things about Carmichael's technique, Mali, as he goes to 48, is that because of his low base and because of the low bounce of the pitches, he's trying to, just as you said. So I feel that the bowlers have got to be able to just bowl him anything between middle and leg consistently in that 2-4 meter area. Nothing too much that he can bounce. You want to go below his knee roll. That's where you got to be searching.
Yeah, and he's, as he said, he's quite short in stature, and he looks. Actually, both batters have pounced on anything slightly short here on this pitch.
Coming out to the one-day series.
That's the line and length you're looking for more often than not. You need to be on that line and length for a sustained period of time. Look to drag Cade Carmichael across and set him up for that ball when you're looking for the LBW or the bowled.
It'll be important for him to bowl that in-ducker. That is going to be so key. And if you're a bowler who can be able to bowl the outswing and in-swinger, that's why the late Malcolm Marshall was so dangerous. He always had those balls hurling at your pads, kept you guessing.
There he is again. So he's got to just hone in on that line and length for the next couple overs or so when he bowls to a Cade Carmichael.
It's about patience, Mali.
Definitely, this is the longer format of the game.
As compared to the ODI where you and the T20 where you keep going all the time.
And the overs and the rates and just the limited over nature of the game dictates a lot of the play. Whereas here, the players make all the running.
Here goes Lane. Pitch
Just
up.
there again.
Whip it just there. Not quite sure. Nando is after it. And they'll pick up a couple of runs quite easily. 50 to Carmichael. 8 fours, 84 balls. What a knock by the young man on debut.
Yeah, very good knock from Cade Carmichael. We spoke about how solid he was in defence, and then when presented with bad deliveries, he looks to put them away. I think this is his debut first class 50. He's on first class debut as well. So what a start for the young man.
Very much what a start. And he's only 21 years old, Mali. So one for the future.
Yep.
You keep learning as the time go on. He restarts again. Cummins would have come down and said to him, "You're on one right now, over completed." And that over, it just shows you the pressure that is being mounted right after lunch. 129 for 2. And Mali at lunch, some 19 runs have been scored.
Yeah, they've just picked up where they left off, really, from the lunch and break. I did think that maybe lunch did come at a good time for the West Indies Academy, but it hasn't proven to be the case just yet. But we also know the ability of this West Indies Academy bowling lineup, especially against the Irish. And one wicket here could really turn things in their favour, especially if they could remove Murray Cummins.
129 for 2. Some 3 overs have been bowled after lunch, and 19 runs have been scored. So the Ireland playing to a plan. The West Indies, they'll have to rein in the scoring, and somebody's going to have to put their hand up. Will it be Bishop? Cummins comes quietly forward, plays it up the mid-off, can't score. He's just rehearsing his shot and saying, I got there. I could have looked to hit that past Naeem Young for 4. It's got long levers.
That's what Bishop will be hoping for as well. That he can just lure him into opening himself up to play through that offside. Huge gap on show there in the cover region.
Hey, Bishy, hey, Bishy.
Just wants him to open himself up so he could go through that gate.
129 for 2.
But if he over pitches, he's going to get driven, though.
He certainly is.
Just like that.
As they talk about it. To the right of Naeem Young and down to the boundary for 4.
And that's what Cummins is going to do. He's looking to put pressure on. They're trying to entice him with that big gap in cover. But that ball just a bit too full, too easy for a player of Murray Cummins' class to just lean on that. 4 easy runs. He moves up to 71 now.
133 for 2. It's the latest score here. Kate Carmichael, 50 of 84 with 8 boundaries. Very high proportion of boundaries hit so far here in this first class game. West Indies have to put a rain check on the scoring. It's backing across, keeping his eyes right on the ball is Murray Cummins. The partnership, 118 of 158 deliveries. And growing.
And growing. Very dangerous partnership indeed.
Catch him, boy.
Almost just playing around that one was Cummins, but he survives. Another over in the books, 33 gone. Ireland won 33 for 2.
So some 23 runs have been scored, Mali, since lunch. And they've really come out in more or less a belter. Bishop's 12 overs has cost him 35 runs, and this partnership is growing as 118 from 159 deliveries, with Cummins 71 from 84, Carmichael 50 from 85, and they've got a good platform of which to build. The objective would be to bat 90 overs, which will be the first day.
100%, but from a West Indies Academy perspective, some discipline is needed here in this session. The game, these two batters just threatening to take the game out of the control of the West Indies Academy.
Lane, wearing number 50. Say good afternoon to Adrian Donovan in Barbados. Milton Small, Henderson Springer, ball pitched up. Mali wants to see Lane really hitting the deck just below the pads, because every now and again Carmichael falls over.
You can see he just tends to just overbalance a little bit, just gets a little bit too far across. But just so far, the West Indies Academy bowlers proving not good enough to exploit it. Just a bit of patience and discipline needed. I think he needs to hone in on that line just outside that off stump for a while.
No, he bowls a short ball. No need for that. Just have got to be patient. This is what Mali was talking about. This is first-class cricket. One day, you take the one-day concept style out of it there. You just come back and be consistent in the same area again. Lucky to get away with that short ball there.
Yeah, and more often than not, the short balls have been deposited as we see a bit of a field change. Now the fielder is going, looks like he's going to go all the way back on that backward square boundary to the right-handed Carmichael. I sense a bit of a bluff here. Just wanting the batter to think that that bouncer
It's coming.
is imminent, but let's see what young Lane does. Goes a bit fuller.
Squares him up
Yeah,
completely. That's what you were talking about.
That's exactly what I thought would happen. But so far, Carmichael is surviving.
He is.
Got a bit of a leading edge on that one.
One of the things I want to see happening, Mali, in the Caribbean as we look to advance with the Lanes and the McKenny Clark and the Kelvin Pittman is that we have some sort of fast bowling camp where we identify 20 of your young fast bowlers, get the likes of Courtney Walsh and Curtly Ambrose, whoever, into it. Again, the ball stopping on him. He banged it, but he's looking for it. It didn't get there. Sort of stopped him in. But the lack of pace here.
But it's also interesting to see just how that field change has affected the right-handed Carmichael in terms of playing that pull stroke. He was playing it relatively comfortably all day. Since that man's gone in there, it's just put a bit of doubt in his mind.
As to whether he should hook or
Whether
not
he
hook.
should, yes.
Good tactic. Lane to Carmichael. And Carmichael driving up to mid-off. Get an easy single. So he eases the pressure. And you know as a batter, Mali, you want to get to the non-strikers end and have a look with the game.
That was good bowling, though, from young Johan Lane. Just catching Cade Carmichael on the crease, as you can tell. He didn't transfer that weight through the shot, as we've seen previously. So that man at backward square just proving to be a bit of a nuisance to the right-hander in terms of his transference of weight. Just camping out on the back foot slightly there on that one.
51 to Carmichael. 51 off 90s off the pressure. I don't know how you feel, Mali, but none of the bowlers have bowled over the wicket to the left-hander Murray Cummins, and he's just scoring freely. 71 from 84 as Lane looks to come around the wicket again.
Here he goes around the wicket, and with that angle more often than not threatening the outside edge. The end of that Lane over.
And so the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, as we'll be hearing the voice of Joel Manning. More comments from you, Mali. 134 for 2. Some 34 overs ball.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good resumption after the luncheon break for the Irish. Both batters looking comfortable. The signs are pretty ominous here for the West Indies Academy. This partnership just growing by the delivery at this stage. They're finding runs scoring relatively easy. It's going to be Josh Bishop to continue into his 13th now. Gone wicketless so far. That's not something you see too often from this young man, especially when representing the West Indies Academy. Regular wicket taker, regardless of the format. This one's eased off the back foot through the covers again, so no real risks being taken for this pair. And it's these partnerships that can really hurt when they start swelling to 150 and above.
Yeah, certainly. But once again, for the side of emerging Ireland, I must say that it's definitely looking good and continues to look good for them. And you would want that these young men can carry it through to the ability to actually raise both bat and helmet. Because you would tell yourself it's a deserved landmark for them, especially Cade Carmichael, given that, like I mentioned before, he's not had the best of times in the Caribbean so far in the shorter format of the game. However, here today, certainly looking the part.
On first class debut as well.
Indeed, especially off of that back foot. He really gets back quite quickly. It's really that how quickly he makes that initial movement that allows him to capitalize, because not every delivery that he's punched through the covers or played through mid-wicket has been the shortest of deliveries.
Catch him.
He just tends to play off the crease at times.
Go try, net stop.
Seemed like it would have been a sharp single there, but they ended up going through relatively comfortably. And I think Vernon was just stressing especially the line of the attack to the left-handed Murray Cummins. I think a bit of patience and discipline from over the wicket, especially just playing on the fact that he loves to feel ball and bat. Round the wicket is, over the wicket is Josh Bishop.
He's had a couple close shouts, has Bishop. 34 overs bowled though. It's 137 for 2.
He has had a couple close shots, but also just in this last over, he seems to have just upped his pace on the deliveries. Just darting them a bit more to the left-handed Cummins now. Where will this wicket come from for the West Indies Academy is the question. Naeem Young hasn't bowled since bringing himself on after Isaiah Thorne's second over. So brought himself on in the 5th over of the day. So there's another fast bowling option for you. Isaiah Thorne hasn't done too much work from the media centre end, so he should still be relatively fresh as well for a burst.
Oh, a little streaky, a little in the dark, but it's also going to produce 4 runs for Cade Carmichael.
And that was an example of what you were just speaking about. Not quite short enough for the pull. Didn't get to extend the arms on that one, was Carmichael, but the result was the same. Still went down to the boundary for 4. So it's been all island since the luncheon break here. It's going to take the West Indies. It's going to take some pretty special bowling here, analysing the situation in which to pull it back from these two, because they're looking set.
Yeah, you're just asking that question about where will they find that wicket, barring some stroke of magic or luck. I think it's going to start with consistency, just in terms of, okay, what is our plan here, and not necessarily our plan to take the wicket, but our plan to build that pressure.
Yes.
So what do we go to in terms of lines or lengths, whether or not you say, hey, it might be the short ball ploy whereby you're just going to go back of a length and starve them almost of a couple shots, or you're just going to go full set the field, so that it's just a case of you're either stopping that single or only getting one, especially given that the batters set at the moment are enjoying free-flowing boundaries here and there, you know. So what is our plan for that consistency? And then once we're there, then looking at, I guess, that becoming the option towards taking that wicket, not necessarily the bowler to take the wicket, but the plan to take the wicket, essentially.
Yeah, and this right-hand, left-hand combination as well. It's just proven a bit of a nuisance to the bowlers. They've rotated the strike regularly. The fields have to change every 2-3 deliveries. It's a lot of hard work on the fielders as well, running around, changing position. Bowlers changing their line of attack. I think for the West Indies Academy, they just want to settle things down at this stage. Try and get a few overs of little to no run scoring. Try and build that bit of pressure. Once again, just a bit too short. Gets away with that one. The man is deposited on the backward square boundary. The issue is the ball isn't getting up high enough in which to really cause that much of a problem for the batters.
Yeah, I think just leveling it out quite nicely. And also mention it very early from a fast bowler's perspective. just that additional energy that they will require here on this particular pitch that we're playing on as well, given the very steep inclines that are directly in front of what will be that crease for them. So I would say maybe about 3-4 strides out before they begin to gather. They have that very steep incline to deal with. That also takes a lot of the energy, but an easy catch being taken. A full toss does the damage, Mali.
Soft, very soft from an Irish perspective. A full toss, a pretty innocuous delivery really, Joel, and picks out Matthew Nandu at mid-wicket. So the innings of Cade Carmichael comes to an end. He'll be so disappointed with the way that it ended, but at the same time, Irish Academy will be pretty happy with his performance here today.
Yeah, they'll be happy with it, but from a personal perspective, certainly disappointed. 59 from 97 for Cade Carmichael. He got in, he got set, and he looked very easy. And I did say, barring a stroke of magic or luck, and that was the magic that the West Indies Academy needed right there.
Well, not the best delivery from Johan Lane, but he wouldn't be complaining. He'll take it any which way he can. Matthew Nandu pouching that catch. So an opportunity now here for the West Indies Academy. We saw what happened throughout that limited overs series. No real massive partnerships between the batters, especially in that top order. Morgan Topping comes to the crease at number 5. He also probably would say he didn't have the best of limited overs series with the bat. But looking to make a different impression here today. It's Topping. Scores of 20 and duck in his 2 matches played in the limited overs series. That's the area right there. So he finishes quite well, Johan Lane. A very successful over for the young man, picking up his 3rd wicket here today. Ireland Academy, 143 for 3.
Very good over there for Johan Lane. He's now got figures of 9 overs, 3 for 38. And he's certainly being rewarded for the most part for the bowling effort that he's put in. Occasionally he's been a little wayward, but by and large for the bigger part of the spells that he's bowled today, he's been pretty much on target and has been the wicket taker for the West Indies Academy. A chance now for them to get a new look at someone else and hopefully keep things consistent, maybe pick up 2 or 3 in quick succession and kind of pull the wheels off of Ireland at the moment. Murray Cummins though still there, standing tall on 72.
Seven good ones. Oh yeah. Yes, boys. Come on, bitch. Come on, Fang. Catch him, boy.
That one peeling off the inside edge, and I mentioned earlier that you have gotten a couple shouts from Joshua Bishop. Hasn't necessarily been rewarded just yet, but he's been bowling well into his 14th over now. You think about today, you think about this match so far for him, is that I think he's really been patient. Not necessarily seen him attempt to try too many things. He's just kept it there and thereabouts in terms of his length. His pace has been considerably slower through the air. He's now turning that one past the bat of Morgan Topping.
Esther always bowled a very good, consistent line. Asking questions of the batsman. But West Indies Academy are happy to make that breakthrough. The game just running away from them a bit. As Colin Bowen Tuckett, you'd hear through the microphone effects saying 7 more good ones. Meaning 7 wicket taking deliveries. See if they can roll over Emerging Island from here on in, but Cummins is still standing tall, 73. Topping did his best to form a pretty good partnership in that last one-day match up at Saviv Stadium with his captain Doheny the other day. Lane to continue from this, the commentary box end.
Oh, chasing a wide one there is Murray Cummins. Quite early in his innings. Chased a similar one. Peeled over at the slip cordon though for 4.
Yeah, that one was very full, very wide. Down on one knee, trying to cream it through the covers. Didn't make contact though. Johan Lane, prior to the start of this over, bowled 9 overs, 3 for 38.
Yeah, I think first slip's just come a bit wider now to second slip. Uppish through that point region. Point though is on the boundary, so it allows them a very comfortable single.
Yes, once again, Cummins going for that extravagant drive. Not sure about the gaps in the slip cordon, no door. Don't like to see them myself. By Lane, well left though by Topping. Still looking to get off the mark, just faced the 5 deliveries so far. West Indies Academy will be looking for another quick breakthrough. Important that they broke that partnership after lunch. Island Academy just getting away from them.
Going to get off the mark with that shot. A valiant effort, but can't keep it from crossing the ropes. 4 runs to get Topping off the mark.
Yeah, just strained down leg side that time. Lane full pitch delivery on pads of Topping. Puts it away nicely through square leg. So he's up and running. 149 for 3. Emerging Island.
Still a bit of movement on offer for Johan Lane, that one. A bit of late movement going towards that slip cordon.
Yes, when he pitches it up, he does get that a little bit away movement, as we saw Isaiah Thorne do the same in the morning session. Just a little too wide again to finish the over. One left there by Toppin. So at the end of the over, Island Academy 149.43.
Get them, Reggie.
Although that third wicket partnership got them out of trouble after being 15 for 2.
Ready?
Still be thinking that job is only half done. I'm sure they'll be looking at 300 plus in this first innings. Put the West Indies Academy boys under some pressure.
Yeah, certainly have to be looking at those type of numbers, especially given how much of a fantastic batting track it is at the moment.
Stroke nicely.
Should get a
Beats
couple here.
it off. Yep.
Oh,
into
in
the
fact,
boundary.
gets more than a couple. The chase was on. And a little bewilderment out there at the moment as to how the ball won the race on that particular occasion. But it's really all timing just now from Murray Cummins. No real flair in that particular one. Just leaned into it nicely. And the ball simply ran away across the carpet on that occasion.
Well accompanied to the rope.
Somewhat of an escort service on that occasion. Well, Isaiah Thorne is going to make his way off the field, and Junior Sinclair has now come on.
Yeah. Oi, ay, ay. Right, Joshua.
Cummins though looks like he means business, right in behind those deliveries and ready to put the loose ball or the bad ball away.
Oi, ay, ay. No.
Played very well so far, 78 from 97 deliveries.
Hey.
Yeah, he certainly transitioned across this innings quite well when he started in shotgun fashion. Yeah, was going at quite a lot better than a run of ball.
Hey.
Since then, he's done things like this, where he's rotated the strike quite nicely. 39 bowled, it's 154 for 3.
Yeah, very well played that time by Cummins, just dropping it out of the offside for an easy single. It's 79 now, and 15 of those, or 15 boundaries in that 79. He's still going at quite a high boundary rate. He's looked to dominate since he's come to the crease. Certainly has thus far, 21 away from a century. And looks like the skipper's bringing himself back into the attack from the commentary box end. Naeem Young for the 4 overs so far today, no wicket for 27. And coming around the wicket to the left-handed Cummins. Full delivery, hit firmly but straight to mid-off. A slip that's normally second slip, you'd say, and almost a gully. We're in a third slip position. Man out on the point boundary. Cover, extra cover mid off. Mid on. Mid wicket and fine leg. That stroke beautifully straight through cover region into the boundary. Another good looking four there by Cummins, moves into the 80s.
Yeah, certainly a very classy shot there. Something you've grown to see from quite a few left-handers. Just leaning into it quite nicely was Murray Cummins on that occasion. Karasnik through the offside, as you mentioned. Takes him now into the 80s, 17 away from what will be another 100 on this tour of the Caribbean for him.
Coming over the wicket here.
Now I do like to see this.
Centre.
Vernon Springer and I were discussing this earlier. Left-hander come over the wicket. Try and take the ball across the left-hander, as opposed to bowling around the wicket and bringing it back in and trying to get the ball to straighten. But we don't see a lot of it these days, Joel. Every time a left-hander comes to the crease, bowlers tend to go straight away around the wicket. Go think they can bowl like Kemar Roach.
Well, a dot ball to close things out. In fact, no, just one delivery left in the over for Naeem Young. And now 40 bowled. It's 158 for 3.
Yeah, better finish there to the over from Naeem Young once he came over the wicket to the left-handed Cummins, but Cummins looking good, lovely stroke through the offside during that Naeem Young over. Moved on to 83. He's the man, obviously, that West Indies Academy are looking to remove, and Ireland Academy, of course, wanting to continue on. They search to post a big first innings total here at Coolidge. So welcome back. Say a very good afternoon to Vernon Springer.
Good afternoon, Terry. Interesting times ahead. Another Joshua Bishop delivery. More or less jammed into the hands of Machunandu at Silly Point. Teddy Bishop just more or less just wide for me, Terry, from my angle. I think if you're at first slip, you're at first slip. I don't like the out and out where we're putting you at second slip and we're leaving some room between the first and the second slip and hope that the keeper catches that one. Dot ball again.
Yes, I agree, Vernon. Been doing the same when the seamers are in operation. Too many gaps for my liking.
Can come forward. Bowling figures so far for the West Indies Academy. Yon Lane, 10 overs, no maiden, 43 runs, 3 wickets. Issa Thorne, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 21 runs, no wicket. Naeem Young, we got back that after the break. Again comes forward, another dot delivery. Naeem Young, 5 overs, no maidens, 31 runs, no wicket. Kevin Wickham, the lone over for 6 runs. And Ashmin Ned, 4-2.
Catch him!
Break for a while. Just for a moment,
Come on, Joshua!
somebody felt excited, said catch him. We have not seen Ned after lunch. 4-0, 10-0.
Oh, yeah.
Over completed. And at the end of it, latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Ireland Academy 158 for 3, 41 overs bowled so far, and Murray Cummins 83 over 105 balls, and just the loss of his partner Cade Carmichael is more or less slowed down. He's got to go and restart again. Joshua Bishop not for 44 from 16, a maiden over.
Yes, I think he realizes the responsibility on his shoulders that whatever emerging Ireland end up with in this first innings, a lot of it will depend on how many Murray Cummins makes. But, Joshua Bishop, he's been tidy all day and consistent without being threatening. 16 overs for 44. And there's an edge, and it's flown over. These slips down to the boundary for 4. So a bit fortuitous, but once again determined to chase that wide ball. Went hard at it, and it flew away.
Well, Kevin Wickham is a tall guy, but he would have needed at least a 6-foot ladder to catch that. And Murray Cummins went hard at it. And normally you're being taught that, once the ball comes into that area, anything to cut or slash, you go hard. So if the fielder wants to take it, he's going to have to take something that is fiery. So almost like the same thing when you're facing a spinner. And the spin bowlers, you want to hit the ball straight back to them, to the left, to the right. Cummins, 87, young, bounding away. He's back and opening the face of the bat and steering it down to the third man. We've now got protection, because 9 young space, you certainly have to have protection.
Yes, he moved the fine leg around to third man. He's still maintaining over the wicket to the left-hander, so trying to take it away from him without protection down there. That's why that slash from Cummins was able to fly down to the boundary.
Ireland have lost their captain Stephen Downey, bowl lane for 3. James McCullum caught Joshua Bishop, bowl lane for 6. And Cade Carmichael caught Matthew Nando, bowl lane for 59 of 97 balls. And he would have hit at least 9 boundaries within that process. Morgan Toppin just getting into a tangle. Didn't move his right foot, was off balance more or less. Didn't use the crease enough.
Yes, just fell over there. A ball travelling down the leg side. Failed to make contact.
But I think why he ended up like that is that he just planted his left foot. He didn't come on his heel. And this could be in terms of preparation, how you prepare. It's a different surface. You're not in the nets now, you're in the game. He's steering this past the backward point fielder. Kevin Wickham will have some chasing, but they will only get 2 quite easily. Joshua Bishop diving away there at backward point. Couldn't stop that.
No, but well played there by Toppin. Just allowed the ball to come to him and run it off the face of the bat. Pass backward point. His balance was a lot better than on the front foot.
The academy team would know that the Ireland, if they can just dismiss Cummins, they could put some pressure back into that dressing room. But it's a new format. Well played there in the end by Morgan Toppin. Got his feet moving nicely. Just would like to see him get onto that heel, and he's a big tall guy, and really step out over it. And 65 for 3 went over number 42. Umpire Christopher Taylor from Jamaica just keeping an eye on that dreaded area. Wants to remind 9 young that you have to fall off. Driven, choke cover. No need to run on this fast outfield. A boundary to Morgan Toppin. That would give him some confidence. He gets an applause from the dressing room, and he goes up to 10 with that lovely shot. Half volley, Terry.
Yep, and just eased into it. Beautiful balance, poise, head over the ball. Lovely shot.
So the score goes up to 69, 169 for 3. Some 11 runs coming out of that over. And I think something that the West Indies Academy will have to certainly work on. There are just too many boundary balls. Got to take that out of the equation. And it's almost, there were 2 in that over.
You hear me, right?
Yes, too many boundary balls, and I just think they missed a bit of a trick, Vernon, when they got the breakthrough and ended that excellent partnership by picking up the wicket of Carmichael. I don't like to see those staggered slips. I would have brought another slip in and just try to put a bit more pressure on Toppin. He's been allowed to
Where we watching, right?
ease his way into his innings with not much pressure on him.
But what kind of weather, how the weather is right now by you? If you're in England, if you're in
Carlin took it.
Australia,
Yes.
Asking him what the weather's like.
Yeah, I wonder if he's planning to study, get into the weather field. Don't think so, but we'll find out.
ball, goes that Neddy.
Driven up to mid-off. Lane comes off. Picks it up. 169 for 3.
Come
He's
on,
kept
next
well
up.
so far. His glove work has been excellent. Young Carlin took it. They're getting all excited. Murray Cummins
Wow,
with
that's
an O.
wow.
He's not bothered. He's not fazed by all of the banter that is taking place with Nando, Bishop, and Tuckett.
Oh, yeah.
Reassures himself. Keeps that ball
All
out
right, boys, work, lads. Keep working there, boys.
once again. So from Bishop to Ned. This is Ned's first over after his morning spell. Not for 10 so far. Ashmin Ned had a stint with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Oh, yeah. Let's
Like a flatter, faster.
Yeah, and he's changed ends here. He's now bowling from the northern end here at Coolidge. Started off from the commentary box end in his opening spell prior to lunch.
Commentary or media center end, as we would term it. 360 team, they're doing a real excellent job so far.
Oh, Neddy. Neddy.
So Ned looking to start with a maiden. They need a string of maiden deliveries. Now the umpire is saying to
told
Ned,
as well, yeah.
please. And that always tends to play with your mind. It's a mental thing. You'll be like, you want to use the crease, you want to use the variations. I mean, you can't be too perturbed by that. He's got to just keep bowling, keep concentrating. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. So Ned starts with a maiden. 43 bowled. Latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Ireland Academy, they're 169 for 3. Murray Cummins is 88 and Morgan Toppin is 10 from 18.
Yeah, good over that by Ned. He would have been brought on. Obviously, they're looking for further inroads into this Ireland Academy batting lineup. But first of all, you need to build some pressure by stopping the boundary balls, which there are a few too many of in the last few overs that we've seen. So that was a good silencer there by Ned to throw down that maiden. Let's see if his captain Naeem Young can back him up. Be bowling to Topping. Topping's moved on to 10. Cummins continues on. He's on 88.
Young, good touchdown delivery there. Good carry. And again, the experiment of having Teddy Bishop at second slip, and there's this
Big
gap between the first and second slip. I'm saying if you're going to have your first slip, you have your first slip in position. And sometimes I don't get the impression, we see a lot of things on television, we try them, we sometimes maybe don't understand the concept. down the onside. Tuck it. Skips across. Lovely take by the young man. He's a natural keeper. One for the future.
Yes, he's still at first slip, more or less in a second slip position, and
You can't be both, Terry.
you can't be both. Exactly right.
Can't be both.
You're either one or the other, Vernon.
You're either in first slip or you're in second slip. And it's sort of risky too, because what is dangerous about it, Terry, is that when the ball flies through, then you're going to be crying. You'll be saying, if I had known.
That's exactly right. And Collarbone Taggart is not a big man by any stretch of the imagination. So there's only so far he'd be able to dive at full strength.
First wide of the day, and that's simply because Naim Young trying some magical skills. High proportion of boundaries have been hit so far, Terry, some 28 in the game. And we're still in to the second session of the day. 170 for 3.
Yes, they've been able to maintain a good tempo throughout the innings. It's always been around 3.8 up to 4 and over, which is excellent for first-class cricket.
Yeah, we know the England fans are coming to the Caribbean for Christmas, and so Cricket West Indies, they have organized 3 major events, 3 events that you can celebrate with the folks from Antigua and Barbuda. 3 unique Antigua and Barbuda locations. Fans can have a chance to mingle with the legends. I'll give you an idea in terms of some of those events as we unfold in our broadcast. Here is a lovely shot by Morgan Toppin. If I didn't know him, I would say that was Lawrence who played. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Half volley. And he's got out to it. Completed, composure, flourish of it. The bat ending up over his shoulder. And he leaned into it nicely. That's a lovely shot. One of the best of the day so far by Morgan Toppin.
Yeah, the second one is hit through the covers and so majestically also. The balance, the poise, everything correct.
Goes to 14. Sweeper goes out onto the offside. Toppin waits for Young. Back and across, playing it up to mid-on. Talking about the special event coming up, Terry. You know that. 174 for 3 as the umpire calls drinks.
There you go.
Yeah,
You're on cue now, Vernon.
15 overs bowled right after that. So we got the Leeward Islands Cricket Board Gold Jacket Award ceremony, Terry. It's going to be on the back of us in the courtyard, the home of Cricket West Indies. And the 2 honoraries this year will be National Hero of Antigua and Barbuda, Sir Vivian Isaac Alexander Richards, and Mr. Charles Jim Allen out of Montserrat, the home of Basil Morgan, and the late mighty Arrow, Alfred Corrietz, Lionel Baker, the only test player to date. The event, just to let you know that Dr. Desmond Haynes will be the man who will be the guest speaker at this event. So that will be a real warm. Hiram Ford will be the master of ceremonies.
That'd be worth coming for on its own.
Yeah.
To listen to Desi speak.
Yeah, we'll also have Owen Roach, who will be, talking about the buyer, talking about the manager, Jim Allen from Montserrat. You can pick up your tickets on Windies ticket service presented by MasterCard. And then you'll also have now, right after following the CG United ODI game, Rocks Group will be organizing a fundraiser for the Legends. It's a special Legends dinner and a fundraising event to raise funds for cricket facilities in the West Indies. And that event will feature the former West Indies fast bowler and commentator Ian Bishop, as long as David Gower from England. You'll also have the West Indies white ball captain there in Shea Hope and the West Indies captain Darren Sammy. So the experience will be glorious. That takes place at English Harbour Nicholas Gin. So you can be able to look around and see what's happening. Catherine's Cafe is one of the best restaurants in Antigua and Barbuda, and they will be lining up for that special event. Some 50 US dollars. Every ticket sold as form all proceeds will go towards auction items, which will go towards renovating or providing new grassroots cricket facilities in the West Indies.
Excellent.
There are only 150 places available, Terry, so
Better hurry.
book your ticket. And then you know what's going to be happening on December 5th. Rukini, they've got a pool day taking place going around there. I plan to take Mali to play in that golf tournament. My handicap is...
I thought you were going to take him to the pool.
You thought you were going to take Mali to the pool? Nah. Don't know when is the last time that he would have played some golf, but you never know.
But Mali and I were discussing that before. You can't do both of them. You can't be here, commentating on the West Indies Academy and walking around Cedar Valley at the same time.
They might have to find some commentators. 173 for 4. A little overcast.
174 for 3.
Yeah. A little. No threat of rain. But
No, not a rain cloud in the sky.
yeah, just the Irish just exercising their football skills and netball skills as well, trying to get the ball into a big hoop. Oh, finally got one. So Terry, if you're Murray Cummins, what are you thinking about here?
I'm thinking 300 plus
No,
and batten out the rest of the day.
he's 88, so that's why I
Yeah.
asked you. If you're Murray Cummins, what you be thinking about?
Well, that's what I'd be thinking. 300 plus and batten out the rest of the day.
Well, all right, so Terry's gone opposite. He says he wants Murray Cummins to bat all day. Yeah, he will have to get that into his repertoire right now. He's 88 from 113 deliveries. The West Indies Academy bowlers, they need some containment. They need to have someone who is going to tie up one end and they attack from the next end. Not with half volleys, but with patience and understanding what's happening. I would put a silly point in front of Cummins. Just try something different for Ned, because Ned tends to bowl flatter, faster.
Oh, Ned, stop!
Yeah, well, he thought about it, but he's swapped the fieldsman to short leg.
I think those two fielders on the leg side, I might be wrong with you, Terry. Tell me what you feel. Would you have had both out or you would have brought one in?
No, I would have brought at least one in. Just try and create some pressure. They want to hit it over the top, or they hit you over the top. Good luck to you. At
Kevin
least you
Wick-
got a chance.
Kevin Wickham trying something there against Murray Cummins. Fired the ball to Carl Tuckett. Cummins had to get out of the way very quickly. Cat and mouse game taking place here. And because Ned is horning at those pads, he's going to have to be very careful that one doesn't grip and bounce.
It's working, Neddy.
They want Neddy to get a wicket. Can Neddy produce that magic ball to Cummins?
Oh, Ned,
Flatter,
stop!
faster. It's almost like a medium pacer. And this will be comfortable for Cummins. I would just like to see Ned just hold it back. Just hold it back.
Catch him, oh yeah! Wow.
Give
Ned,
him something
stop.
to think about. If he's going to bowl at that pace to Cummins, Cummins is going to treat him like a medium fast bowler. Partnership is already worth 31, Terry.
Yes, and looking ominous.
Not yet. We're far from ominous.
I don't think so.
Hey, Ned, stop!
And out of that 31,
There's
Morgan Toppin he's got 14.
He's got 14. He's played 2 cracking cover drives. But just with Ned, though, Vernon, we saw it in the last game of the white ball series that he started off bowling very quick, flat through the air, and then once he did start tossing them up a little, taking the pace out of it, is when he struck. That may be in his plans again today. But they do need some containment, and he is doing that with the 2 maidens he's bowled in this spell so far.
So, just a cloud cover. Just cooling down
Cooling
things here
things down.
at Coolidge, and giving the players a chance to soak it up. Just need some breeze with it. Clipped away beautifully. Good balance through the mid-wicket area. Won't hit the ropes now, but they will get a couple. 1 bounce take by Colin Tuckett.
He's just working his way into his innings rather nicely, Morgan Toppin. Couple now coming out of the middle of the bats, and he's definitely, I would say, has picked up the pace of this wicket, which is a good batting track now. A bit of 2 pace this morning.
It's always attractive to look at tall players, you know. You go back to the days of a Michael Vaughan, a Michael Atherton. Tall, elegant players. White ball. 176 for 3. 9 young, not for 49. It's been a lot of work for this young man, Naeem Young. He's been playing a lot of cricket. You know, he's played almost all the games for the academy. He's not missed a game.
Yeah.
Thought about it. Yeah, Morgan Toppin. At least he was disciplined. Carmichael might have been thinking about the one if he was there. He'd been looking to break down backward point. But Morgan Toppin, who's been in the hut for some time, he says, no, I can leave. This is a 3-day game. And I think it was a point raised by Joel Manning when he was on with Mally Richards. He was talking that sometimes you look at the Ireland batsmen and they almost look attacking at most times as if they're trying to score all the time. But Toppin is showing some discipline here. He's driving up the mid-off, can't score. Always like to see a tall player.
When he gets on that front foot, he looks fantastic. Yeah, very true, Vernon, but that's what I was saying before. They don't get a lot of opportunity to play anything but white ball cricket. So therefore, this is, you know, a real learning curve for them. And their natural instinct would be to score off every ball or every other ball.
And that's not going to change right now in any time
It's
in a
not going
hurry.
to change overnight, no.
It's just like the West Indies women team. People like Taylor and Matthew and so will never play a test match. Short, low bumper.
1 over the shoulder for the over, Naeem.
Christopher Taylor,
1 over the shoulder.
1 over the shoulder. Comes up to say that. I don't like that rule, Mally
Ridiculous.
and Terry.
Ridiculous
So
low.
I bowl your half volleys. You hit them away all the time, and you
Right.
can't bowl your bumper.
Right. And what was that in danger of?
Cricket is a good game. It's a batsman's game.
Too much, so.
It's a batsman's game.
Oh.
That one sort of popped on him, really. They're thinking about 2. No, they changed their mind very quickly. And that hit something into the right area.
Took off a bit.
So, Terry, final comments from you, and then a little bit of voice of Mally Richards stepping into your seat. 177 for 3.
Yes, at 177 for 3 halfway through the day. Emerging Ireland will be comfortable at the moment with their position, especially after winning the toss and opting to bat. The pitches settled down into a lovely batting track by the look of it, and we're just looking to continue on, especially Murray Cummins is on 88, holding things together for them. As I say, as long as he's out there, they'll have a real belief that they can post a very decent first innings total.
So, Ned will continue. He'll start his 7th over. Not for 10. 177 for 3. Morgan Toppin is 17. Murray Cummins is on 88. And if you're close to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, come and support West Indies cricket. Come and support Ireland cricket. Come support the Irish. Ned.
So, Neddy.
quicker, flatter, fast delivery. I say good afternoon to Marley Richards.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon to the listeners and watchers, not just in the region but around the world.
Oi. Let me spam, let me
Marley,
spam,
I
need a
can't
wicket.
help.
Let me spam, need a
I
wicket.
just would like Ned to
Exclamation mark
just
soup.
slow it down.
I think he's playing a role here.
We need
He's
a wicket now.
slightly different in the way he goes about his business to a Josh Bishop.
Catch him!
That one was a little slower,
Down, hold it up, please.
maybe just a little too full, but he is trying to mix that pace up. I think Topping has looked very assured in his 33 deliveries so far.
Nandu.
I'm not too sure, Marley, if
That's
Ned
it, that's
slows
it.
it down,
That's
if
it.
Toppin
So,
wouldn't be inclined to miss hit one. That on drive, that the third delivery, you saw that how he was, wasn't assured when he came to it.
But he's looking to get bat on ball. You can see by that defense, almost getting that front foot out of the way. Looking to access that delivery. A little dissimilar in his technique to a Cade Carmichael, who would probably just look to go a bit more further across.
Oh, Neddy.
A bat firmly in front of the pad. Solid defense to end that Ned over. 177 for 3.
Maiden over ball by Ned. So, as you rightly said, Marley, because you yourself been a former skipper, he's been brought on for a role, and I understand the role, but sometimes...
He's got to mix it up as well.
Yes.
Yeah, but he's mainly on here to just provide a bit of a holding role. Not really to deliver too many boundary balls or allow the Irish to score too freely. He's going to be tight within those tight lines in between wicket and wicket.
And you can be tight, Marley, but at the same time, you've got to still pick up 2-3 wickets.
It's a variant of the pace that's going to be key. Like we said, we've seen Ashby Ned for, 12 to 18 months now in this squad. We pretty much know what he's going to do, or the way he goes about bowling. I think him and Joshua Bishop complement each other really well, especially in the limited overs game. Obviously, these young guys you were mentioning played so much limited overs cricket in the last 12 to 18 months.
Now, I want you to tell me about this field placing here. Give me your thought process after this delivery.
I wish I could ask Naeem Young myself. Yeah, he's got a point on the boundary. There's no one in front of, just the one fielder in front of the wicket on the onside. That's mid on.
I'm trying to work out, that's why I asked you, Mali, because I know you're a skipper.
It's ultra defensive. And not only that, it has to be one side here. It has to be outside the off stump. Anything too straight, it's just too easy for Cummins to score. He's on 90 now from 120. Yeah, he has to be wide of that off stump, but once again, just over pitching. Will it go to the boundary? No, it looks like Akeem O'Geese doing the bit of footwork there to save that one.
Save the run.
Yeah, they come back for 3 though. And it's been quite expensive from Naeem Young, and it's something that Joel actually spoke about in session 1 here today this morning, was the fact that just seemed a little impatient, wanting things to happen almost every delivery, more in a limited overs mode, as opposed to the first class game where patience is so key.
This is only over number 47. It's a 90 over game, 90 over day. So the readjustment, you have to pace yourself. You have to understand the dynamics that's happening around you. And how do you manage your bowlers, including yourself? He's not for 55. He's into his 9th over. He's out caught behind.
And he finds the delivery that we've been speaking about, just on or about that off stump. A bit of shape away as well from the right-handed Topping. Not sure. Probably could have left that one, to be fair. He'll be disappointed.
Did all the hard work.
Yeah, he did a lot of the hard work, but he's now on his way back to the pavilion for 17, caught behind of Naeem Young. So a wicket against the run of play almost.
And it is something that you and Joel have all been illustrating. The Ireland batsmen, they start well, and then all of a sudden you have a flurry of wickets. The West Indies Academy, they know that, and they'll be hoping that they can go through this order very quickly, including the wicket of Cummins.
Yeah, that's why that partnership with Cummins and Kate Carmichael was so important. That first real substantial top order partnership for the Irish on this West Indian tour so far. But it is Scott Macbeth who walks to the crease. Murray Cummins once again, not so much the lone hand here today, but he's really stood up and done the bulk of the batting for his team. 121 deliveries, approaching what would be a first class 100.
Yeah, that's it. Right through to come. Center.
Scott Macbeth,
Scotty.
another right-hander, comes out. Didn't have a great time in the ODI series, so he'll be low on confidence.
Not too many of their batters did, to be fair.
Yeah, no Tom Mayers today. I was surprised at that. And it's an observation which I picked up from you, Mali, in terms of when you bowl them, the Irish batters anywhere middle and leg, they tend to more or less fall over. They don't really get across consistently enough. They'll be looking to undrive and still looking to defend, so you just got to be patient to be landing it into that right area. They sort of play around their pads.
Oh, that was close.
That was,
Scampered through by Macbeth.
I think, the 90 degrees, 360 degree turn on him off there. He was hustling to get off the mark.
But I think what actually saves a few of these right-handed batters that tend to just cross themselves up a little bit is the fact that they still look to play straight more often than not. At the time they'll take the inside half of the bat or get an inside edge down to the fine leg boundary. But it's that nature of them trying to still prevent a full face that allows them more often than not to just survive those deliveries. Not necessarily capitalize on them, but survive them.
There has to be a ploy to Cummins from Naeem Young. He's working on something.
It's very much a one-day style ploy. He's looking to bowl full and wide here,
Cummins
with a point on the boundary.
93.
And I think he's gonna slowy there, if I'm not mistaken. He could have run his fingers down the back of that one, Naeem Young. Just a bit of pace off.
And an excellent catch by Joshua Bishop. Just what we were talking about, Mali, using his white ball skills, and Cummins falls to the trap.
Yeah, and I think Cummins will be very, very disappointed to fall 7 runs short of what would have been a pretty fine first-class 100 here. He did the majority of the hard work, came in, looked assured from ball one, played some fantastic shots off both the front and back foot, some drives, pulls, good straight drives down the ground as well. But this occasion, just a bit too early to the stroke.
And the right foot didn't get out to the pitch of the ball either, and he was slower, Mali. And the change of pace is what really undone him.
And he's used it at the right time, and it's benefited him on this occasion. Naeem Young just going to the slower delivery, packing that offside field, batter not timing it, ball going to hand, and yet another wicket goes down. So 3 since the luncheon break for the Irish. 183 for 5 now. The score, it looks like Gavin Howie.
And 2 in the Naeem Young's over.
2,
So,
yeah.
all of a sudden, his figures, he was knocked for 55. He's now 2 for 56. That's how crude the game can be. 183 for 5. At the end of this over, You hear the voice of Joel Manning joining Mally Richards,
Yeah.
and maybe they can dismiss the Irish, as we would say.
From a West Indies perspective.
Bang on target.
This is the issue now. 2 new batters at the crease.
What do you do?
How do they go about building an innings? Are they going to look to put some pressure on, or are they just going to bat normal? Look to soak up this pressure.
Oi, Neddy.
Comes forward again. No runs.
I think the way Murray Cummins went about it is probably the way you want to see these Irish batters bat in these conditions, still looking to put the bad balls away. When the ball's not in their area, covering up quite solidly.
Yeah. It shows that they're going to have some challenges with the West Indian spinners. The approach. Flighted.
Down high, well done, high.
Whipping that. Lovely save by Naim Young at the sharp mid-wicket area. The West Indies Academy now sensing that, hey.
Opportunity.
Yeah. High proportion of boundaries, Mally. Some 29, 183 for 5. Got to take away those boundary balls. Oh, how did that not bowl him? Oh, you'll have to say that's the best leave of the day.
Oh.
Wow,
Look at it, Mally.
I think it's a total misread that he gets away with it. Actually bounced over the stumps, to be fair. So the first time we've seen a ball from a spinner actually just bounce over the stumps, in the line of the stumps, left. Scott Macbeth, he must count himself pretty lucky to survive that one.
So, more comments from you, Mally. 183 for 5 with the voice of Joel Manning and yourself continuing.
Well, having 2 new batters at the crease is just exactly what the West Indies Academy would want in this situation. Naim Young, we were probably a bit critical of his tactics here today, but he's come back well. He's been quite expensive nonetheless, but he's come back well to pick up those 2 wickets, and also bringing the white ball skills into the red ball game and being successful. Fair play to the young man. Good afternoon to you, Joel Manning.
Good afternoon, Mally. Yeah. I've come with an interesting perspective on the plan.
Yeah, man, let me hear it. Let me hear it.
Naim Young. No, because I remember my question was with regards to what will the plan be that they're looking to put in place to pick up the wicket. And I know it looked a little strange in terms of what that offside field looked like at one stage, and you saw that Murray Cummins was able to get through that offside. But to an extent, you saw what the plan was, and it makes me think back to the one-day matches, and we were talking about this while we were off comms in terms of the approach that the Irish bowlers had to Kadeem Ali, which was just back of a length outside that off stump.
Yep. Looking to take that edge.
Oh, that one nearly took the edge. But yeah, you saw moments where Kadeem Ali was able to get on top of them and force balls through the offside. Produced a chance, was dropped. However, you saw what that plan was. On this occasion with Naim Young, you saw what the plan was. However, I felt as if he wasn't executing towards that plan originally, whereby you saw over pitching and full tosses, etc.
Outside the off stump.
Easy deliveries to get through that offside. However, once he really bowled what he needed to bowl, you saw somewhat of a difference. A loud appeal, probably sliding down the leg side
just
on that occasion. But like I mentioned, you saw the plan in terms of what he was looking to do, and like I said, he strayed away in terms of execution in the earlier part of the over before he picked up the wicket, and then also 1 or 2 deliveries at the start of that one. However, once he got it right, he picked up that wicket. So I can say actually I saw a plan in place, and once the execution was there, the wicket came.
definitely. And that's the one there. Coming back in this time to Gavin Howie, full of length. And I was just going to say, You can tell that the West Indies Academy have learned their lesson bowling to Gavin Howie, not giving him many deliveries or any deliveries to play on that back foot. Full in length, misread that length again, that inward movement, and it's 6 down now for the West Indies, for the Irish Academy, 183 for 6, Young with his third.
Yeah, wickets coming quite quickly now at the moment. Naim Young, there or thereabouts in terms of that length, and that ball just coming back in on the angle, slight movement as well off of the seam, but good skills being shown by him here, as you mentioned, not really giving much room outside that off stump where we saw how he scores some runs, but yeah, just coming back in on the angle, leaving it alone, and that off stump, well, it had to rock back, and so to the innings of Gavin Howie. 183 for 6 they are now, and you see the complexion change now in terms of the innings, because at one stage they were set the platform where we were talking about the fact that the surface has runs in it. However, once you stick to a plan, once you bowl consistently,
try to stay disciplined.
There's still wickets on offer for you there, and you're seeing that here now for the Academy boys.
Yes, Captain Young actually leading from the front with the ball here. Maybe wouldn't have started as well as he would have liked. But as this day has progressed, he's come more and more into the game. Seems to have settled in terms of his tactics as well. Remember, these guys don't play that much red ball cricket. So it's very much a learning curve for them. And Vernon mentioned his availability. I think we've got to stress that as well, just how available this young man is. What peak physical condition he must be in to continue leading this team the way he does with both ball and bat. It's the big man. Fire on hand.
Another successful over for Naim Young, and the Academy comes to an end. 50 overs bowled. It's 183 for 6.
Yeah, Murray Cummins must be kicking himself in the dressing room there, thinking, the perfect opportunity for my first class 100. Maybe could have even gone harder at that slower ball. I think he was outfoxed by the nature of the slower ball. Still went to stroke it as opposed to hit it when he managed to find that extra cover fielder. Looked like Matthew Nandu doing the catching. So wickets once again since the break. It's been 4 since the luncheon interval. And wickets just starting to fall at regular intervals again for the Irish.
I think the thing about it, especially with that dismissal for Murray Cummins, is that for a player who is into the 90s, who's pretty much seen it all, as they would say, understands the conditions, ball is meeting the middle of the bat off of nearly everything. You're looking at the fact that 95% of deliveries have hit the middle of his bat. He's flowing with confidence. He's going to tell himself, more than likely, anything outside of the off stump, capitalized on it already. And that is also why I thought that it actually was a good ploy by Naim Young in terms of feeding him what has been the strength, essentially, because you know that he's not going to pull back from it. It's just a case of the ability to execute. Can I execute? And when he executed, as I mentioned, he picked it up. So certainly I think it still goes back to the fact that you saw the thinking come into play from them, and that's all you really and truly wanted. You wanted to see, okay, what is our plan
to get a wicket here? How are we going to get Cummins out in particular as well?
To that plan.
And it did work. Executed very well.
And funny enough, it was distinctly different from what we saw before lunch as well, in terms of the fact that you just saw, like I said, a variety of lengths and lines.
Yeah, it's a bit all over the shop. Nothing could really set a field to, especially with the right-hand, left-hand combination and the way they were rotating strike. It just really proved to be a problem for the bowlers in terms of their discipline, accuracy. And once again, beaten again outside that off stump, this time off the back foot. So Ashmead Ned just threatening now.
Get
Threatening to pick up his first wicket here of the day. It's a bit too short. He ends a pretty good over, just the one run coming from it. 184 for 6.
Yeah, perfect chance here for the academy to just squeeze on them, because you're also seeing those runs being dried up as well, and that's where we find that quote-unquote artificial pressure almost, because in technicality, based on the fact that it is a 4-day encounter, there's a lot of time. In technicality, based on the situation, there is no pressure, but just mentally things start to build up when all of a sudden one batter is facing the same bowler for an extended period
of time,
of time, and because of the ability to do that, it also presents the opportunity for additional wickets as well. So in this moment, certainly you're telling yourself that if we can stay consistent, if we can stick to this, we can maybe grab another 2 in this period here as well. And what at one stage looked as if we were, looking at maybe a 350 for something declared, all of a sudden you're looking at maybe a 225 all out for Emerging Ireland if they can stick to their basics here.
Yeah, and like Terry was saying, it was looking like well above 300 at one point, not that long ago. This one, Macbeth just staying a little leg side of these deliveries. Probably just worried about that ball seaming back into him. Not wanting to get the pads in the way. He's got to be careful though, because we know Naeem Young has got the ability to just take the ball away as well. So pretty testing stuff here for the new batter. Faced 11 deliveries, but still pretty new at the crease. Still trying to work out pace and bounce. And someone who used to play the game a little bit, I'd be pretty happy with that leave if I was a bowler. Didn't seem to be covering that off stump too much. Pretty similar to what we saw from Gavin Howie in terms of not covering that off stump. And Naeem Young just honing in on his areas right now. He's going to be there or thereabouts. Something for Scott Macbeth to definitely keep an eye on. What to play, what to leave. That one just holds its line a little bit outside the off stump. So all the skills now on show. And when you add that to the fact that he's got the ability to just throw in that little slower ball as well, makes him in quite helpful conditions, quite a difficult proposition to face.
Yeah, certainly. He's usually a bowler that gives you that energy every time he runs in, but you're starting to see the difference in terms of that confidence factor because of the wickets as well, in terms of Naeem Young and how he's really bounding in now. So yes, he was running in before, but you're seeing that subtle
little tentative
difference here now.
Wasn't particularly sure in where that ball was going, but now he's into his work nicely, almost on autopilot, hitting those areas consistently outside that off stump. No real varieties in length that we saw earlier, as you mentioned.
Yeah, because of the consistency now, it also allows him to make the exact field change
At a
that
catcher.
he wants. So it's not a case of he's responding now. He's being proactive in terms of what he's doing here with the field. So you're now seeing another man going to that slip cordon area. So at the moment, it looks as if you're going to have a slip and 2 gullies. I'm going to wait to see where Kevin Wickham positions himself. In fact, now 2 slips and a gully in play. And a man comes to a very straightish short mid-wicket.
And knowing how astute a tactician he is, he would have seen that Macbeth also likes to stay leg side of the ball. That one went a bit fuller, took the inside half. I think that's one of the things that makes Naeem Young who he is. Tends to analyze and assess things quite quickly.
Yeah, indeed. You're able to almost make the comparisons between before lunch and now after lunch. So before lunch, it was a case of responsive tactics to what
the Irish batters were doing.
Pretty much a case of, okay, must plug this gap, must do this, must do that to kind of stem the flow of
and
runs.
restrict,
now, you're able to get ahead of the curve almost. And pretty much ask them to play your game now instead of having to respond to theirs. 52 overs bowled is 184 for 6.
It's a good shot there by Scott Macbeth. Straight out the middle of the bat, straight to extra cover though. Good bowling partnership this between Young and Ned. Ned also being very miserly from that CRU end, allowing Naeem Young the luxury to at times just try a few things. He's bowled 9 overs for just 11 runs. You did say he's playing a bit of a holding role here, but in partnership with his skipper, very effective.
Yeah, certainly. As they say, Mal, you go camping from one end and you go hunting
From the other. Yeah, man.
So Ned is currently camping. He's holding things together, sleeping, as they would say. And the hunter with the bow and arrow at the other end, Naeem Young.
Oh, Neddy, love that
But
pace.
it's so key that he continues in this role, and also if he picks up a wicket, that would be a real bonus for him. But it's key that he continues maintaining this pressure.
Catch him!
Especially on his day 1 pitch. Not the most conducive to spin bowling just yet. Day 3 and day 4, we'll start seeing it really go. But here, just showing all the discipline that's required in this situation.
Flatter, faster one there.
Just
from
mixing it
Ned.
up.
Almost catching Macbeth off guard there, because if you had a quick look at that footwork from it, tell you that he definitely did not expect that delivery from Ned on that occasion.
And you can tell he's a guy that doesn't necessarily want to get that front foot too close to the ball. Really worried about that LBW. Doesn't take the biggest stride. Looks to get the bat in front of the pad. And that's the technique we saw really come into the game with the advent of DRS.
Hey, Neddy, boy.
When batters weren't just allowed to have bat and pad close together. Big long strides. It's the end of yet another solid over from Ned. A maiden. No, just the 1 run from it. He's gone for 12 now from his 10. A partnership needed for the Irish Academy. We did mention the multitude of collapses in the limited overs series. Just the one partnership of 103. That was in the first game.
Change of bowler, right arm over.
Change of bowler. Right arm over is the call just now from umpire Chris Taylor. It's going to be the pace of Isaiah Thorne back into the attack. Just bowled the 5 overs before lunch. And 2 spells, I believe it was.
It was 2 spells, yeah. Broken up by a mini spell from Naeem Young. Interesting, he hasn't been tried from the other end. It's all been from the media center.
Probably might be the easier end to run up from. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it. But should I have been a fast bowler, this is probably my preferred
end you'd want
end,
to bowl from.
just in terms of the amount of effort that is required for me to bowl the ball.
But if you think Johan Lane would have bowled from both ends so far in this match, but seems like actually the media center end seems to be the preferred end for Isaiah Thorne. Smooth approach. Bit of shape as well from a young man.
Yeah, a bit of shape indeed, and you wonder if it just becomes a little exaggerated, because if you look at that hand coming across, it pulls towards that offside as well, so that could also be what is also contributing to that away movement. We saw it at the start of the innings. We're seeing it here also. Ball 53 overs all.
But what we want to see from him now is the ball actually swing from closer to the batter, from more of an off-stump line, as opposed to being outside that off-stump and just being an easy leave for the right-hander. Just got to start the ball a little straighter here to Fionn Hand.
Oh, you asked for straighter, Mally, and that was considerably straighter. But yeah,
With no swing.
in what was his very first spell this morning, he really got into a very nice rhythm whereby he was just on around that off stump, slightly back of a length, and shaping that ball away quite nicely, and hence why I was kind of begging for him to maybe just get one more this morning. But certainly if he can find back, especially the length that he was bowling this morning, and use that as his stock area just around that off stump, certainly he could probably be the money here. It's just around there that he was, Mally. Probably maybe a touch fuller than that, but if he can use that as his starting gauge, that's a fantastic gauge to use here for young Isaiah Thorne.
Yeah, and once again, evidence of Scott Macbeth staying leg side of those deliveries. That was just a normal defensive shot that went away to gully. That's the second time we've seen that from him. So if he can just find the right delivery here, just on and about that middle and off stump, just going away from the right-handed Macbeth. It's a little too short though. It's just his first over back. Still trying to find his rhythm. Definitely seems like there's a few yards of pace in the tank still, when this young man really understands his bowling action and his rhythm, his approach to the crease and momentum. You can see all the raw materials are there. That's a good one. Right on the money there. Well played from Macbeth though.
Yeah, that's the length right there. That is the length right there. Now it's just a case of
Either.
the line now in terms of, okay, if I'm using that as my length, I can either be just a touch outside the off stump. Sometimes that ball comes back in or the angle holds its line, or I could come a bit to the right of that and get that ball to shape away quite nicely. But yeah, certainly he's in what we call the hot zone.
Go short. Is there a bit of glove on that one? And he's given. Fantastic delivery from young Thorne, testing out the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, a bit more on that one. The effort delivery from him is a surprise as well, given that it really kicked out of the surface, not getting his hands around and taking the glove of Scott Macbeth. So success for Isaiah Thorne. He picks up his first, and it's now 7 down for Emerging Ireland.
Yeah, the first time we've seen a short delivery really hustle an Irish batter here on the CCG pitch today. Scott Macbeth, as you said, Joe, just seemed to be a bit surprised by the change in length from Isaiah Thorne. Was full predominantly in the over for the first 5 deliveries. Just switched up the length, went short, good line as well. Right on the badge, and Macbeth could only manage to get a glove through to wicket-keeper Tuckett. So 7 down now for the Irish. And that's 5 wickets since the luncheon break.
Yeah, things have not necessarily looked the best for Emerging Ireland, having come back out for lunch. But a great effort delivery there by Isaiah Thorne, and it was really about that accuracy as well to an extent, because it really, as you mentioned, caught Scott Macbeth unawares. Was never really in a position to pull that ball. At best, could have maybe gotten a top edge on it down towards fine leg, but it took the glove. And now a bit more trouble for Emerging Ireland.
That pace good, Netty boy.
Yes, good afternoon, Joel, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. But excellent wicket there by Isaiah Thorne. To me, he's been the pick of the seam bowlers today. Maybe Johan Lane, who's picked up the wickets, but Thorne has looked very good, and that was an excellent bouncer there that surprised Macbeth. West Indies Academy fighting back very well. 5 wickets now in this session.
Hey.
As Ned continues to play that holding role.
Boy, Netstar.
We approach tea on this, the first day, the 4-day first class match. We'll have to prize another one out here before the break.
Play boy.
Nice shot.
Worked down the ground quite nicely.
Danny, remember the rope,
Timed nicely.
Gone too.
And finds his way into the boundary. So the first 4 for Fionn Hand to close out 55 is 190 for 7.
Yeah, played that well straight back past the bowler. Beat the mid-on into the boundary. So he goes on to 6. He's just been joined by Matthew Humphries, who's yet to face a delivery. 190 for 7. Good comeback this by West Indies Academy. To the first half an hour or so of this middle session. First half an hour after lunch or so. Like Island Academy were running away towards a very decent first innings total. They're being pegged back now with the 5 wickets they've lost in this session. Currently 5 for 80. 110 for 2 at lunch as Thorne continues. Still getting a bit of away movement there, Joel.
Yeah, still getting that ball to shape quite nicely away from the right-hander, and probably why at no stage does Scott Macbeth think that he'd be getting a short lifting delivery like that. Probably expected Thorne to continue to be outside of that off stump. Chance
Cut
presented
straight to
and
gully.
chance taken. Thorne picks up his second. An easy catch at gully for Joshua Bishop, and further trouble for emerging Ireland.
Yeah, he didn't look comfortable, Humphries, with Thorne's pace, and that one shortish outside the off stump, but just more or less steered into the hands of gully. Thorne picks up his second, and I was just about to say though, with the way he's bowling and getting that nice shape away from the right-handers, be inclined to bring in an extra slip, especially with Ireland now 8 down. They can finish them off nice and quickly. They'll have a good opportunity to lay a foundation of their own before the day's play is over. So that's excellent bowling there by Tony. As I say, he's now got 2 for 22, but he's looked the picture today, in my opinion, as far as the seam bowlers at the West Indies Academy are concerned. And he's just starting to reap the rewards. As the left-hander
4 deliveries to come.
Mike Frost comes to the crease and straight away Thorne is around the wicket. I do have a problem with that, Joel, but it's the trend these days. As we saw with when they finally were able to dismiss Cummins with after a splendid innings, 7 short of his century. It was Naeem Young going over the wicket to the left-hander. But he's coming round the wicket and he's got 2 slips, a gully and a leg gully. Oh! Come back at him. Done for pace.
Yeah, it appears it's going to be a very hostile spell here from Isaiah Thorne. No sighters for Frost. A bit of a conversation as well out there as well. They're looking to wrap it up, and it's almost been a case of day and night almost in terms of what we saw before lunch and what we're seeing after lunch now in terms of how quickly the wickets have fallen.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed, no doubt, emerging Ireland, because they've obviously been working hard on their game, and to remind our viewers and listeners that it is a developmental tour for both teams. But in the one-day series, we saw a lot of batting collapses. They were more prone than the West Indies Academy team to collapses. And after some indifferent stroke play that enabled them to lose 2 wickets early this morning, they really knuckled down, and that was an excellent partnership between Cummins and Carmichael that really set the innings up. But unfortunately, from 174 for 3, they now find themselves 190 for 8.
And short to deploy.
That's the
But that
over.
one a little too wide. Another successful over though for the academy. It's 190 for 8.
Yes, Isaiah Thorne just going for a bit of extra pace there and trying to bounce out the rest of these Irish batsmen. It's the 2 wickets to fall now. 190 on the board. So as I say, Joel, West Indies Academy will be looking forward to wrapping this up as soon as possible. Possibly just after the tea interview, which is not too far away. And then they'd have all but a session to really put a marker down, lay a foundation. Heading into day 2, which should be even better for batting. We follow how Coolidge normally plays.
Well, they're hunting for this
Working
wicket
Eddie,
now. The
working Eddie.
conversation before they started this over was, boys, let's
Working
try to
next
get
up.
the extra for half of an hour.
Working Eddie.
That's a case of taking this 9th wicket here now before what will be 2:40 p.m. for them to get that extension.
Oi, Ned Star.
That's with Ned though, Joel. I'd like to see him slow down, or maybe a couple of variations. I know he's bowling a whole plan this afternoon where he's trying to hold one end while they attack from the other, but he needs to take wickets. He doesn't have that much else to offer. Big shout there, but not out, says the umpire.
I mean, obviously, certainly, he would want to put something in the wickets column, but I guess it goes back to the saying in terms of when it's your day, it's your day in terms of those wicket side of things. And I say that in the sense of
Good, yeah. What?
looking at the performance that he's given today I think any coach would put a tick or a star next to his name, even without having one in the wickets column, because he's done the job of drying up the flow of runs that were there leaking before lunch. And he's allowed them to come from the other end. So I would say that without his bowling performance, I don't believe they'll be in the position that they are in here today. And still quite young, obviously, in his first class career. Hopefully we'll get a few more opportunities to be able to take those wickets, to be able to put a lot more variation and show his skills. But in terms of the skills on show today, I think that he can be thoroughly satisfied, even if in this innings he's not able to put one in the wickets column. A bit of overthrows here. A case of a bit of confusion in terms of that ball being thrown back in.
Yeah, I don't think they were paying attention. I think they thought that over would be called and Bowen Tuckett would take the delivery. He missed it, so they got a couple of overthrows there to finish the session. So we go to tea here at Coolidge on day one of this 4-day first-class match between West Indies Academy and Emerging Ireland. And Emerging Ireland, after winning the toss and opting to bat, they take tea on 192 for 8, with Fionn Hand on 8 and Mike Frost on 0. So in that session, some 82 runs were added. At the West Indies Academy, fought back very well, picking up 6 wickets. We will take a short break and be back in about 15 minutes' time for the final session of the day.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It is the start of the final session of the first day of the 4-day competition. And at T, Ireland Academy, 192 for 8, some 57 overs bowled. And we're in the process of resuming nicely based on what's been happening. It's a lovely day. And just to give you a recap in terms of what would have happened throughout the entire day, we see the umpires already striding out, live and in living color, to give you an idea as to what's going to be happening. Ireland 192 for 8, Dahoney 5, McCullum 6, Carmichael 59, Murray Cummins 93 from 123 balls with some 17 boundaries. Carmichael 59 from 97 with 9 boundaries as well. Morgan Toppin 17, Macbeth 2, and Hoey without scoring. We also had Matthew Humphreys, who was caught Joshua Bishop Bolton without scoring. 192 for 8, bowling figures so far. Ewan Lane, 10 overs, no maidens, 43 runs, 3 wickets. We have Issa Thorne, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 22 runs, 2 wickets. Then we have Naeem Young, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 56 runs, 3 wickets. Joshua Bishop, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 44 runs, no wickets. Kevin Wickham, the lone over for 6 runs. And Ashmin Ned, 12 overs, 6 maidens, 18 runs, no wickets. We get start for the Fionn Hand, who is on 8 not out. I think the West Indies Academy team got to be thinking about wrapping up this as we speak right now, and really almost like not a coast in the park. I say good afternoon to Terry. Good afternoon, Terry.
Good afternoon, Vernon, and good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers. Yes, that will be exactly the plans, I'd say, for West Indies Academy to clean up Ireland Academy. The last 2 wickets, as we see Isaiah Thorne marking out his run-up, so he will continue. And he's looked very good today, Vernon. So she spelled just before tea, picking up those couple of wickets. He's taken 2 for 22 off 7 overs.
So the objective here would be to dismiss Ireland under 250. Don't think they want to get wrong. For some reason, Isaiah Thorne has decided to go around the wicket and not over the wicket. Again, you know, how do you think Cummins got out? Right, Naeem Young was over the wicket, right? But they seem to have a pattern. I think most of the times what the coaches want is not what the athletes want. First ball after tea. I can't understand, Terry, why there's no short leg for Isaiah Thorne with this sort of pace.
Yeah, no short leg. He employed a leg slip prior to tea. I wouldn't mind seeing that. And also a genuine third slip. He's got 2 slips and a gully he's operating with at the moment. But could be a bit more attacking here with just the 2 wickets to get. And he's definitely troubling them with his genuine pace.
You know, if you're not a comfortable consistently bowling around the wicket, it's really going to be a bother. And I don't think Isaiah Thorne is comfortable coming around the wicket. And that's just my own input from looking at him here, what I'm seeing. But I think there's a strategic plan that they want the bowlers to bowl around the wicket to the left-handers.
Yes, and we've discussed this a lot, Vernon, and it's not only being comfortable bowling around the wicket, but you take away that natural angle across the left-handed batsman, when, as you say, you know, you're honing in on a left-hander's slight blind spot there. And it's a more natural way, natural mode of dismissal for the left-handers. I don't see anybody if we just take this game for example, I don't see anybody in Ireland Academy's batting lineup that, you know, is very adept at playing cracking cut shots on a regular basis or anything. So, you know, you give yourself a better option. And to bowl around the wicket, you more or less, you're trying to start the ball on line and then trying to get it to straighten or move away from its unnatural angle. You need to be somebody special, like a Kemar Roach. That's where it all started from. He's had a huge amount of success bowling to left-handers coming around the wicket. But as I said earlier, we're not seeing a Kemar Roach at this stage in the Academy's repertoire. So I agree with you. I think they should be over the wicket. If that doesn't work, you always have the option. But to start straight away without even taking a look, just for the simple philosophy that you're bowling to a left-hander.
Torn. Working up some pace here, more or less pushing this ball. Still like to see Naeem Young having someone under the bat. He's very close in there at short mid-wicket. He's got a square leg on the left side of the umpire. But I would have got Nandu right up there. That would have been a mind game to the batter. He'd been seriously thinking, there's somebody under my bat chatting, along with the two slips. Plays quietly to a defensive delivery. So 1 after tea. Some 30 boundaries, very high proportion of boundaries, Terry, have been scored in this innings. 30 boundaries have been hit in this Ireland innings of 193 for 8. This is something I feel West Indies Emerging Academy will have to work on. Take away those boundary balls. Good take again by Carl and Tuckett. He has kept well.
He has kept well. Very neat and tidy behind the stumps to both the seamers and the spinners.
And the good thing about it is that his alignment when he's taking the ball, when you're outside, you can hear when the ball hits his glove. As a keeper, there's an art about, you can tell good keepers at all times, you know, that's lovely sound. It just hits that pocket all the time, consistently.
Well, bowler well taken there. Brilliant. A la Jeffrey Dujon. Diving away. Tumbling take to complete the over. So a maiden over there by, or just 1 run from it.
Yeah,
after tea, 193 for 8.
Still a long day to go. It's only 58 overs have been bowled, Terry, so play is expected to go up until 5 o'clock. Just want to see the intensity of the West Indies Academy trying to finish this innings. That really has to be the objective. 193 for 8. Frost is a knot. It's been on a long knot, as you would say. So face some 10 deliveries. Free on hand, 8 from 23.
Yes, it has to be the main priority to try and snuffle these last 2 wickets out as quickly as possible. It's going to be Ashmead Ned to continue. He's bowled solid, playing a holding role from the northern end. 12 overs, no wicket for 18 so far today.
Thorne taking a quick break. Junior Sinclair remains on the park as Ned starts from the CIU end.
Hey.
Comes into ball to Fayan Hand, wearing the number 24. Ireland 193 for 8 after a blistering knock from Murray Cummins. Seems like a long time ago.
Yes, they were well in control when he was at the
Eddie.
crease. Tandem with Carmichael.
And then he was out Fox
Catch him. Down, Yogi!
by the big man himself, Naim Young. Good football skills there. I think Barbados might need Yon Lane. He looks like a good left back there. Good positive on drive down the ground. He had to get that size 14 and a half to stop it.
I say 16, boy.
Oh, somebody,
Size
Colin took
16.
it to size 16. That's got to be it must be a Joel Garner. 194 for 8. Pressure, pressure. Got to look to wrap this game up, wrap this innings up. But I'm not interested. Colin took it, didn't appeal.
Amen.
Teddy Bishop
Women.
is asking what happened.
That is a reaction.
Colin saying not out. It's just a reaction more or less. But at least he alerted Mike Frost that if you just lifted that left foot that you'll be out stump. Lovely glove work so far here from Colin Tuckett. Quicker, flatter, faster delivery. And Mike Frost looking to score. Can't score. He's a not. Not from 12.
Catch him!
Going hard at the ball is Frost. Just would love to see Ashman Ned just slow it down. Just work on the variations. Just take the time, use the crease, use the angles, get his alignment right. Umpire says not out. Brush the pad. Good take again by Colin Tuckett. So good cricket all around. End of 59 overs. Ireland Academy, they're 194 for 8 as we say happy birthday to Big Joe, Kadeem Phillip. You deserve it, my brother. Enjoy to the max.
Yes, very happy birthday to Kadeem. No better way to celebrate it, the cricket.
Yeah. Had his partner, Raheem Cornwall, here with him earlier. But coming back on a serious note, Terry, I'm very much concerned as to what sort of track we'll get up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the first ODI on Sunday, 3rd December 2023, because those tracks were relayed. And if we followed on what we were told, track 3 and track 4, which they will be playing on, they have not used them yet.
No, and the ones that they have used, we saw for ourselves, but head coach of this West Indies Academy team, Rayan Griffith, was saying that they were difficult to bat on. So it will be interesting to see.
We're the home team, Terry. The home team shouldn't be at a disadvantage. We're supposed to know what is happening. So if we win the toss, what are we going to do? Here is a clip.
Beautifully.
One bounce. No, it's gone all the way for 6. Christopher Taylor signal. So the pace carried that all the way over the rope. Just a flick. That's a beautiful shot. Just a pick-up flick there. Just use the pace. Sometimes you don't have to overhit, Terry.
Not at all. Not when you're facing somebody as quick as Dawn.
And hand goes to 15. 200 comes up for Ireland Academy. Or 59.2 overs with some 30 boundaries. 200 for 8. Thorne needs to attack the stumps. Short of a length and just pushed away into the short mid-wicket area.
Yeah, good batting by hand. Thorne just straying into his pads on the last couple of deliveries. Shadows just lengthening across the ground here at Coolidge.
Ball over the wicket to the left-hander. Please.
No, he's gonna. No, he is.
Thank you very
He's
much.
listened, Vernon.
201 for 8.
And he's got the leg slip in place this time for Frost, who's still on naught.
Need to have the short leg. Get Nando. Get Nando under the helmet. Number 9 and 10. Get Nando under the helmet.
Decided halfway through Thorne's run-up. The leg slip, I should say, is just coming a bit finer. So Thorne had to abort his run-up.
And they moved Nando, who was on the left side of the umpire, to on the right side.
Yeah, forward a square.
Attack the stumps. Gotta look to attack the stumps. Mike Frost is on naught from 15. So the single objective would be right now is that Fionn Hand is giving him a lot of confidence. So you have to make sure that you dislodge the timber. Get that good Yorker looking for that boot.
Yep, straight at him. This is where you'd ideally want to be. A bowl. And another good stop there by Bowen Tucker. The ball swung immensely after it passed the bat.
You see the difference, Terry, with him coming over the wicket?
Most definitely. And you can see the difference in the bowler himself. You can tell that he's a lot more comfortable.
The umpire warning Kevin Wickham again. Something I've seen is almost like a pattern that has been taking place. He's saying to him the batsman is in his crease, so there's no need really for the belting round of the ball.
No ball!
No ball. Dragged down. Helped away into the square leg area. Nando is after it.
So played a bit of a pull shot to that. Frost wasn't in complete control, but I think he heard the no ball call. We give him the benefit of the doubt, but he's off the mark anyway.
So, Frost, after 16 deliveries, finally, and let's hope that Thorne can get it right.
It looks like he's gonna come around.
He changes again.
Mm-hmm.
He's just got to be patient.
Boy, that got him. Tried to get the gloves out the way. Very well directed bouncer this time by Thorne. Right on the money.
And an excellent catch by Colin Tuckett.
Absolutely.
He's a short guy, but he had to get up there.
Frost tried to ride the bounce. Soon found out he was in trouble. Looked to drop the gloves. Couldn't. Brushed the glove. Flew through to Bowen Tuckett. And the 9th one is down. 204 on the board.
Frost
Frost went for 2.
He walks back like Jack Leach. You remember Jack Leach?
Right,
Yeah, he's that dodgy approach, going about his business.
Jack Russell.
No, I don't want to
those
put, no,
time?
I don't think he was as busy as Jack Russell. There's nobody as busy as Jack Russell, Terry. Don't go there.
Don't teeth his floppy white hat, huh? Gets very upset.
What a character. Oh, my. And if we go past Jack Russell, you'll have to look at someone like Alan Knott.
Yeah,
Who
same
was
vein.
very, very, very dodgy. And he just was not giving his hand away at all.
No.
I think Ollie wasn't taking it serious.
Very stout players for England back in the day.
Yeah, whole lot. If a number of the English players will be coming to Antigua and Barbuda, including Mike Gattin, David Gower, Alan Lamb. Gladstone Small is bringing a group of 40 personnel for the entire Caribbean tour. He's got his own tour group moving around. Matthew Foster comes out.
Just one net.
I want to say good afternoon if he's listening. Franklin Stevenson in Barbados. Know for sure Roland Butcher is listening. Dr. Desmond Haynes might be on the golf course.
Come, Nettie, get it a little, Nettie, get it a little, Nettie.
Just above the eye line, Terry.
Don't force it, don't
Head
force
just
it.
needs to
Yeah,
get
just
that
toss
ball
it up a bit.
just above the eye line. Gotta think about it. Just above the eye line. Just above the eye line. Just above the eye line. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
That's fine. That's what you want him to be
Fields,
doing.
Daddy,
The
that face
mid off, sorry, is up inside the circle, but
Nothing wrong with that at all.
got it over in that time into the boundary for 4. Score goes up to 208 for 9.
Free and hand. Now
Ned,
he's
that face
decided.
real nice, Ned, that face real nice.
Now he put it in the mid on and the mid off to long on and long off. Now you see
I wouldn't have done that.
That's what I'm talking about, Terry. You gotta know when you're on top. You just hit you for a boundary, that's okay.
That's fine. That's what you want him to do.
Hey.
Then you show the patience. That one slog swept through mid-wicket. 4 more.
Because you've eased the pressure off of him.
Exactly.
You know, the next delivery you just bowl it from a little further back behind the crease. Gotta use your smarts, you gotta work on that. Now the short leg comes out, so it just needs to be patient. Gotta be patient. You can't change the field every ball. 212 for 9.
Donnie,
Unless you are, you could.
Well,
you
all of a
could
sudden,
go-
Terry, we've got 5 fielders, 4 fielders out.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
The
Unless
score is 212 for 9.
unless you spread all of them and try and get the 11 on strike, but
right there.
no need for that. Just take the 1 wicket.
Okay, bro. He's have a little, yeah.
Attack both batsmen as you started the over with the field up.
Hey.
Name of the game is to get wickets. Runs will come. You just have to just use your smarts. You don't ease the pressure up. You gotta show that you on top. Bring the mid on and the mid off up. If he wants to go, let him go.
He's bringing them both back into the circle now for the last ball of the over, because they want Foster, the number 11, to face Thorne.
Ireland beginning to warm up. They know it's only a matter of time based on the approach of Fian Hand and Matthew Foster that they will have to bowl. He comes right across his wicket and works this one down into and gets a single.
Just once he's single, he walks that. Good batting there by Hand. Not particularly intelligent cricket though by the West Indies Academy. 213 for 9 at the end of that over, which was the 61st.
So, I think we have a game on here. It's important for the West Indies to finish off the Ireland innings. That would be the major objective here.
It will be Thorne to continue.
Downey 3, McCullum 6, Carmichael 59, Cummins 93, Toppin 17, Macbeth 2, Hoy not, Hand 24 not out, Humphreys not, Frost 2, Matthew Foster. So on the non-strikers end, some 61 overs bowled so far.
Move the stump to your left. A little, please.
Bowling figures so far, Ewan Lane, who we haven't seen for a very long time, 10 overs, no maiden, 43 runs, 3 wickets. Isaiah Thorne is into his 10th over, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 33 runs, 3 wickets. Naim Young, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 56 runs, 3 wickets as well. Joshua Bishop, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 44 runs, no wicket. Kevin Wickham, the lone over for 6 runs. And Ashmin Ned, he's been having a torrid time. No. They're setting a fly slip?
Yeah, fly slip. We've got
Oh
a
my.
wide first slip and a fly slip.
Bowl the ball to the stumps.
leg side, but they won't take the single to fine leg. His hand, who was playing a bit of a hand, 25 off 35.
Yeah, and he's playing mind games now with the West Indies Academy.
He is.
Ashwin
They let him in that last over.
Ned, 14 overs, 6 maidens, 28 runs, no wickets. So he's done his job, Ned.
Mm-hmm.
You can't complain here at all. He is coming and he's been the pressure bowler. He's bowled solid 14 overs.
Swipey trying to pull that through the mid-wicket region. Doesn't make contact.
Got to look at the, got to get that base of the stump torn. Got to have that Yorker. If you look at television and, you know, you see the great ones, the Pattersons, the Garners, the Malcolm Marshall, the Colin Crofts. Yeah, when it gets to the business end of the innings, they go direct. No one likes a Yorker. Machinando just feeling that one. He'll be thinking about batting. He'll have to bat late this afternoon. He'll have to maybe bat at least 25 overs. Remember, this is a 4-day first-class competition game. 90 overs in a day. So it's a long day, as we would consider it to be. 3:24 in the afternoon.
Catch it. That's gone.
There he goes.
Got the edge through to Bowen Tucker, who takes another good catch, and that wraps up Emerging Island. Bowled out for 213. Isaiah Thorne picks up his fourth wicket. 4 for 33.
So
He's finished with the figures, and quite well done by the young fast bowler. I thought he looked the pitcher today. Didn't get a lot of early success, but came back very well post-lunch. So a good effort there by the West Indies Academy after Emerging Island winning the toss. Been bowled out for 213 in 61.4 overs, so we've still got some 28 overs or so after the change. It'll be about 25, 26 overs left in the day's play for the West Indies Academy to negotiate and try and lay a foundation in pursuit of this 213. But I think, Vernon, they will be pretty happy with that, especially with Island Academy 110 for 2 at lunch, and that partnership between Carmichael and Cummins going strong.
So just to give you a recap as what has happened so far in the day's play. The Ireland Academy bowled out right after tea. And some 26 minutes after tea they were bowled out. Stephen Dooney was bowled Ewan Lane for 3. James McCullum was caught. Joshua Bishop bowled Ewan Lane for 6. Kate Carmichael was caught. Matthew Nanda bowled Ewan Lane for 59. His 59 came off 97 balls and hit 9 boundaries. Murray Cummins was caught. Joshua Bishop bowled Naeem Young for 93. He was set up with a slow delivery. Faced 123 balls, hit 17 boundaries. Morgan Toppin, very much impressed with him, like his elegance. He was caught. Carlin Boyne Tuckett bowled Naeem Young for 17. He faced some 37 balls during the process, hit 3 boundaries. Scott Macbeth was caught. Carlin Boyne Tuckett bowled Isaiah Thorne for 2. Then we had Gavin Hoy was bowled Naeem Young, leaving alone 1 without scoring. Fionn Hand was caught. Carlin Boyne Tuckett bowled Thorne for 25 of 38 deliveries, 3 boundaries and 1 6. Matthew Humphreys was caught. Joshua Bishop bowled Isaiah Thorne without scoring. Mike Frost was caught. Colin Boyne Tuckett bowled Isaiah Thorne for 2. Matthew Foster was left not out and not. The extras, 6, 1 leg by, 2 leg bys, 2 wides and 1 no ball. 213 all out in 61.4 overs. And now the bowling figures. Isaiah Thorne, 9.4 overs, 3 maidens, 33 runs, 4 wickets. Isaiah Thorne, 19-year-old, on first-class debut, 9.4 overs, 3 maidens, 33 runs, and 4 wickets. He was well supported by Yuan Lane, 10 overs, no maidens, 43 runs, 3 wickets. The captain for the emerging Academy, West Indies Academy squad, Naeem Young, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 56 runs, 3 wickets. Joshua Bishop, might be the only game that I think that he might have played that he has not got a wicket in this series. 16 overs, 4 maidens, 44 runs, no wicket. Kevin Wickham, 1 over, no maiden, 6 runs, no wicket. And the man who really piled the pressure on and did his job was Ashmin Ned, 14 overs, 6 maidens, 28 runs, no wicket. We will take a Paradise water break here. Ireland Academy, 213 all out of 61.4 overs. The man of the moment, Isaiah Thorne, he finished with 4 for 33 from his 9.4 overs. The groundsmen using the light roller, and in the meantime the Ireland Academy team getting themselves organized and warmed up. We'll take a break, and when we come back you'll be hearing the voice of Marley Richards and Joel Manning.
213 all out, emerging Ireland in their first innings. A couple hours ago, they won the toss and opted to bat first here, and after how things were going for them, you felt it would have been a different score. However, the West Indies Academy pulled things back quite nicely and now have their time in the sun with the bat. Oh, a bit of aggression to get things going for Fionn Hand, Akeem Ogist and Matthew Nandu, the openers for the academy.
I don't mind that at all. A bit of aggression there from the big man. Played a good hand of 25 in the lower order. Hit some lusty blows. 3 4s and a 6. So he'll be hoping with the new ball in hand here. A bit of pace now in this pitch. It's settled down quite nicely. It's dried out. It's baked out under the sun. A bit more pace and bounce on offer. You think back to Isaiah Thorne and those 4 wickets and hustled the Irish lower order. And that's a skill in itself. That's what you want from your fast bowlers, to come back and polish off the tail. Oh, a bit of swing there. Good leave, though, from Akeem Ogist. This is something that the Irish should definitely be hoping for, to make inroads with this new ball.
Yeah, certainly, especially given that there really are no demons
in the pitch.
In this pitch at the moment. So it's a case of that early movement. Ball bounding off it is seem a bit more. Looking to put the ball in the right areas quite early, build that pressure onto the West Indies, and best case pick up 2 very early on that innings and put some pressure back on to the West Indies Academy before they can really get an innings up and going.
I think the new ball is absolutely key. Not sure that the West Indies Academy actually made best use of that new ball. Yeah, Johan Lane picked up the 2 wickets, so they did get the results. Solid from Ogis. Big stride on that front foot. Looking quite comfortable already. Looks like the kind of player that loves the ball coming onto the bat. Quite an aggressive type. We've seen glimpses of his ability, especially in the limited overs format.
Made it over to get things going. It's done for none.
Just to go back to the Ireland Academy and their innings of 213, they would have lost the last 7 for 40. 7 wickets for 40 runs, and I think it was me and you that were on at the time, you and I, to be correct. And we were speaking about the Irish batting lineup being prone to a collapse. At the time, it was Cummins and Carmichael at the crease, a partnership of well over 100. And I think at the time we were saying the West Indies just needed to get 1 wicket here to get amongst it. And so said, so done. After that wicket of Carmichael was the first to go actually after the luncheon interval, and it was a procession pretty much since then. Matthew Foster, though, from the media centre end, with the new rock in his hand.
Right arm round, eh?
Big, strong guy. Should get a lot of bounce. Maybe not the paciest, but he'll be looking to move this ball around. We're speaking about batsmen that were suited to the red ball format. Matthew Nandu yet to face his first delivery. It'll be interesting to see how he goes about his innings here. Just about a session or so left in the day. There we see it from Foster. No real pace just yet. Looking to take the ball away from the left-handed Nandu. Yeah. And Joe, this is something we see a lot now. Right arm bowlers to the left-handed batters going around the wicket right away.
I know there are quite a few within earshot that don't necessarily agree with this particular move.
Traditionalists.
I just wonder whether or not there might be data that supports this move. You know, because you have mentioned the fact that, yeah, in recent times, this is an approach that we've seen from the right arm fast
It seems to be the modern way, right? Yeah.
Whereby they might want to maybe tell you that the science supports, you know, the creation of a new angle whereby, you know, you have unnatural angle the ball technically coming back in to the left-hander, and then, you know, you get that seam movement
away.
You get the LBW decision coming into play as well. Ball comes into play a little more, and they will tell you, well, from over the wicket, you know, probably you just have that ball going away on angle, or maybe the swings or the slips are really your biggest option for a wicket, more likely than not. Unless, of course, you know, you have the ability to bring it back in. Hey, who knows? Not me. But hey, this is what we see in front of us now.
I'll tell you what, though. Being a left-hander myself, I found it a lot more difficult facing the right-arm bowler who could bring the ball back from over the wicket. That seemed to be cause a lot of problems for left-handers, me in particular, especially if the ball was swinging back late. Just in that blind spot.
Yeah, it's certainly true, especially for left-handers who enjoy
driving through the outside. Yep.
That right foot gets out quite early. Option to be trapped on the pad there as well. Option to probably swing through the gate as well, especially if your bat is away from the pad. So once again, who knows, you know, the reason why we've seen somewhat of a change with the right arm fast bowlers.
And also the angle of taking it away and just threatening the outside edge. That also comes into play.
No ball.
No ball. Signal there by umpire Chris Taylor. So Matthew Foster just overstepping there. It seems to be a new ball bowler here, Matthew Foster. New ball in hand, absolutely key to what he's doing. He's just no express pace on show, but just looking to nibble the ball around from that off-stump line.
Oh, does get a bit of bunks there on that occasion, bringing Nandu onto his toes. A no ball, the only running it over to get the account opened. 2 bowled, it's 1 without loss.
Yeah, pretty sedate start really from West Indies Academy. Both Nandu and Ogis just assessing conditions here at the CCG. It was a bit different to begin with this morning, but since the sun has just baked this out, it's become, as you said, Joe, no real demons in this pitch. And the art of batsmanship, staying within your bubble, playing at the right ones. It sounds boring, leaving a lot, especially outside the off stump, but that's the nature of this format. Interesting to see how Ogis goes about it, considering, you know, he's a positive kind of player, looks to get on with things.
And you see that positivity right there. That's a good sound off the bat and a good result as well.
Classy, pretty classy from the St. Lucian left-hander. Check that high elbow, just playing through the line, just signaling now that this pitch is absolutely superb for batting, especially with this new ball. No real movement on show. Akeem Ogis and the West Indies Academy pick up their first 4 of this innings.
Yeah, we talked about left-handers enjoying that driving. He certainly would have enjoyed that one. It's all about setting up with the innings here, building the house almost so that they can move into it come day 2, morning of day 3 type of a scenario, because it presents itself an opportunity whereby you might only be required to bat once as well, depending on how things go for you as well here. It wouldn't want to necessarily open back up an entryway or a gate for emerging Ireland.
Especially in this last session.
No.
And just to use your house analogy, the strength of a house isn't necessarily dependent on the highest level. It's the foundation that needs to be built. The opening partnership see off this new ball and look to apply pressure onto these Irish bowlers. Still unfamiliar conditions for most of this Irish team. Quite hot. The West Indies Academy should use that to their advantage. And for long periods of the day, it seems like Ireland were dominating, especially in that partnership with Cummins and Carmichael, but things have changed oh so quickly. Solid again from Akeem O'Geese. Really good technique, doesn't he?
Yeah, looks quite good indeed. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, in fact, that it was a very stark contrast in terms of day and night almost, in terms of the period before lunch and what we saw after lunch. And it really tells you about the rewards for consistency, the rewards for discipline.
Yes. Something that they were just lacking up until that period, up until the luncheon period. If you look back at the lengths, multitude of lengths and lines, batsmen scoring on both sides of the wicket. At the end of another hand over, just 3 gone now. West Indies Academy are 5 without loss. And then just to look back again slightly on the crucial period of play, and I think the real control was exerted back when in that Naeem Young spell. It started a bit shakily in terms of the execution of the plan, but as soon as Cummins was removed, West Indies Academy were in total control of the run of play.
Yeah, just after lunch, things actually looked similar to just before lunch in terms of...
It was like a 3-over period after lunch, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Just let's say the first 10, 15 minutes or so
yeah.
after lunch, you kind of got the impression that they were singing from the same hymn sheet almost, but then you saw a plan go into place for them. And then you start to see a bit of a difference in the game as well. And once they kept to that, from there it somewhat became easier, because they were also helped a bit somewhat by emerging Ireland, because once again it was not a case of the surface really was the undoing. So all it would have needed was a case of another doubling down in terms of the application by the Irish batters. But once again, there are those rewards for discipline.
Yeah, and when you look back on it, that partnership with Carmichael and Cummins was absolutely superb. But then when Carmichael was dismissed, Topping came out and looked quite good as well. Compact, played a few sweet drives to the offside as well. I think Terry was saying at the time, things looked quite ominous for the West Indies Academy. But it was that Cummins wicket, that slower ball from Naeem Young, just luring him into the shot. It's a good delivery, though, from Matthew Foster outside the off stump. Tight lines, just a hint of movement away from the left-handed Nandu. Good leave in the end, yet to get off the mark from his 11 deliveries. We shouldn't be too worried about that. It's back and across and solid again behind that one. Nandu. Number 23 on the back of the big man. Quite a significant and special number indeed at number 23. Oh, that's a beauty. Bit fuller in length there, Joe. Just a hint of shape away again, beats the outside edge. The end of a pretty good over for Matthew Foster. A maiden in the end. West Indies Academy 5 without loss.
Yeah, that delivery, I must say, from the top of the tree is that one. Mentioning the fact that from around the wicket, that angle in draws the batter into playing the stroke. The length was actually fantastic as well from Foster on that particular occasion, because it was a case of it was not necessarily that full driving length. It was one where you almost had to feel for it, getting that bit of holding shape away, taking it away from the edge of Matthew Nandu. A fantastic way to end that over for Foster.
Hand to continue. And O'Geese once again just plops onto that front foot with real ease to defend that one into the offside.
Yeah, the thing about those types of deliveries, that last delivery from Foster, is that you would want to bowl them every ball, but you simply cannot bowl them every ball. And it's a case of being patient with the other 4, the other 5 that you're bowling, and ensuring that those are good balls, so that when you bowl that special ball, you know, something can happen for you.
Definitely. Definitely indeed. I was chatting to the Irish coach as well, Pete Johnson, just off air as well, and he was just mentioning the format of this tour, and saying they probably would have preferred playing the 4-day matches first, just for his guys to get a bit more acclimatized to conditions or whatever. But it wasn't to be. But at the same time, either way, it's still a valuable, valuable experience, this. A bit of extra pace there from Fionn Hand, just forcing Akeem O'Geese onto that back foot again. Not allowing him to just plop that front foot forward with that solid front foot defense. Showing the maker's name.
You said the maker's name, Matty, but
he doesn't have a maker.
there is no name. But no, you're also listening to the sound of the ball onto the bat. The ball's quite a heavy ball.
Yep.
Does Fionn Hand.
No run.
At least we know there's no maker's name, because he's showing that full face of the bat. Akeem O'Geese.
A fresh sand on that face there.
Are you bat companies, gear companies, Akeem O'Geese, young West Indian prospect? Get a sticker on his bat. Pay a bit of money to the young man. Worked away nicely down to fine leg. He looks in no fuss, doesn't he? And that's been something we've seen from Akeem O'Geese. More often than not, he looks solid at the crease. He plays all the shots. His issue now is just how he goes about building an innings. How he goes about batting for long periods, especially in this format. 2-3 hours of batting. taking minimum risks but still managing to score. These are the things that will aid in the development of these young batters. As we see Matthew Nandu pounding the bail for his mark, a la a Shiv Chandapur, Ramnaresh Sarwan from back in the day.
I was actually curious in terms of that second guard that he took, because
Looked
it
like
looked a little
off stump.
closer to off stump, middle and off type of a guard. I didn't get a chance to properly hear
What he said.
what he said. through
But it
the
looked
mic.
that way, yeah. I think he's just trying to line up, free on hand, line the bowler up from over the wicket here, what to play and what to leave.
He's opened up a little more as well, with hand coming from over the wicket. The end of 5, it's 6 without loss.
I think he possibly would have taken that guard as well, just to probably just go on off stump, cover those stumps. So anything outside the line of his nose, he'll know that's a leavable delivery. Batters choose different methods in which to gauge what to play and what to leave.
Enter. Ashid.
Hakim
Right,
Ogis there as well. I think asked for off middle stump and for leg. Seems like he's gone on off stump here as well to Foster from around the wicket. And he's cleaned him up through the gate. What a delivery from the big Irishman. Fantastic delivery. No express pace per se, but that movement enough just to do Hakim Ogis through the gate. And the first wicket goes down for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, we talked about those magic deliveries, and that was another one of them. Once again, on that length, starting just around off stump, maybe just outside of the off stump. Batters unaware of whether or not it's going to go away, whether or not it's going to come back in. On this occasion, it comes back in on the angle, finds a gap between bat and pad for Hakim Ogis, and success for Emerging Ireland.
Yeah, the first wicket for the Emerging Ireland team. The dangerous Hakim Ogis back in the hutch.
Yeah.
Matthew Foster looks quite innocuous when you see him, but he's got a bit of skills. This one just comes back in with the angle through the gate before the ball was probably just leaving him slightly. But this one through the gate, enough space there for it to go through, and Matthew Foster picking up the first wicket. So the West Indies Academy down 1 within the first 6 overs of their innings.
Yeah, once again, those rewards for discipline, because he's just been thereabouts consistently on that line and left. It would have been perfect if we could have gotten a comparison between that delivery and the delivery to Matthew Nandu, because Matthew Nandu's was similar in terms of length, similar in terms of line. However, it was just that holding line in terms of just going away from the bat of Matthew Nandu, when he was caught once again in between that ball, missing the outside edge. And you saw on that occasion Hakim Ogis playing, funny enough, similar in terms of position to Matthew Nandu. However, he was actually just pushing away a little more, thinking maybe that the ball might have maybe taken a similar trajectory to that of Matthew Nandu. However, on this occasion, coming back down in terms of the angle, fantastic work by Matthew Foster.
Yeah, just enough of a gap to get through there. Good bowling from the big man. He follows up with a full toss outside the off stump, and Teddy Bishop obliges. 4 down to point. So Bishop is away from his first delivery. I was just going to say, pretty professional stuff from Matthew Foster in terms of his discipline with his lines and his lengths. Not trying anything special, just being a very professional line and length, just on or about that off stump with a bit of movement.
Well, having to make that adjustment to the right-handed batter.
Yeah.
Going searching a little bit full, and that's certainly a gift for Bishop.
Oh, he's another. Has that taken the edge? The Irish are absolutely convinced. Umpire Chris Taylor says no.
Well, what did that hit? Did it hit anything? They were absolutely convinced that it took something. It looks extremely close, and you look at it, instant reaction, keeper claps, everybody goes up. Bat face turning slightly towards the leg side. You just wonder. They would have certainly reviewed that one, I promise you.
Definitely, but I think what happened there was that Teddy Bishop probably hit his pad with his bat, causing that sound. Looking to play through the onside, was completely squared up. The ball held its line, angled in, held its line outside that off stump. Once again, Matthew Foster proving to be a bit of a handful here with the new ball in hand. And a bit of swing again. This one goes away, beats Teddy Bishop. No real foot movement. They're playing that one on the move. Acknowledges a good delivery.
I was listening to you give the breakdown, Mali, of the possibility of Teddy Bishop hitting the pad, and I told myself, you said that from a very West Indian perspective. For had you been Irish, you would have said, you know what, that hit the edge.
Exactly. But looking at it, and the way he just went and marked his guard right away as well.
We call that tactics,
A
man.
little bit of tactics as well, yeah. It goes both ways a little bit. We didn't really see much deviation from the ball, though. If you consider the line of that delivery and
Yeah, it would have to be the thinnest
of
of edges.
edges. Because it almost carried on its trajectory.
A job for Snicko.
Yes. DRS would definitely have been involved. Oh, another absolute cracker from the big man. Bit of seam movement again. So the last three deliveries proving to be a bit of a handful here for Teddy Bishop. A bit of movement on show. No real base, just getting a bit square there. But he survives. The end of a good over from Matthew Foster. Successful one. 10 for 1 the score. As I'm joined now by Vernon Springer.
Very good judgment call. I think we have to give some credit to Christopher Taylor.
Very good decision in my
Very,
opinion.
very, very good decision. I was looking at the entourage of the Irish who are in front of us there.
They were convinced.
And no,
No, they weren't.
they weren't. So that's why I said to you. That's why I said to your pad. So
Okay.
I thought it was a good decision, really. And you made a good point, Mali. There was really no sort of deviation
On the ball, yeah.
on the ball. It was a lovely delivery. Touching into the right areas. And you know, it's always a very tricky situation, Mali, when you have teams from Ireland and the West Indies, England and Pakistan come to the Caribbean, and they want to be able to concentrate on swinging the ball here. You could see Matthew Foster working his way out to be able to land the ball in those consistent areas.
And that's a great point, Vernon, because we see it all the time. You think back James Anderson and all these bowlers that come here and get the ball to swing quite prodigiously. Whereas in the West Indies, it's almost a foregone conclusion that the ball doesn't swing here in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
And I think another aspect in which we miss out on is the reverse swing. I think the conditions here in the West Indies are absolutely perfect for reverse swing, and we see the international teams come here and exploit it best.
Plus the pitches in the Caribbean. That's when you want to be able to get the ball to reverse swing.
With the abrasive nature of the pitches, one has to really take good control of the ball in terms of its condition.
Spin after 6 overs. It is Matthew Humphreys.
And a bit of spin as well in terms of turn there from the left arm orthodox.
So, you know, Mali, the discussion will continue as to whether you bowl over or around the wicket. And it's always going to be a tale of two angles. And I'm not against bowlers coming around the wicket.
I'm glad you brought this up, actually. I forgot. I wanted to make a point on that.
You know, we will elaborate a little bit more on it. I just find it's a trend. And I understand that because, you know, if you weigh up your success, it depends on which series that you're looking at. I'll come back to that point. Back and across comes Singh. So if we looked at the last series, Mali, the ICC World Test Championship in England, India, Australia. You had, for reference, you had 7 wickets fell over the wicket and you had 36 wickets fell around the wicket. right? And so be always a consensus. Bang on target again is Humphreys.
Well, I think the issue is there. What skills do those bowlers possess?
There you go.
That's the issue there.
Nathan
If
Lyon,
you've got
Nathan
this-
Lyon and Ashwin are two completely different bowlers.
Kamara Roach is a totally different bowler to
Catch it.
a Stuart Broad, you know, even though they both employ that around the wicket to the left hand.
And I'm glad that I'm on with you because I wanted to ask you this so that folks could be able to understand what we're talking about. For you, which was most difficult in terms of somebody coming around or somebody coming over?
It
as a
depends.
left-hander?
It goes back to the skills that bowler possesses. If the bowler can move the ball away from the left-hander late from around the wicket, that is ultra dangerous to the lefty as well.
So you're talking about somebody like a Trent Bolt who would worry you.
Left arm over,
Yeah.
swinging away late. Real problems.
Mohamed
Real
Amir.
problems.
And
Yeah.
those qualities.
Real problems for a lefty.
That's a lovely pace.
Especially when some swing and some don't. You're not
swing.
sure what to play,
Yeah.
what to leave. You find yourself drawn into playing balls a bit wider.
Yes, yes, hum.
Yeah, was the Macram type. And also what Wazim had was a bit special was that extra pace and could knock you over as well.
Yes.
Could really hurt you.
Well, and it was dangerous too in facing people like Wasim Akram and Waka Yunis almost at the same time.
You've got to worry about your head and your toes.
Yeah, so it was almost dangerous. And then you had Shoaib Akhtar for one end, who just kept coming at you there. So you had to deal with three different elements. And it was almost like a guessing game.
It was. I remember a dismissal in particular, Waka Yunis to Brian Lara. Yorker in swinging, just cleaned up all the stumps, and Lara ended up on the ground.
Yeah.
Late movement.
Foster copying most likely Stuart Board with his headband. Seemed to have kicked in, pitched up, and Machu Nando was trying to undrive that ball. The other thing, Mali, is, and you made a very valiant point. Now, we, in the Caribbean, for the test series, we tend to use the Jukes ball. And then in the regular competition, we're using the Kookaburra balls. And it comes on to what you were talking about. And one of the things I feel that we have not worked on with our bowlers in the Caribbean is being able to get them to get that late swing. And I can go as far back as maybe somebody like a Hamish Anthony, who you would have played with.
Yeah.
Oh, he got the ball to induck consistently. Even a Eldin Baptist. Those guys would shine that ball there, and they would have that ball wobbling.
The condition of the ball is absolutely key. You see around the world, throughout the teams, the international teams, it's one or two guys that have that role or designated that role to be the ball shiner, to keep the ball in a certain condition in which it can be beneficial towards the team. And here, with the dry, abrasive nature of the pitches in the West Indies and the overhead conditions, I don't think we exploit the reverse swing option just enough. I'm not sure we understand it as we should in the Caribbean.
Because we have come up to the long time concept that once Mally Richards is running off, that he's got to bowl fast. And we have never settled down. And that's why the late Malcolm Marshall and company was so dangerous. Because he worked on the art of being able to know that, hey, listen, it's going to be after 4 this afternoon, and I got to get that ball to wobble around. He's out caught behind.
A massive deviation there.
Out caught behind. He was neither forward nor back. His hands just went Machu Nandu, and he was confused, just as what Mali was talking about. Playing down the wrong line, and a good low catch by the captain. The West Indies Academy, they've lost their second wicket.
And in terms of deviation, you see exactly what I meant there. Big, healthy nick outside that off stump. Once again, Matthew Foster, that shape away from the left-hander. And as you said, not quite sure, a bit tentative from Matthew Nandu. Innocuous looking type bowler is Matthew Foster, but what we call this is a very professional display indeed in terms of his discipline on or about that off stump, not trying to bowl magic deliveries per se, but so far proving good enough for these West Indies batters. Nandu back in the hutch now. Looks like Kevlin Anderson, who should have really been in South Africa, but he's here with the West Indies Academy.
I wanted to touch on something, Mali,
Yeah.
just to recap your innings. Nando would have got a half volley, right? Of which he undrove and didn't get runs. That's the complete difference in a Cummins. And you get those, you got to put that away when you're a different ball game. And I just made that comparison because it's something that you can look back up. When
These
you
little
when you
things,
understand the
these
cricket,
little things.
yeah, you get a half volley, you got to put it away easily. Got to look to find the gap. Your eyes open up, and that's why I keep telling people all the time. When you look at Chivner and Chandapal and the Brian Laras and the Wavell Hines, anytime you were off as a left-hander, they would make you pay.
That's for sure. Just a quick comparison in terms of we are deposited right behind the bowler's arm here in the commentary box. So earlier this morning when Johan Lane was running in from the CIU road end, you could see the movement on these deliveries perfectly from behind, how the keeper was collecting, the ball was angling away, shaping away and coming back quite late, quite nicely. But they didn't manage to put too many balls in that same area over and over and over again. The discipline was where they were lacking. And this is what Matthew Foster has brought to the table here for his Irish team, that discipline. No real variances in length per se. It's on or about that good area, not allowing the batters to drive. There again, turning Teddy Bishop around. It's almost like Teddy Bishop has not seen an outswinger ever in his life.
Never. And his first movement is his right foot is coming around his left foot. If you look at the movement here, Mali, the left foot is clearly down the wrong line.
Yeah, and this is a man who scored quite heavily on his tour of the UK a couple of years ago, the under-19. So definitely would have seen that swinging ball before, but here just seems to be all at sea. He's only faced the 8 deliveries though. Scored off that full toss.
A bit of pressure mounting here, Mali, just before you go off. 12 for 2. Kevlin Anderson not. Leg by in the only delivery that he faced. And Teddy Bishop, who is somebody who likes bat onto ball. He's going to have to readjust his innings now, Mali, understanding that the time here is now 4:13 in the day's play, which means that his approach to batting has to be completely different. I'm not saying don't put away half volleys, but he's got to be more circumspect in his defense.
It's a tiny adjustment he has to make here in terms of staying side on, just that split second longer. That would aid in him getting all the information he needs in terms of whether to play and whether to leave. Right now, the base isn't there, so he's not sure.
Here is Anderson driving through cover, but they've got a sweep out onto the offside. They've done their homework here, Mali, because earlier clock they know Anderson is a stroke player, and they've given some protection earlier clock to Matthew Humphreys, who was pretty expensive in the ODI matches.
Yeah, I think Kadim Allen took a liking to him, especially with that new ball in the power play. But here, they've just given him that cover on the boundary, allowing him to settle into his spell.
Here is Bishop going hard at the ball, just something that Mali was talking about. He's just going to have to be patient. And simply because what he's worrying about Bishop, and as he looks out of his left eye, there's a short leg right there.
Yeah, there is. And he's quite deep as well.
Because he knows Bishop is going hard at the ball. You want to give himself some room.
That's so nice.
I'm not sure what I make of this move, though, bringing the spinner on with the new ball, considering the movement that we've seen from the Irish bowlers.
I think is what happened in terms of the transformation in how Ned bowled. That gave them some sort of encouragement. They maybe want to bowl seam from one end and spin from the other end.
Not wanting to allow these West Indies Academy batters to get away to a flyer, I think.
So give them something to check about. And if you look at the analysis so far, you would have had Ned and Joshua Bishop who bowl well from the CIU end, and they were containment. And so I think the Irish decided, listen, let's use the left arm spin and give them some problems as well.
Yeah, we saw that first delivery actually turned a little bit as well. It's a bit slower there from Humphreys, but he's driven.
Beautiful shot by Kevlin Anderson. Again, Mali, you're talking about it staying low to the ball, not coming up too early. Look at it.
And that's a hallmark of his play. We saw in that 100 that he scored in the Headley Week series as well. Never looking to overhit, more of a stroker of these deliveries. Kind of goes under the radar because of how he plays, but he seems to be quite an effective player, and he's got an enormous amount of talent as well.
Keeps it simple.
Very much so.
Keeps it simple. Keeps it simple. And he stays low to the ball. That is the key of batting. Final words from you, Mali, just before you head out. 18 for 2, 9 overs bowl.
Yeah, the West Indies Academy up against it here. They've got a game on their hands. Pretty similar to how we saw the Irish Academy innings start, losing those 2 quick wickets and then things settling down. I think the West Indies Academy will be hoping for something similar in that vein. Kevin Anderson 5 from 4 and Teddy Bishop a bit scratchy to begin with. You think Matthew Foster here into his 5th over. What a spell it's been.
He's really working over the moons here. He wants to get more wickets.
Yeah, he'll be looking to take one of these right-handers out in this over.
And certainly, thank you very much, Mali. Bishop, worrying signs for Teddy Bishop. Pitched up between middle and leg and just played right up to the mid-on. Was very close. 18 for 2. Patience, Bishop. Patience, Teddy Bishop. You'll have to be able to just look to play the ball up the V for longer periods of time. If it's off the wicket, then you know you'll be looking to score. But as you heard from Mali, it's going to have to stay side on for a very long time. Keep talking to yourself. Keep looking at that ball. Punched up to the offside. Good afternoon, Terry.
Good afternoon, Vernon, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. An interesting state of play at the moment. This first day here at Coolidge. Excellent spell of bowling from big Matthew Foster.
23 years of age. Weighing also a very big number. 23 as well.
Yes.
One for the future for Ireland. Maybe in all formats. Here is Teddy Bishop. No feet movement at all. Terry, the left foot not coming out of the... In fact, he's coming on his toes and the hands is going, so he's going off balance. Needs to come on his heel. He's a big, tall guy, so you want to lean with your head and your shoulders. If you look at the difference, look at Kevlin Anderson and his balance. And how he stays over the ball. Something
Definitely.
Bishop is going to have to work on. Matthew Foster has been a beautiful spell here so far. Ooh, lovely outswinger. But again, the balance movement of Kevlin Anderson, who always has a solid base, looks very organized at the crease.
He does, and it's very good that he's gotten this opportunity. Unfortunately, having visa issues, otherwise he'd be on the A-team tour of South Africa. But at least still keeps his hand in. Pulled inside of that one very nicely. Another good probing delivery there by Foster, though.
This also reminds me of the early days of Dr. Sir Richie Richardson. Just how he just picked the line up there. We just left that. Not in any hurry, no lot of antics. Everything keeps it as simple as possible. Conserves his energy.
Again, it's pulling inside the line to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy, in reply to Ireland Academy's first innings at 2:13 and 19 for 2.
Yeah. Ireland Academy bowled out in 61.4 overs. 213. More discussions taking place. And what is also going to be very important here for Teddy Bishop is for him to dig in, change his approach, change his mindset, and really dig deep. It's going to be very important for him.
Yes, because ideally West Indies Academy would want both Bishop and Anderson still there at the close of play, which is fast approaching. So they'll have that in the back of their mind also.
He's
Nice
back
shot.
and spanking that down pass backward point, down to the boundary for 4. Had some wit and went at it hard. He likes to get bat onto the ball. And he got closer to the line of the ball. I think when he was playing in the ODI series, he was trying to go leg side of the ball. This time, he got as close as possible to it. And the execution was perfect here from Teddy Bishop. He picks up a boundary, goes to 10. And the West Indies Academy, in the meantime, they're trailed by 190. They're 23 for 2. Matthew Humphreys. On drive. Again by Bishop. Again, more or less in a standing up position. That left foot, he could really lean into it. You know, get it bent there. Use the hips. It's going to be very important. It's going to be a good test. He's sweeping.
Nice. Sorry, Vernon, nice safe sweep shot there, and I don't think we see that employed enough by West Indies batsmen.
That one was offline, so it was okay.
Yeah, it was quite safe there.
He was okay.
Yes,
But it's an art, Terry, that most of the modern day batsmen seem not to want to
Exactly.
work on. And that's why you had the people like the Carl Hoopers and the Lars and company, you know, they learned that craft pretty early.
Yeah.
Here is Anderson just working this delivery. It's going downhill. Don't think anybody will get there. Hits the rope now. A boundary to Kevlin Anderson. He goes up to 9, and the score goes to 28 for 2. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies.
Yeah, ill-directed again there by Humphreys, but nicely played. Just turned it around the corner, did Anderson. Yes, they don't like to employ the sweep these days, but I still think it's the best.
Here is Anderson back and just staying side on to the ball and just working it, using his wrists, and play the pass short leg out to the square leg area. Fielder from the deep backward square came in. They got a very comfortable single. The partnership now 18. And Kevlin Anderson's got 10 from that. He's such an organized player.
Lovely, lovely boy.
Now I just wanted to make an observation, Terry. Completion of over number 11. Now here was Teddy Bishop. When Teddy Bishop plays forward, he goes hard at the ball. When you're playing forward to a spin, Terry, you just want to kill the ball with your top hand.
Right.
So you want the ball to just stay right in front of you. So when you come forward, it just drops right there. Every time he plays the ball, it goes back to the bowler, especially when he's coming forward.
Yeah, very true. He goes at it hard, with hard hands. And that is dangerous, especially if the opposition is employing close-in fielders. That's why I say also sweep shot is one of the better ways of negating spin bowling.
So from Foster to Hand, 23 to 24. Kevlin Anderson back and across and just playing the ball from right under his eyes, stayed right on top of it, rehearses. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, a cover, mid on, mid off, short mid wicket. And we have one fielder which is on the fine leg, very wide, based on fair and hand space. And the sun just more or less just going over the top. Ken Anderson back and across and just looking to play the ball up the V for a long period. I'd have heard that so many times, Terry, from Victor Eddy, and in those days you had somebody in the park by the name of late Vincent Deming, who would tell you all the time, keep looking up the V. He was one of the guys who played for the Leewards, played for St. Kitts, and was also one of the top curators at Warner Park. Jackson, as they would call him, 29 for 2.
Yeah, he looks very organized as Anderson. I think I can remember when he made the 100 here in the Headley Weeks series, and it was a big 100 too, that he was saying that he'd been working a lot with the various coaches on the mind games as much as the physical.
Yes,
keeping
something.
his concentration.
There's like a Richie about him. Look at his movement. He keeps it as simple. Outside the line of the leg stump. Just no need for him. He's just rehearsing and saying, I don't want to maybe get a nick. And then I would feel very sorry.
Not off a delivery like that. Strangled down the leg side, as we often see, to a nothing delivery.
Free on hand, not effective as yet, like a Matthew Foster. But you never know. It just takes one ball. Honing in again at those pads. And the young man, Kevin Anderson, showing good technique. Staying side on and with a nice straight bat. I think this would give Teddy Bishop an opportunity, who's on the non-striker end, to just look at his partner. Bishop, tall. Anderson, more of a Gus Logie type height. Got a nick onto that. End of a maiden over there from fair on hand. Much deserved maiden over in terms of the pressure situation. Some 60 dot balls so far, Terry. 29 for 2. And Hand, Foster, and Humphreys are the bowlers used so far by Ireland Academy.
Yeah, not about over that, especially the way he finished it. Just honing in on those pads, as you say, Vernon. Ideally love to break this partnership before the day is out. We'll put them well on top if they could achieve that island.
The track has got better here as the sun has hit it. It'll be lovely to see it tomorrow morning. Most likely the first hour, whoever survives the first hour. After that, it should be a good batting track. There is Bishop back and playing the ball square. Be advised to play the ball more up in front of him. He's got to be very, very, very careful. Got on the edge onto his stump. It's just amazing just listening to the keepers. We had Colin Tuckett today, and now we've got the captain, Dohoney. They always have something to say. They're always chirping away.
So good,
They always like to be in the game and keep their team in the game, keep the momentum up.
The keeper is the engine
Exactly.
for the team.
Turned a bit.
I think the Irish getting pretty much excited, but Anderson is not bothered. He's been able to cover his line of his off stump, and he knows where his off stump is, so that was key. Don't think O'Geese knew where his off stump was. That's why he got dismissed. Got to know where your stump is. It's going to be very key. So when you take a guard, it's very, very important that you be able to defend the castle.
So good, so good, boy.
Yes, take the guard and bat on it. You're quite
Well,
aware where your off stump is.
It helps also in terms of knowing the line and where the ball is going to come. That is important. Here is Anderson back and slapping that pass. Carmichael, a cover, was diving away there.
Real nice, this hump. Don't mind seeing that hump.
Hum?
Hump.
I wonder if he's a hummer.
Yes, hump, lovely.
Lovely. So we have a water break here at the end of 13 overs, 31 for 2, 31 for 2. Ireland Academy, they were bowled out a long time ago, 213. Murray Cummins 93, Kate Carmichael 59, and Fairhan 25 in the end. But the man of the day, Isaiah Thorne, picking up 4 for 33. He was well supported by Ewan Lane and Naim Young. Those were the wicket takers at the end of the Paradise water break. They're 31 for 2, and this is a lovely day. Here, both batters are walking out. No one is walking out from the West Indies Academy as yet. Yes, now out comes Bernardo Julian and Big Joe. Kadeem Phillip on his birthday, he's brought out his crew to just remark the crease as we take a water break. So we're back after the Paradise water break. I'm alongside my colleague, and straight away Kevlin Anderson putting some pressure on the mid-on fielder, picking up a single, goes to 11. No, Bishop is in strike. He's on 12. Both batsmen are on 12. Turned to the square leg fielder. Can't score. 32 for 2. So things settling down here, Terry.
Yes, and about an hour's play remaining, given the light. It's
4:34, so we could maybe get up
an
to
hour.
maybe 5:20,
Mm-hmm.
light permitting. Sun is baking down in almost 3/4 of the way of the field here as we speak. Here is Bishop just playing with soft hands up to the mid-on fielder and calling through nicely. Anderson responding.
Yeah, a couple of good quick singles in this over so far.
He goes up to 13, and Anderson, who is on 12, comes back into strike. The West Indies Academy, they trail by 180 runs. We're really not concerned as to how much they trail by. They approach tomorrow. They have all day tomorrow, plus the remainder of some 50 to 55 minutes in the day's play, barring light. 33 for 2. Anderson
Nice shot.
driving down the ground. Fair Hand is upset with himself. Don't think he'll get into the boundary. And if they want, they can get 3. And Anderson was hesitant. He said, wait. And so they got 2 in the process. He goes up to 14. Bishop goes up to 13. 35 for 2. Latest score here.
Yeah, but a lovely straight drive there by Anderson.
And that's simply because he stays very side on to the ball. He keeps looking at the ball. He keeps looking up at the V. If you check most of his shots, it's up in front of him. Very well composed. Very balanced at the crease. He's got a low base. And to be a good batsman, you have to have a good base. Knows where his off stump is. 35 for 2.
Yes.
Very high proportion of boundaries. Terry, we're hitting
In the island innings.
in the island innings.
Especially from Cummins, top scorer. He had 17 boundaries in his 90 odd.
Yeah, they had like 32 boundaries. Anderson, like a wall, coming across, over completed. So the first over after the water break, the Paradisa water break, West Indies Men Academy in reply to Ireland Academy 213 all out. They're 35 for 2 and some 14 overs have been bowled.
Yes, nice little rebuilding partnership here forming between Anderson and Bishop. 11 for 2 when they came together, so they pushed the score on to 35 for 2, so it's about 24 runs they've added so far for the 3rd wicket. And they'll be wanting to be there at Stumps.
Still another 12 overs to go in the day's play. And then with Matthew Humphreys bowling, at the time here in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda being 4:37, still on track. Here is Bishop. Back, and just for a moment, a slight misfeel from one of the Irish players. We've had some, they've not been at their peak today as much. We saw a couple of misfeels so far, Terry.
Yeah, I think that one is just a bit too hot to handle for the backward point.
Well, don't go there then, if it is too hot to handle.
Exactly.
If you go there, you have to save it. Here is Anderson back and finding the sweeper. And every now and again, Matthew Humphreys tends to pull one down. But he's got protection. The only is make sure he's giving him that protection.
Yeah, he's kept the sweeper out on the offside.
After all, they would have made a low score, so you can't afford to give away runs. Here is Bishop just working this past the short leg. Out to the deep backward square leg fielder. But one thing for sure that you know, the slip is still in, and the mid-order and the mid-off are pretty close. So if Bishop and Anderson wants to score, once Matthew Humphreys, who's not flighting the ball much, they'll have to still think about trying to hit the ball straight down the ground. Anderson is excellent in that area.
Oh, Humph, that's real nice. Real nice, Humph. Real good, that bud.
And he's still employing the short leg, who's rather deep there though at short leg.
And that's because of the pace of what Humphreys is bowling at.
Oh, yes, Humph. So nice, that lad. So nice, Humph. Yes, wee man.
I wonder if today's hump day. Because I hear Dhoni saying, so nice hump. Partnership is 27.
Yes, Humph. Yes, Humph. Oh, yeah. I like that, Humph.
Traditionally
Like
it's
that,
Wednesday,
buddy.
isn't it, during the week, so hopefully they know what day of the week they're up to, but anyway.
15 overs bowled, 38 for 2. You said that, Terry, not me. You said that, Terry, not me. I'm glad it's you said that.
It's always me, Bonan. But 38 for 2, taking the scoring along rather nicely, these two, and Anderson and Bishop. I they'll be desperate to get at least one more before Stumps.
A lot of folks, Malik and Terry, coming in for this series, West Indies' first 2 games. I had a tralala issue trying to find some rooms for some colleagues of mine. Here is Bishop just working this into the square leg area. If he wants, he can come back quite easily for 2. And he does that quite easily.
Yeah, well run, well judged.
Score in the meantime goes up to 40 for 2. Bishop goes to 17 and Anderson is on 15.
Yeah, and as you were saying before, Vernon, with the dinners and meet the legends and all that, there's a lot to do here in Antigua during those 2 matches.
Yeah.
That's
Remember,
the beauty of playing in Antigua and Barbuda and Barbados, eh?
well, it's Christmas time here too.
Yeah, Christmas time,
So
but
we
the amount of legends around the 2 countries that you can put these festivities on.
Yeah, and you know, cricket fans from all over the world, especially the younger ones, just love to get a photo with Alzari Joseph, with Che Hope.
Of course, a few of the West Indies boys were in town yesterday in St. John's promoting the series and giving away tickets and T-shirts and whatever, which is great to see.
Yeah, I want to see the West Indian cricketers anyway get into the schools, though. I would really like to see a segment, especially on the Wednesday, being designated for school children. I think it is something, it's an investment that we need to work on around the Caribbean.
Oh, boy.
Beautiful. With the advent of a lot of spectators not turning up for cricket, we need to go back to the days of creating a schoolboy stand.
Exactly.
And every day you have a number of school children, be it primary, be it secondary, be it territorial, be it college or whichever country you're going to, you just get them out,
Yeah.
and you organize an area where all of them have a cell phone. They can be able to get a selfie with one of the cricketers. It doesn't have to be everybody on the team, but that'll go a whole long way.
Definitely introduces them to the game.
And the good thing about it too is that you can create a competition out of it. You can get them to make, participate in a TikTok with their favorite player, something. You gotta be able to use the imagination and the creation of them. They're not gonna watch the entire game, but trust me, they're gonna be working on something, and they like to win. They're innovative.
And as you say, back in the day, it was the norm. The school children were at every game.
That's because you had a schoolboy stand. Oh, that's a beauty. But he missed that by a mile. 40 for 2. 16 overs bowled. The partnership is 29. And both players just motoring on here. 213 Ireland Academy. Murray Cummins with an O. 93 from 122. Kate Carmichael. Not Jaden Carmichael. So good afternoon to Jaden Carmichael in Nevis. A top fielder, one for the future. There's so many spinners around, Terry, that you wonder where they're going to hold. We need to find some fast bowlers, and I need you to be a curator so we can find some good tracks, so the youngsters can bowl fast on them.
Yeah, the trucks is the key. Get them up to standard, and I'm pretty sure we have no trouble finding quite a few fast bowlers.
I think right now, Terry, we need a fast bowling camp in the Caribbean.
Well, we've been touting that for how long now, Vernon?
Come on, boys.
If I can remember, Terry, the last time that we would have had a fast bowling camp in the Leewards, it was coordinated by Dr. Sir Andy Roberts. There was a fast bowling and batting camp. Dave Joseph, former West Indies player. I'll come back to that. Curtly Ambrose was also involved in that camp that was organized by the Leeward Islands Cricket Board. It might have been about 2016, 2017. Abdi Hughes. He was also part of that session that took place at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Partnership 30 from 52.
Come on, Humper.
But we just need to get Sir Andy, Sir Kirtley, Courtney Walsh, a couple of the great fast bowlers to organize a camp, go around and look for the future talent. I can remember the days, Terry. You're talking about in 1975, 1976, round into those eras there. They used to have some Bensden Hedges coaching camps going around. That's where I first met Sir Garfield Sobers, Lance Gibbs, Wes Hall, Ensign Kitts. Came around, had a Benson Hedges cricket camp, looked at the talent, identified some folks, had some games, and wrote some notes. Squeezed into the offside Teddy Bishop, getting an easy single. Those are roles that I think that we can use the legends. They're not going to go and stand up all day coaching, but you can use them in small mini camps and get them to spot talent very early.
Yeah, most definitely, and move them around the region so that any up-and-coming youngsters are spotted, as you say. Use them as talent scouts. They're more than willing, certainly more than able.
I can remember that camp as I look back at it so many years ago, Terry. Out of that camp came Winston Wade Davis, Ronald Hendrickson, Kennedy Wallins, a lot of the young players coming out of St. Kitts, and they went across to Nevis, did their own camp. That's where you had people like the likes of Keith Atherton and company, Oscar Walters and those guys coming around, because these legends, they're spotted talent. You can imagine you made a final 26, and Sir Garfield Sobers gave you the certificate signed by Sir Garfield Sobers and Lance Gibbs and company. End of over number 17, 42 for 2. Iron Academy 213 all out.
Yeah, most definitely. And I know, talking to Ambi that he was willing to go around the region and everything like that, but nothing as yet has been set up, put in place, but it's definitely time for, or overtime for things like that to be put in place and get the talent spotted and put in the right places.
One of the important things to be able to make that happen, Terry, as we break for a while, as Fian Han starts from the media center and in now to bowl to Teddy Bishop, is that we need to revive the OECS sports desk, because all what is happening has to begin from the OECS level. We live in the OECS, and so we have to be able to match that up. It has to happen, has to start happening in the OECS. And if you have camps moving around, you go from St. Kitts to Nevis to St. Martin to Anguilla. I mean, you identify all the talents and you bring them together. It would be remarkable. And not the local talent deciding, well, Terry's good. You bring in some unknown personnel and identify the talent, because sometimes you have a lot of bias, a lot of insularity taking place in some of those territories. So you want some independent persons to come in objectively and look at the talent and say, hey, you come, you look like a special talent. That's what we need. And then we huddle that, and we put some sort of system in place to be able to help our young fast bowlers. Got to get the Courtney Walsh and the Ambrose and company to pass on their knowledge. It's amazing that everybody else is taking our legends and trying to get their knowledge, and the legends are in the Caribbean, and we don't want to use them.
Exactly. It's not only amazing, it's ridiculous. To say that they've had their time and everything, they may have had their time, but look how they utilize their time, though. Top of the world.
42 for 2. One of the things that I feel also needs to happen a lot, Terry, is that our younger players need to begin to read about the history of the game, the history of West Indies cricket. Got to find some time to understand the history. You got to go back and look at videos. If you're a batsman, if you're a wicketkeeper, you look at Jeffrey Dujan, Derek Murray. If you're a batsman, opening batsman, you have a look at Desmond Haynes, Gordon Greenidge, Richie Richardson, some of the greats. You would learn a thing or two. Lovely on drive by Teddy Bishop. Didn't try to over it. Half volley and put away nicely. That's a beautiful shot. And Fian Hand is upset with himself. It's a good thing that Christopher Taylor was not in the position, because he would have kicked him away. with that big firing left booter there.
Well, excellent shot there by Teddy Bishop. One of the shots of the day. And he's in a pretty good spell here. Fee on hand. But that was just all class, that shot. But yeah, as you say, Vernon, the history, and I keep harping on this all the time, that is so important, and I'm quite sure that West Indies would not have reached the depths that we've reached over the last 20-odd years if these guys knew what it means to wear the maroon cap. But, you know, we don't utilize, and you hear people saying all the time, oh, the former grades don't do enough and everything like that, but they're you know, it's a fine line between interfering and helping. And we don't employ them enough in the right areas, in coaching areas. I mean, even if you look, you know, I agree with Sir Clive Bloy in saying that Desi Haynes is fantastic that he's chairman of selectors, but he wouldn't have been better off as a batting coach.
Change, more spin.
So it's not only utilizing them, but it's the areas that you utilize them in. Are they used in the right areas? You know, instead of sitting in a commentary box like we do, they should be, as you say, taking camps around the various regions and sub-regions, and, you know, spotting, identifying the emerging talents and helping in those areas, as every other country does.
Gavin Hui comes into strike, and already he's got a couple to rip. His first two deliveries. He's made a statement. Here is Anderson giving himself room and trying to beat the fielder. Short extra cover. The time has come, Terry, where we don't have to like each other. But in the interest of West Indies cricket, we really need to come together with all of the common ideas that we have around here.
Mm-hmm.
Our human resources are here, whether it be in the Caribbean or overseas, and we need to find a way to use those resources in the best interest of cricket.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's the insularity that always kills us. Joel and I were talking earlier about Barbados cricket and the local Barbados cricket, first class, and the strength of it. And you hear all the time. How many times do you hear when Cricket West Indies picks a squad? Oh, it's a Bajan 11. It's another Bajan 11. It's not a West Indies 11. But at the end of the day, you should not be looking at it like that at all. They're West Indians, regardless of where they're from in the Caribbean. And secondly, look at the territories and look at the individual territories and the work that they're putting in, or the work that they have been putting in, compared to your own backyard.
Maiden over ball there by Huey in the first over. 19 overs bowled, 46 for 2. But it's greater than that, Terry, because the administrators first have to understand the contribution that is made by former players, coaches, because there are former players who are making huge contribution who are not recognized. How can you have someone like a Franklin Stevenson who has an academy run in Barbados, producing young players, not giving them a more central role with Barbados cricket for whatever particular reason? Mm-hmm. You got to use all of your resources because we have a small population in the Caribbean.
That's right. So you can't. It's not as if you can pick and choose at will. You know, you don't have the resources. You don't have the expansive pool of players, registered players, coaches, you name it, physios, everything that goes into making a success to get you from, also runs up to competitiveness, up to the top echelons of the sport.
46 for 2. Matthew Foster comes back for one final burst. If we want to compete on the world stage again, Mali and Terry, we have to get players to South Africa, got to get players to India, we got to get players to England. where they learn the business. I think South Africa is a good investment for some of our young players. Get a couple of players to go to Australia. I can remember when we had the Northern Telecom Youth Tournament that was sponsored by Northern Telecom. Kenny Benjamin, our own Kenny Benjamin from Antigua and Barbuda and the Leeward Islands, and Carl Hooper from Ghana were the most outstanding players. In fact, Carl Hooper scored well over 700 runs. Kenny Benjamin took 30-something wickets. They got a scholarship to go to Australia.
They did, to one of the top colleges in Assumption College in Australia. All that business. But, you know, it all of a sudden it stopped. As you say, come back to before. Why should this one get it? Why should they get it? He's Antiguan, this one's Jamaican. That should be irrelevant, especially in 2023. And we're still arguing the toss over the same thing.
Got to move our cricket around. You know, we got to, especially the youth tournaments, got to, you know, get a youth tournament to Jamaica. You know, I would love to see a youth tournament back in Barbados. When was the last time that Barbados would have played under-19 cricket? You know, those are things that we have to be able to talk about. We have to invest in the youths. The parents in Barbados would love to see their children play at home. It's being dubbed as the Mecca of cricket in the Caribbean. Well, hey, we got to look to start the build from the base up, not from top down.
Yeah, and even Desi Haynes was saying in the press conference the other day, I thought he made an excellent suggestion or an excellent point in the fact that he was saying,
here is a
shot
delivery put away. And I don't know if that's a tired delivery there from Foster, but it was dealt with by Bishop. He was on top of it, rolled the wrist over, and executed it nicely to the square leg area for 4. And that would give Teddy Bishop some sort of confidence and relief. And in the meantime, the score just moves up to 50. It's a 50 up for the West Indies Academy in 19.4 overs. Bishop goes to 26, Kevlin Anderson 16 at the end of this over. Joel Manning and yourself, Terry, will wrap up the day's play. And how many overs we have? Maybe after this we'll have 6. And we're not going to be up until 6 o'clock. It's just about maybe 2 minutes to 5.
Yeah, that was a shot of authoritative measure there by Bishop. Very well played, sat up, got the punishment it deserved.
Oh,
good reply though there by Foster. But just to finish on what Desi was saying was that maybe we should have under 19, under 23 tours, under 24 tours to England, South Africa, Australia, or wherever. And that is fantastic. But instead of just saying, yeah, that's a terrific idea, put it into practice.
Yeah, but the territories themselves, Terry, they have to do more for their players.
Exactly. And stop leaving it all to Cricket West Indies.
Is no way that our territories around here should not be having players going off on a tour every year.
No.
Be an age group. But Terry, we'll continue this discussion. At the end of over number 20, the West Indies Men Academy, they're 51 for 2. Kevlin Anderson is 16 and Teddy Bishop is 27. More comments from you, and there will be the voice of Joel Manning, who will close out day 1.
Yes, thank you, Vernon. 51 for 2 of 20 overs, and Anderson and Bishop are doing a very good job in rebuilding the innings after the loss of the 2 early wickets in August and Nandu. 11 for 2, so they've put on 40 now for the 3rd wicket. Just looking to bat out the day's play, which is not too far away now. As I welcome back and say a very good afternoon to Joel Manning. Good afternoon, Joel.
Good afternoon. I see pictures of a wedding there. Yes. Congratulations to the lovely couple. Whoever you might be, I would take a slice of cake. Thank you very much.
Yes, I was going to say, are we invited? We invited Vernon.
Oh, well, who's invited is Teddy Bishop. He's looking for some cake.
He nearly put it in the cake.
A bit of a
full toss.
Yeah, early gift there for him and dealt with.
Come on, go!
Oh, smiles
Have they got the colours on it? They got maroon on. The wife has, anyway. Or the bridesmaid, I should say.
I wonder where the honeymoon is. Will it be a Caribbean destination? Will it be somewhere in Europe? Or will it be somewhere just at home? The living room?
Teddy Bishop's moved up to 33. Cumberland Anderson 16. 57 for 2. We draw closer to Stumps on this first day, on the 4-day first class match. Just joining us, Ireland Academy were bowled out earlier today after winning the toss and electing to bat for 213. Fast bowler Isaiah Thorne taking the figures of 4 for 33 off 9.3 overs. Hoey bowling in sunshades. The last bit of the sun at his end. Keeping it nice and tight. But you'd have to say, though, Joel, after losing the toss, if West Indies Academy go in with just the 2 wickets down, trailing by 150 odd, you'd say that they would take the honours on the first day.
Yeah, they certainly would take the honours if they are able to go in without losing another wicket, especially given the trajectory that the day was shaping up to have. Ireland did fantastic in that morning session. They were the ones that took that session, but ever since then, it has been the West Indies Academy. Ireland had a sniff to even things up a bit when they picked up those 2 wickets of Nandu and Akeem Ogist, but since then it's all been the Bishop and Anderson show, and quite a performance they are putting on at the moment in steadying the ship, as you would say, but also just looking at a bit of the stroke play as well, especially from Kevlon Anderson. From the moment he came to the crease, there was an air of confidence about him, and he looked relatively easy. Teddy Bishop grew into his role as well. And you just get the feeling, I was going to say that they will, but that they should be able to take things towards the close for the West Indies Academy. But at the same time, if Emerging Ireland are able to maybe pick up 1, maybe pick up 2 before they close, well then, I would say the game hangs in the balance. Oh my goodness. That is from the top draw of Teddy Bishop. That is one of the finest that you will see.
Yeah, moved into line nicely, full delivery, and just stroked it beautifully back past the bowler for another boundary. That brings up the 50-run partnership. They've added 51 now for the 3rd wicket. And just giving themselves time to adapt to the conditions and get themselves in. Not too dissimilar to the way the Island boys started. 15 for 2 with a couple of loose shots. And then that partnership between Carmichael and Cummins.
Well, what a response that is.
He hasn't bowled badly, this
from
Matthew
Foster.
Foster.
No, not at all, especially in his first spell that he had today, the spell in which he picked up those 2 wickets. Yeah, that ball is quite similar to what we saw from him in that first spell. Matthew Nandu would have been the victim of one that took the outside edge with a similar delivery. Oh, that
Big
one looks
shout.
close.
Yeah, I think it was going down and maybe a touch high. Good shout though.
Yeah, a lot straighter this time from Foster.
So 62 for 2. They just play will continue. By the look of it, we've only got the 4 overs left, but it gets dark very quickly this time of the year in the Caribbean.
Yeah, the sun is fading away towards the background quite quickly. The lights not too long came on here in terms of the stands at Coolidge.
We will continue, especially with the spin of Hui bowling. So 62 for 2. That's in pursuit of 213 that Ireland scored in their first innings earlier today. Both batsmen now just in that survival mode, making sure that they keep their concentration. Nothing untoward, so they can come back fresh in the morning. Oh, he's got the odd ball to turn, but basically he's just stump to stump at this stage of play. Still got the slip and the short leg in now. I encourage you to come along to Coolidge tomorrow though if you're in Antigua. See some top cricket, future stars on display for both teams. No better way to enjoy your Sunday at the very picturesque Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. Beats Anderson there that time, but through to the keeper, no damage done. 5 dot deliveries. Can he finish it off away with a maiden here? And he does. That's well defended by Anderson. So at end of 23 overs, West Indies Academy in reply to Ireland's 213, 62 for 2. This might be interesting though, with Foster continuing from the commentary box end. I can get through it. This is getting darker, or the light is fading, I should say. Minute by minute here at Coolidge. Just 3 overs left remaining in the day's play. So he'll be bowling to Teddy Bishop, who's on 37, 2 slips in a gully, backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg and fine leg. And that's just outside the off stump. Well judged by Bishop, through to the keeper, no run. Ireland would be slightly disappointed though, Joel, in the cluster of wickets they lost. They were really battling hard trying to form partnerships, which has been their struggle on tour so far. It looked like at one stage today that they could really, muster a score of around 300 plus there at one stage. But from 170 odd for 3, bowled out for 213. So ended up losing their last 7 wickets for some 40 odd runs.
Oh, edge found, but gap found as well for Teddy Bishop.
Yes, we were talking about gaps during the Ireland innings. There was no gaps in the slips. He just had employed 2 slips and a gully. That would have gone straight down third slip's throat. But not to be. Another 4 runs for Bishop. He goes on to 41. West Indies Academy 66 for 2. But good bowling there by Matthew Foster. He's been there or thereabouts. The corridor of uncertainty on or about off stump in this spell. Let's look the pick of the bowlers, big shout, but I think he might have tickled that. Wait for the umpire. Yeah, looks like he got an edge on that. So 1 more to Bishop, 42, 67 for 2. Foster's into his 8th over. He's the one that's picked up the wickets, 2 for 21, with some excellent seam bowling. And almost had his 3rd. Well played, dead bat there by Kevlin Anderson. Irish captain, wicket keeper Doheny wasn't tempted to bring in a 3rd slip where that ball flew from Bishop's bat. And a good single there by Anderson to finish off the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy 68 for 2. With a couple of overs remaining on this first day's play.
Yeah, depending on how quickly we get through this over and whether or not Ireland might opt to use a spinner from the other end, may get in the final 2. And we'll see how things go here. 5:13 p.m. in Antigua as we near the end of day number 1 of this first of 2 4-day matches between West Indies Academy and Emerging Ireland. 2 slips employed now for Gavin Hoy. Certainly a case here of knowing that probably West Indies Academy won't be going after much here. And so, in hunt of that all-important wicket to end off day number 1.
Yes, he's brought everybody up inside the 30-yard circle apart from the sweeper out on the cover point boundary.
Yeah, forces that one through, just gets 1. So things quietly trickling towards the close of this one.
It's just a matter of Anderson and Bishop keeping their composure.
Yeah, interesting to see here now they're dropping the man back onto the deep backward square boundary. Yeah, in this scenario, you would probably be considering the temptation of having Teddy Bishop attempt to drive you through that cover region. Something similar to that. Exactly, and I think that is where the possibility of a wicket exists for them this evening. Might not be able to resist that drive, Teddy Bishop, especially given that things have been going quite well for him today.
Stood up nice and tall and cracked that out to the cover point fielder on the boundary. As for the one, he moves on to 43, the score 74-2. And comes back into the circle, deep backward square leg. Because Anderson doesn't really employ the sweep as Bishop likes to, but the over from Howie comes to an end. So at the end of 25 overs, West Indies Academy 70 for 2. And it looks like we'll get the one more over in to end off the day's play. Umpires having a chat, but I think they need to chat about too much. Just bowl the over.
Yeah, I wouldn't say
Already
the
doing
light has
overtime,
changed.
Joe.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I wouldn't say the light has changed drastically from the last over
No.
that was bowled by Matthew Foster, because I think the consideration was whether or not it might have gotten a little too dark for the seamer. But as I mentioned, it hasn't necessarily changed that much from any bowl. So the last over, we presume, of the day. A bit of a stop-start. Yes, no. Loud appeal.
He's not going to give that.
Oh, that would have been an interesting one there to close off the day, had it been. Now you see that little moment of hesitation. Looking at it.
He's looking at him.
And he gets that bat down in time. And funny enough, he actually opted not to slide the bat there. Could have been a ticklish one. He gets by unscathed. Thankfully for himself and the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, so it wasn't the most intelligent cricket you've ever seen. He was running, watching the ball was Anderson. So he just put his bat over the line, luckily in time, instead of sliding it in. The umpire is standing at point rather than square leg. And I don't think he would have given that out anyway. But it was not out. So all well that ends well, as they say. Anderson survives. He's facing on 19. Turn nicely off the hip down to fine leg for an easy single. So 3 balls remain. 72 for 2. Put on 61 so far, unbroken for the 3rd wicket. As Teddy Bishop and Kevlin Anderson. Matthew Foster into his 9th over. He's the wicket taker for Ireland. And that one just jags back a bit. Bowled a very decent spell this afternoon, late in the day. He didn't have much to do with the bat, though, did he? So he's still fresh.
Yeah, he
I
certainly
don't
has
think he
bowled
faced
well.
the ball. not out. Yeah, he didn't face the ball. That's well left again by Teddy Bishop. So the last ball of the day should be coming up now. Teddy Bishop to face. He's on 44. And this should cup quite a good day for West Indies Academy. Taken the initiative after day 1.
Oh, and
Driven
what a way
beautifully.
to close out the day.
Excellent.
The final delivery of day number 1. He leans into it quite nicely. Shouldn't have run Teddy Bishop. That's the only thing spoiling that shot. But all in all, you would have to say that a good day of cricket for the West Indies Academy this morning. Ireland won the toss and opted to bat. They posted a total of 213 all out. And in reply, West Indies Academy 76 for 2, trailing by 100. and 36 runs.
Yes, an excellent day's cricket, as Joel just said, and 76 for 2 after bowling the academy out for 213. West Indies academy boys would definitely take that going into Stumps on day 1. Normal here at Coolidge that batting gets better on the second day, so they'll be looking forward to, first of all, erasing the rest of the deficit there, passing the 213, and then seeing how much of a lead that they can get and put the Irish boys under some pressure. But so far, excellent job, all bowled to Isaiah Thorne earlier in the day, picking up 4 for 33 from 9.3 overs. And then some good batting there between Teddy Bishop and Kevlin Anderson in an unbroken partnership of some 65 runs for the third wicket. This certainly set the West Indies Academy up very well.
Yeah, indeed. Well, play gets started tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Until then, have a fantastic evening.